Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to MistGames. Welcome back to the Heroes of Tomorrow. We're into our 5th day of the week in our week-long double elimination bracket. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Vendetta once again. Still hasn't punched me in the face for how annoying I am at this stage. I'm sure we're getting there with only a handful more days remaining, and we are getting to the closing stages of our bracket here. We found our first few eliminations. We're set to the lower bracket one more time today, and there's a lot of action to look forward to today.
Yeah, and again, now we're getting kind of the initial clash that we had in the opening rounds, where it's a little bit of I guess top seed versus low seed because we are getting deep into the lower bracket. And as you can see, Masonic, Young Ninjas, 0-0 Prospects, Bitfix Gaming. So there is a bit of a mix-up in that sense. Obviously, with some teams coming down from the upper bracket, but looking forward to it. Should be some a solid pair of games, honestly. And as we can see, Tricked Astralis Talent already having made their way to the upper bracket final. Obviously, that's not today. We're still going to need to have some opponents ready for them and the eventual loser of that upper bracket final so they can play their consolidation finals and so on.
Indeed, yes. Looking forward to that upper bracket final in the next couple of days for me personally. That one's going to be a very fun match indeed. But for today, we're all focused on those two lower semi-final matches, starting things off with 0-0 Prospects versus Bitfix Gaming. A little bit later on today, we will have Masonic versus Young Ninjas, which probably will be the highlight main event of the day. I'm looking forward to that one most importantly because it has got some very interesting things to talk about. We'll be coming to that best of three a little bit later on. But for now, we look towards another Norwegian derby. I guess a Norwegian core versus Norwegian derby in the case of 0-0 Prospects and Bitfix Gaming because these two teams, you kind of feel like they should have faced off against each other at some point in this bracket. But that hasn't really happened, has it?
Yeah, not in this bracket, but we have had some, I guess, Norway on Norway violence earlier on. Bitfix obviously taking up Metasport in the first lower bracket round to make it to this stage. But now we're gonna have to, I guess, relive those painful memories and see another Norwegian team potentially bow out. Although we'll see some Norwegians bow out.
You said that during the Metasport match that you were a glass half full kind of guy, saying, well, at least one more Norwegian team will go. What's happened in those few days to now turn you into a glass half empty kind of man?
Just gradually being broken down. It's a part of life. But no, honestly, in all honesty, again, it's going to be obviously a Norwegian core at the very least moving forward, regardless of who wins this matchup. But here we have the Bitfix Gaming lineup. And from what we've seen so far, obviously we've been able to see some highlights and some occasional lowlights here and there. But I think for both of us, I will just speak for the both of us. I think we've been most impressed by Tapeware so far.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been by all accounts. And for them being in this position right here where both squads are up for elimination, knowing the fact that they have a lot on the line in terms of today, and the fact that this probably is going to be one of the bigger challenges that Bitfix will face in this bracket, it is going to be, I think, the kind of pressure that either turns dust into diamonds or diamonds into dust,
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
very much so. Again, apply enough pressure and you might get diamond out of coal, right? And that's what we're really looking for. Obviously, on the opposite side, you do have 0-0 prospects who have been a bit more of a mainstay, I guess, and they have been able to, I guess, across all five, deliver pretty solid performances up to this point. They did have a tough loss yesterday versus Trick, managed to get one map, which was obviously pretty impressive. Managed to showcase that. I'm not sure if we could call it a gamble anymore, but the choice to go with Dust 2 as their own map pick did work out in their favor, and they had some chances and opportunities over on the deciding map of Overpass, but couldn't never convert, and as a result, kind of got ran over there. So while they had a bit of a bit of a bump in the road versus Tricked, I think they should come into this matchup as considerable favorites.
Absolutely. I can't really see any sort of disagreement point on that one. Like, I think we're both looking at this sort of team and deciding that they're definitely in that sort of position as being the squad to sort of take this series overall. Like we're looking at them and sort of believing that they're like definitely coming into this one of the hot favorites. I mean, not just from the basis of the fact that it's team play itself, but also the fact that they're the team that came from the upper bracket and Bitfix had to win up the first round of the lower bracket themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And from what we've seen so far, 0-0 prospects have showcased that they can play multiple maps, etc. Again, for Bitfix, a little bit of a map puddle compared to 0-0 prospects so far in that sense. So I think that's also going to be beneficial. And again, going back to the National League as well, Tele League, and 0-0 prospects have been doing significantly better over the course of the season there than what Bitfix have been doing as well. So there's a lot of indicators that tells us 0-0 prospects should be favored and they should be able to advance further on. But again, every CS match kind of lives its own life, so you can never really take anything for certainty. But I do like their chances, and again, we've kind of just gone back and forth with having any of the five on that 0-0 prospects lineup have big moments. And Lax yesterday, even though it doesn't necessarily amount to round wins, he was the kind of the one shining light on Overpass to find openings and actually put them into winnable positions over on the T side, etc. In previous, well, on Dust 2, Jimbo had a great matchup, and before that, you both had Spooky and Addicts as well, posting highlights. So they just have a lot of weapons really in their arsenal to work off of here going into this matchup.
Yeah, again, this is a team that not only do well internationally, but do well nationally, I should say.
Yep.
They also do pretty decently internationally. They're not necessarily a top tier 2 team or a top team in the world of Counter-Strike, but they are one of those squads that you look at in the context of this tournament and think that they're probably going to be a little bit further along than a team like a Bitfix, for example. So in
Yep.
that sense, they're coming into this one as relatively heavy favourites overall. I kind of want to, before we get into intricacies of vetoes and such, kind of want to make an early prediction that it could end up being a 2-0 for the prospects, honestly.
Yeah, again, before we see the maps, well, even after, I'm assuming, honestly, it does feel like a bit of a 2-0, at least the territory of a 2-0 for 0-0 prospects. And that's partly because we haven't necessarily seen enough out of Bitfix. Again, the solid performances they had on Vertigo, that's great and all, but we also saw a very, very solid Vertigo from 0-0 prospects on the first day, which I think was more impressive than what we saw out of Bitfix. But that said, Bitfix obviously showed a considerable improvement from their opening game to the lower bracket matchup where they played Vertigo again, right? So again, there's room for improvement. There's room to do better, but overall, 0-0 prospects just have looked solid on most of the maps that they've gone to, and I do say that with a little bit of caveat because they got trounced on Nuke by Tricked. But again, they were kind of in the game towards the end of it for the first half once they ended their CT side. T side against Trick, that's going to be difficult for I think any team in this tournament. So I'll kind of give them the pass on that one.
Yeah, and I can give them the pass overall for the prospect side, obviously being the team that should be pretty smooth sailing in this particular matchup. Smooth sailing for us, of course. So apologies for the technical issues we're having on the sound at the moment. I believe they're just being fixed up right now. So yeah, it should be all good from here on out. But yeah, in terms of this series, again, pretty smooth stuff from the prospects. The veto is probably very difficult for a team like a Bitfix to win out against these 0-0 prospects players for. So hopefully we're going to see that in a short few moments' time. Yeah, like, right now, just everything initially seems to point towards the idea that this team will end up being the favourites on the prospect side. So let's take a look at those maps and see where we'll go on this one. Inferno and Nuke taken out as the first couple of maps in the ban pool. Ancient and Mirage coming
Yep.
out as well. Bitfix, I think you mentioned earlier this week that they were trying to look towards a Mirage map pick, right?
Yeah, it's been banned out in every match they've had so far. But seriously, prospects are kind of sticking to their guns and staying with their permaban, which has been Inferno as of late, and the same thing goes for Bitfix Gaming. So those two map go out of the pool immediately. Yeah, they're gonna have a chance at actually playing Mirage, which should be interesting. Obviously, we do know that it is a team that's composed of a lot of high elo players, and again, that means you probably have about 2,500 games of Mirage on Face It only, which can be beneficial. And again, if we're looking to see individuals step up on the side of Bitfix Gaming, it's the perfect map to do so as well. But not going to be an easy task by any means. Obviously, they are coming into this as underdogs. But I think they have been given a bit of a chance here, honestly, considering the veto, because, again, as a broken record, uh, whoever picks Ancient will have the disadvantage of starting on the T side, and usually, again, you can kind of look past that if you're, I guess, you're a specialist or you're an expert on that very map as a team. But for Ancient, that doesn't necessarily feel like the case.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you just sort of think about 0-0 prospects and their history in the past. They have had a bad habit of losing out to certain teams on this map in pretty one-sided fashion. Actually, one of the key examples I want to think of is the No Limit Gaming side from Germany.
Yeah.
They beat them 16-1 on this map in the past. So we're talking about some high-risk sort of picks in from the 0-0 prospects, even if on paper it does feel like it should make a lot of sense. Like, by all accounts, they are the more experienced team in here. But if there is an angle in which they can exploit it here, then it might not be as easy an opening map for the prospects as you might think.
Yeah, again, I'm never going to be easy about teams picking Ancient as their go-to pick, etc. So for it feels like a bit of a potential gimme for Bifix here to, yeah, maybe sneak a map win and steal a map pick really early on, and that would obviously be massive. We have yet to see them on Mirage, again, this kind of or versus this kind of opposition. So who knows? Maybe they do have something special to it. Maybe there is a reason why teams are banning it out versus them. Familiarity from practice or what have you. But that is kind of the golden line. So I think Bitfix on their end couldn't have asked for a better veto. Overpass as a decider as well. That seems to be kind of the norm between all the Norwegian teams, really, that it does end up as a decider. So they're going to be comfortable if it ever gets to that point as well. Might not be enough necessarily to beat a team like 0-0 Prospects, but I think this is about as good as you could have hoped for. So even though I don't have them as favorites, nothing's changed in that matter after seeing the veto. Um, they've won in the smallest way they could have potentially won a veto.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think Mirage is as easy of a gimme for Bitfix as it might initially seem, just because it is a bit more of a proficient map for the 0-0 prospects. They haven't got a high play rate on it, but they've got a high success rate on it.
I mean, we did
So,
see them play it once this tournament already, if I'm not mistaken, right?
yes, we
That
did.
was Young Ninjas, where they won 16-2. So yeah, okay, obviously
Yeah,
it's not a dream for Bitfix, but at the very least they're going to be able to play the potential last match of the tournament on the map that they've been looking towards the entire time.
yeah, and I mean, in that sort of sense, that is the perfect opportunity for you to sort of bounce back and really show what you're made of. I mean,
Yeah.
they've been looking for this map all bracket long so far, so to have it out here right now does feel like it's the perfect storm essentially to take an upset. But I do feel like they kind of need to do some decency in terms of that first map of Ancient to give a chance for the second map of Mirage, and even then, I'm not even certain if they can get all the way through on that. When you mentioned the 16-2 against Young Ninjas for 0-0 prospects, they've got a great basis on this map to work with, and Mirage is always going to be one of those maps that when you pick into it, you've always known that your opponents mostly will also have a great basis because it is so standardized in the way that you play
Yep.
Mirage, much like how it is standardized that everyone knows how to play a Dust 2, for example. So, in that sort of respect, like, it is still a bit more of a risk. And you talk about Ancient being a gimme for Bitfix, it could also be Mirage a gimme for 0-0 prospects.
No, absolutely. And again, that comes down to the fact that Bitfix doesn't necessarily have a winning move in the veto at all, right? It's not like they're all of a sudden going to become nuke experts after permabanning it for X amount of months and just show up on the server and basically blow us away. But that's the reality of most underdog teams, really. But that makes it all the more exciting to see it when they're actually proving to actually overcome the obstacle and do something great. But going into Ancient, not to be a negative Nancy, but it does feel like we're going to have Bitfix win the pistol on CT side and kind of just get rolling immediately, because we saw them being entirely shut down by Masonic in their opening match when they were on the T side. So we don't really know what they have to work with, when they have to swap over. And again, they weren't able to adapt to what Masonic were doing. And we've already seen 0-0 Nation being, again, a well-drilled team in the sense that they know what they want to do. They have their offensive moves or aggressive moves that they want to pull out in rounds, and that's something that Bifix necessarily didn't handle all too well. So I think they're going to need a monster CT side to really have a shot at it here on Ancient.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they've been shut down many different times on this map in the past. Even in the national space, like Void, for example, got a 16-2 above them. So we're talking about a map that, for the Bitfix side, is definitely going to be a difficult one to manage against 0-0 prospects. But there are weaknesses on the other side, and if there's a good time to show what you're made of for Bitfix, it would be here on this map in the pistol round. They start things off over towards that CT side, as you mentioned before. We've got those Glocks pulled in as Spooky can grab that corner. Woody gets away with the opening kill, but Spooky ends up with a double and a triple. 0-0 prospects overwhelm the situation over at ramp. Now leave two CTs left in. Ghazi could frag on towards one player outside of the candles angle, but missing all of his bullets, getting virtually no damage onto Adex. Spooky to rotate away and try and rejoin his teammates now that they've gained that A-side control. Ghazi again looking for contact, looking for a kill, and finally Adex will drop. So 3v2 for the Bitfix side. That bomb is on its way in, but so are the CTs.
Yeah, it's still obviously an opportunity here for 0-0 prospects to make their way over towards the B bomb site, and they might be more inclined to do so once Ghazi picks up his second frag of the round. But seems like Bitfix have already kind of thought about that possibility. The youngster gonna clear it out. Timing is everything, and it's gonna favor 0-0 prospects. Oh, actually, I say that, but
oh, youngster. He's got two defined headshots found, but not quite the second player. That could have been real close, but it does go the way. The prospect lacks credited with a technical clutch.
Yeah. A little bit surprised to see 0-0 prospects actually charge towards the site there, because Ghazi's the one who's been wrecking them over on A. They managed to kill him after they've seen him rotated over towards B. Why are they still expecting youngster, who hasn't shown himself to this point, to also be at the A side? Right? It still works out, obviously, but yeah, Bitfix definitely being able to have a shot at bringing that round back.
It's a big way in for the prospects, though. Of course, to start out, they get themselves the guns in, and of course, kick things off on the T side. As you mentioned, the T side was shut down for Bitfix, so if they can't get a good CT half in, where things will start going off the rails for them prospects. Ready for the aggression from VHW's part. He sees two players out towards the elbow angle. Does lose his life for it, and almost dropping lax on youngster's angle. So a little bit of work being done, but shut down back by Adex here in Candle. Spooky with the credit of the latest kill against Zame. So it's all left to youngster now in a 1 versus 4. Picking up that Galil from VHW earlier. Not a massive loss for the T side, so they don't really have to act against it, but they will look in for the kill in the end, and they will get a second on the board.
Yeah, managed to handle it pretty nicely for themselves, as you said. Not the most colossal losses. That also is not going to be carried over by the CTs either. So perfectly fine with that. But it is 0-0 prospects in the lead. Just glance past the what it says at the top bar there. Just having their names reversed for the time being. But we'll get on that and have that sorted. So Bitfix, they decide to opt in for a purchase here. We're seeing more and more in these third round purchases from CT sides, and that does mean you are severely limited with utility. Obviously, you do have the firepower potentially here to stand up against the T side.
Yeah, only USPs in that last round, so this will be the chance for the Bitfix side rather. See Tapeway trying to press forward and look into elbow, covered off from the window angle. Spooky backs turned that position. Then losing a cheetah, sees two players, gets 2 kills for it. Perfect headshot on Woody. The youngster fell in the interim, so 5 versus 3. Alex will get caught by Zame on the back of the B side. And now working in against all sorts of T-side contact individuals. Lax with the bomb on his back will start to make his way in. Zame has position ahead of the smoke. Catches Jimbo on the site itself, but with his back turned towards Lax, can't defend against that. So 3v2 scenario in the post plan, but a late lurk and a flanking from VHW all the way towards the A site. Might take some time to get back here and join his teammates. If 0-0 prospects don't hold on forever, if the Bitfix side push in at that record, Tapeware could find the entry duel that sets up the retake, and indeed, Spooky falls. Little do they know that it's only Lax on the back of the site, overwhelmed and sprayed down. VHW coming in for late. The bomb's not even planted for him. The smoke up to cover it off, and counter smoke's in. The engagement comes forward for Ghazi, and that was not the best post plants there from the T side.
No, that wasn't fully thought through. VHW taking far too much time to go spinning around, which in one way it did turn out to be okay because Ghazi and Taper were so reluctant to actually make it. Even when, yeah, in this scenario here where Zame has been duking it out over towards that deep side for such a long time, all by his lonesome, there's still nobody near him. Taper's still very, very worried about the late lurk coming through mid elbow, and the same thing with Ghazi being pretty worried about somebody having lurked out on the A bomb site. So I thought the rotation in itself would just be specifically late. Not to be the case, though. Works out beautifully for a BitFix, and as you said, the plant not necessarily being a friend positioning for HW as he finally makes it. Fourth round starting much better for 0-0 prospects. 2 frags found immediately. Woody on the return, though. Good for 1, but yeah, everything's just kind of snowballing out of control here for the CT side.
Yeah, Jimbo picking up that latest frag over in the cheater angle, of course, makes it a 4 versus 2. So they might be lacking in the firepower and the weapons for most players on the T side, particularly Spooky, obviously, with the Deagle. VHW with that Galil to be concerned about. Weapons that can get picked up, and the B site's completely opened up as well. Woody's rotated back in towards the A play. Got to push forward at the main entrance, which probably gives him info to Ghazi because he's hearing these footsteps and utility thrown by Lax. But smoke's down towards short and long for the T side. The prospects will make their way in. Should just get this bomb plant uncontested. And it depends really if Ghazi and Woody want to try and go for this kind of a retake. I'm going to drop another AK on Lax, so there is expense to be held here for the prospects. But no real reaction from BitFix.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is that they don't have a smoke to really set anything up. They can't block off one of the locations. Ideally, you'd like to be able to cut off even either Banana or Ruins, obviously, as you're retaking, but yeah, just limited in that sense. I think this is a sensible decision, being able to hold on to your weapons. I think potentially we could have seen Ghazi being a little bit greedy, try to get his hands on an AK, but still, this is fine, and you don't really have to go through that much risk to hold on to your weapon. As for 0-0 prospects, they're just going to be perfectly happy about winning the round again with a little bit of back and forth, and obviously losing the first proper buy versus buy round. A whole lot of money to speak of on their end, so they're just going to solidify their own economy, and away we go. And I guess the question becomes whether or not we see a reinvestment from BitFix here, or if they're just going to kind of stack, basically have people bait for their 2 existing weapons, but they do actually opt to buy in, and it's not the worst of buys. Obviously, an MP9 is not ideal. The same thing goes for FAMAS, but we do have some utility to potentially stop early aggression at the very least from 0-0 prospects.
Yeah, guns are also in play. The prospects, with the better weapon advantage you mentioned earlier, but BitFix could still easily win this round if they get some awkward duels in against them. Lax, however, his awkward spray is not going to affect him too much. Gets away mostly unscathed in that duel early on, so frag found, no response. There's plenty of players around Cave for him to continue feeding. Instead just smokes down, flashes over, tries to press that angle, disallow any further contact from either side.
Yeah, 0-0 prospects just going through the motion. They've also gotten a lurk pretty far up into mid as well, so Ghazi, well, needs to win out that duel lead. He does do so as well.
Bit greedy from Youngster out Cheetah though, as the trade comes into the 3v3. Tapeware does at least catch him back alongside Woody's kill, and Tapeware doubles up, so there you go. You talked about him during the pregame for good reason, and that particular round showed up pretty effective, but a little bit haphazard again from the prospects here.
Yeah, that felt like they kind of dropped their focus for a little bit. Fair enough, the Youngster getting the frag onto Lax, that's fair enough, but when you do have the trade, again, you can still play a 3v3 situation off pretty efficiently as a T. On this map, just with the room that you have to move around on, so expect a little bit more, but yeah, everybody gets caught off once in a while, and prospects are the one who have to pay for it. Have opted to reinvest 2 AKs, a Galil, and 2 Deagles, but golden opportunity here for BitFix to be able to get some additional rounds on the board and potentially create some distance between themselves and 0-0 prospects.
Yeah, a minute and 30 to play with. The smokes continue to suppress here for Woody as the main defender of the B side, backed up by a Youngster there, so Have an opportunity. He's picked up by Lax very early on, and Youngster peeks out against Lax, who's still watching the cave entrance. And those two easy frags open up the B site. VHW will grab that bomb and commit it around from spawn. So this should already be a round over, honestly. There should be no way back in for Bitfix.
That's a very odd setup decision as well from the CTs. Again, boosting one player on top of the single box inside of Ruins, but not having anyone have eyes on Banana whatsoever. I mean, sure, you're well fortified if somebody were to push through Cheetah and actually into Ruins, but if somebody just nears the Banana area, you're kind of at a bit of a loss, and it's very easy to get shut out. That's kind of what happened as well. So same Ghazi, they're just going to have to tuck tail and bail out for this one. So similar scenario again. Also means no golden opportunity to string multiple rounds in a row together either.
And instead the prospects can extend their own lead.
I've been able to pick up an extra weapon as well. We'll see if HW finds something as well. All right, he does. So started the round with 2 AKs. And ended with 4. That's a definite win. To put it mildly. A lot of money saved for prospecting there. You see it, yeah, a bit of an awkward one. Alex gets into such a comfortable position as well. It's so hard to swing out from that box inside of Ruins as well. You have, I guess, a wider angle that you need to worry about. Once you swing out, you need to be worried about somebody playing close to the totem pole, and you need to be worried about obviously someone playing in the open, potentially nearing B long. It's an immediate punish. But the reinvestment has happened once again. 3 MP9's a lot less utility this time on the side of Fix.
Oh.
All right, Tipware with this MP9 back at it again.
All right, well.
Much needed start, that's for sure.
They take those. Unfortunately, got to take those as well. Spooky with a frag back on Youngster. VHW outspots Ghazi. The accuracy of some of these AK entries have been good, but the response is still good from the SMGs though. Really gets Spooky to return on the B side, but Adex continues the frags on A, removing the last defender in Tapeware, and that Star Man is dropped effective. Not going to be part of the retake if there is any from Bitfix. They are rotating to positions in mid. See them hunting out a donut, but Azame sees nothing on his initial peaks. Doesn't want to tempt fate any further. Falls back. Woody does burst on the Jimbo's head, so that brings it to an even man standing. And they're going to change their minds, commit towards it, at least for the moment. Alex betrayed Woody with a responsive. That's 3 kills for him in the round. Now looking for the Quadra. VHW out in Temple, flashes in, bomb seen. Kit's on him, no smoke. Taps it once and looks towards main. The VHW isn't there. He'll peek out, see no one's on the bomb. Woody back up the site, going to face back towards Donut as VHW will catch him in the back of the head and catch the 5th round for the prospects.
Yeah, he kind of lured into attempting that retake. Would have been difficult regardless, as long as they don't get a clean kill on the 0-0 prospects player and Donuts there. They kind of had to have 2 people alive, I think, in order to win that with how much time had passed. So you just want somebody to stick the bomb immediately, force a reaction for VHW and Temple, and maybe you can get a quick trade and win it off of that. Not to be the case though. Let's just see Molotov smoke combo for mid, where nobody from the Bitfix side are to be found. They've gone for more or less a clean eco. A little bit surprised to see the Deagle actually being the one with the flash, but I'm very surprised to see that flash. Forgot to press his jump button.
Doesn't stop them from getting at least a kill here in the round control, but Lax makes a Quadra and an ace fed up to win by Woody. And that's eco ace, but an ace nonetheless. That's our 2nd of the tournament, I think, if I'm counting correctly. So we haven't seen all that many, but they're coming in at the right moment in the case of 0-0 prospects there. So easy round to deal with, and guns can come back in. Both sides are credited with an AWP to their side. I think for the first time we're seeing the Orcs out in this map up, so let's see if the prospects can maintain control of their situation.
Yeah. Probably not an ace that's going to end up in highlight reels necessarily, but
ended up in ours.
that is true. But obviously a good confidence booster. Ooh, Tapeware living dangerously there in mid early on. Nearly gets caught out by the up of Addicts. Lives to tell the tale, and this time we do see a bit more of a strengthened B defense at the very least, but same still going to be the one to take initial damage. Jimbo hunting for basically the confirmed first blood, but not going to get it. Luckily for him, Lax with a precise nade to finish the job.
Yeah, Zane removed as Jimbo fell the same, so 4-on-4 scenario. And most of their hearts set on the B execution. The smokes coming in from the CT side will stall for time. Prospects making as little noise as possible. Youngster, however, making as much aggression as he can. He's watching out towards cave, hearing those footsteps of players that are jump facing, so some info will be given up. The smokes go down, the utility gets thrown over. I think a missed molly out there.
Yeah.
Youngster catches Adex, the AWP to drop the M4 of Youngster, still looking for a bit more. Catching Spook, getting to the double. Lax takes away the triple from the man. There's only one more CT left on the site, but backup has also been called in and it's rotated to effect. Woody will still end up dropping. Re-smoke to buy some cover, the bomb should get planted.
It should. At the very least, while their utility is down, but Lax still finds more. That's going to ease things up for VHW. You can see he's very, very worried about B-Long. Gazi inside of the smoke. As soon as this smoke fades, it's going to be a lot more difficult, exactly, to get the bomb plant down. Gazi, you don't need the face, but decides to do so nonetheless. And that's
another race.
A second ace for Lax, yeah. Apparently he felt like we were lacking in an ace system. Why not pull off 2 consecutively?
To be fair, he got more in this one match than we have seen throughout the entire tournament thus far. So
yeah. I mean, he's hit his quota and then some. And right here, as soon as the bomb drops, Gazi definitely could have played more around with the time. It was about 14 seconds left. Could have forced Lax into a much more difficult position, but not to be the case in 7 rounds for Prospects. Again, playing around the smoke this time. Adex not to be fooled. Tiny gap towards the end there. And yet again, a promising start for 0-0 Prospects.
Yeah, on to take the half right here in this round as well. AKs all upset, pistols coming in, the SMG for Youngster. The smoke's up towards the top of the candles angle. That one frag for now being found there. BitFix not offering up anything else, not gonna see anything more from the Prospect side. The smokes and the flashes being sent, the Molotov's over. Jimbo swings out, can't catch Gazi just yet. Eventually we'll wrap that corner and eventually we'll get that kill. So 5 versus 3 Prospects and one more player to find on the back of the ace site. He's staying as hidden as he can for the moment. That's Woody, 5-7 in hand, waiting for his chance to strike. Zame let's get picked up and there is a bomb plant denial from Woody at least, but only that one kill being found by the BitFix side so far. And this upgrade eco goes about as well as ecos do end up going, as they have done for the most part over the course of this tournament. Easy pickings, 8-2. The 0-0 Prospects have won the T-half, and there's a 6-round deficit. So we talked about the idea that maybe there could be an angle in which BitFix could find some exploitations. That's not happened so far.
No, it really hasn't. This has been all about 0-0 Prospects up till this point, which obviously paints a bleak picture for BitFix here, as they didn't really get to show too much of their T-side versus Masonic. They more or less got clamped down immediately. We might be looking at similar fate, but only on the CT side, and this is kind of where they needed to make their mark as well. That's no longer to be the case. A 7-8 CT half, which is best case scenario, that's still not a great CT side on a map like Ancient.
And breaking up the double up, set up to try to get us that far here. They need a good third round. Molotov's in, the flashes at the ready. Woody's going to burn quite significantly, down to 34 HP. Tag damage down to AK. Jimbo overwhelmed by Youngster, actually. Good peek in from the window. Actually gets the man advantage for BitFix here. Prospects are forced to back away. BitFix, similar scenario for them. They get towards window, they get that frag and fall right back out and concede all the mid control.
Oh, well, needs to be able to make the most out of this kind of a man advantage. We see that it's not necessarily the best defended B bomb site as of right now, but a rotation is coming in. Question is if it's going to be in time or not. Smokes go out. Nice chop from Zame.
Ooh. Mechanics in the end though, so kill does go his way. A 5 versus 3, BitFix. Oh, taken back through the smoke though. Woody caught, damage done to Youngster with an aid. Max is thinking about where he might end up being at here. He's not going to go for the full-on blind shot. Instead, Youngster gets a kill on VHW as the smoke will clear back. Spooky with another trade, but Lax has fallen in turn, so it's all on Spooky in the 1v2. Knows where that bomb has gone down, will spray through the wall. Gazi trying to turn some wallbang damage in of his own right. The AWP to try to hold back against it, and finds the quick scope by hearing the bullets firing, getting vision on the traces, and eventually lining up. A bit of a lucky shot, but it's well placed. And it's a third for BitFix.
Yeah, much needed. So they managed to capitalize off of having a man advantage earlier on in the round. Definitely what you need to see. The sad part, though, for BitFix right here is that they don't have 0-0 prospects in any sort of economic issue or anything like that. So it's still going to be an uphill battle to be able to convert rounds. At this stage, it doesn't really matter how you win as long as you do. Coming out from Woody, going to be good for 1.
Heavily in his own right, though. It's only done the youngster out towards the main control that maintains the man advantage with a double, including dropping the bombs. That's crucial info on a 4v2 now for BitFix.
Absolutely is, and kind of what needed to happen as well, considering how much they invested in just pure manpower over towards that A-bomb site in mid. Let's see, Spooky has been able to make his way far up towards B, but does get punished for it as well. Zame, the one player over towards the B side of the map, does what he's needed to do, and that leaves Jimbo all by his lonesome, and yeah, no chance he's going to be able to check that corner. So Woody with 2 for the round, the opening and the ender. And consecutive rounds to be found for the CT side for the first time of the day, so definitely promising. And again, while it might not be the most ideal result with going into the second half with 7 CT rounds, it's still better than the alternatives, so we might be onto something here. And again, reinvestment from 0-0 prospects, but not the kind that necessarily puts fear into anyone's heart.
Nades up, damage done to Jimbo. They've been placing the nades pretty well so far here on the BitFix side. Forcing best round, kind of needs to go well for them, and Lax will give up his life to try and enable the rifle and his teammates to do some decent damage, but losing a player on 18 frags in this matchup is never really a good sign for the prospects. They do get the bomb down at least, so there's cash to work with. BitFix still swarming up for the retake attempt, and of course they're going to deal with those 2 rifles as the main concerning focal point. Alex watching back out towards main, but no one's really going to get caught out there. It's all on the site as Youngster deals with those rifles. It's all after Alex and Spooky. Spooky holding back, gets a couple of deagle shots alongside Alex, getting it down to a 1 versus 1 before he loses his life. Spooky on for the triple. Taper in the smoke. He's holding the defuse, and he's not going to get off it. Not playing the mind games, just playing for the objective, and it works out better for BitFix.
That was a brazen call, but a much needed one as well. Again, finding Spooky there around the smoke could be also so difficult. So Taper, honestly, making the correct decision in order to get them a 5th round. Obviously going to be able to rebuy off of winning the round and having won a few before. Bit of a timeout though to talk things over. I'm assuming voice comms at that point turn a little bit hectic for good reason. Probably expecting a little bit of an easier time, but Spooky and Addix doing a solid job to find 4 frags in total. And as you mentioned, the bomb plant, it is going to do wonders for Prospect's ability to actually rebuy into this one. So there's no easy rounds really to be found for BitFix at the time being.
And that bomb plant bonus is at least going to get them a little bit far here. Rifle buy from both teams, of course, looking a little bit stronger for BitFix. Damage being done by the prospects, though, could hard reset them into round 15 if they can just get it together here. It's a very good round, a very close round from them, a force buy round, but those caveats come with their price. Youngster tagged up early alongside Spooky on similar numbers, 55 and 53 HP respectively. Nades back to regain a slight advantage. BitFix, Woody turns into a decent kill, but Jimbo turns 180 against him, almost catches that player through the smoke. VHW spraying through his Youngster will eventually end up falling, so Prospects will gain the man advantage here.
Yeah, rotations need to be in time as well, and that's a good win for Taper right now. Finds the lurker of 0-0 Prospects. That should kind of be a indicator of what's about to happen. You can see the rotations coming in as well. All 3 players alive for BitFix know what's coming their way. At least they think they have an idea, and they would be correct. Zame with a much important frag onto Jimbo. Not going to be able to deny the plant.
Ooh. Okay.
There you go. Symphony of frags from BitFix to quickly close it out. So they do manage to get 6 on the board as well. Bomb plant denied too, which means that all 0-0 Prospects really have going for them is the loss bonus. To be fair, it has been racking up a little bit, so they might be in for a buy. Well, they will buy, obviously, considering it's the last round of the half, but do have to rely on some Galils and not a whole lot of utility really for this one. So golden opportunity here for Bitfix to kind of salvage what was looking like a pretty dire first half.
3 Galils in particular to work from here for the prospect side, and you kind of ask a question where Bitfix was throughout the course of this half up until this point. Like, where was this squad throughout the first handful of rounds? Woody and Tate were able to get 3 kills before they're traded. Ghazi actually is the man that fell first towards Lax. So 3-on-2 situation. Bitfix side have that all controlled.
Spooky though. He's made it far behind enemy lines and nobody's the wiser. Woody might be able to catch the bomb here, then that would kind of seal the deal, but a little bit worried for Bitfix's side, really. Lax going to make his way up and probably checking his angles pretty intently, seeing how Speaker was just able to wander up there. The bomb's going to get planted. And all of a sudden, Bitfix are going to realize the error of their ways.
Oh, at least a good smoke comes in for the prospects. Youngster moving in. Woody got to win this fight out towards ramp and nades and flashes. Tries to take and force Lax off, but he's so close to catch any of that U2. Instead, just peek in. Quick headshot to fire, and back to a 2 versus 2. And now here come the CT side. Flashes over, still got to play deep in it long, but Lax doesn't need him. He's on for another ace, but he's denied by Spooky. So only a quadra in this round. So unable to complete the whole 3-peat, but they do manage to get 3 rounds to the difference on the turn of the half. 9-6 for 0-0 Prospects.
Yeah, so 0-0 Prospects obviously can be very, very happy with what they accomplished in that first half, and you've got to give a ton of credit to Lax, obviously. Definitely the man in charge for that 1-2 aces, and to close it out, a 4K as well. So he's definitely pulling his weight. I'm not really assuming much to change. Not much is going to change once we get into the second half either. This was as much as a nice of a comeback it was for Bitfix. Doesn't really seem like it's going to be enough.
Listen, 22 kills for Lax at the end of that half.
Yeah.
Just to really emphasize how well he did during that first T side. And as you mentioned, like, the things don't look to get much better for them, because that was the T side for the 0-0 Prospects. Now, over that CT half, you mentioned how it's so important that, you know, the main caveat of picking into Ancient is that fact that you mostly start on the T side. Doesn't seem like a caveat at all there for the Prospects.
No, didn't really seem too bothered by it at all. Again, 9 rounds, much more than you should ever be able to expect out of the T side of Ancient. So they're going into their CT side probably feeling extremely comfortable. Honestly, I'm just looking to close this out as quickly as possible. And for Bitfix, it has to be a bit of a nightmare because, again, last time they had a showing on the T side of Ancient, it ended up being in a total of 2 rounds, and that was with winning the pistol as well. So quite the mountain to climb here. And a much-needed pistol round to start us off for Bitfix's. What's on the menu? Oh, deep smoke's being thrown out, and something needs to basically be sorted out about with his jump script, because that's failed twice now.
Spooky holding down the kills, then a mid-control to kick things off for the 0-0 Prospects. Is traded again by Zame. That's not a 2-for-1 that favours the Prospects. They spread out towards the mid-control. Again, Bitfix are taking the play out of the opposing playbook. They've gotten deep in towards that B site. Found the kill out towards Elbow, and now start the rotations in from spawn. The one concern would be the rotates that they can find out from window over on the Prospect side. But despite this deep map control being found, Bitfix don't want to play towards the B site.
Yeah, that feels very odd for me as well.
Yeah.
They were able to, well, they were denied in mid, so they can't feel comfortable about that. They already have one man who's managed to slink his way up towards the B side, so why wouldn't you play off of it?
Oh, Lax, I think he's got an inkling suspicion. He's checked it. Oh, that's the advantage gone now. Both in the man advantage and the map control, but still the kill's forced out by Zame on the A site, so they'll get up on plant for this here. The engagement towards Donut, though, Jimbo wins the fight, so it all leaves it on to Zame to get a quadra clutch of his own right. Not going to happen. Lax puts him down and puts on the 10th round.
Yeah. The fact that the one thing that creates an opening in towards A is the fact that Lax finds a T-side player that deep over towards almost spawn. It's kind of what allows them to do the bomb. Otherwise, yeah, not really sure what had them setting on that A site so heavily. Doesn't work out in the end, and that is, well, one of the what felt like at least must happen scenarios gone for Bitfix. They need an immediate response. I think you just kind of have to force buy into this. Again, you've got the bomb plant, so it's going to be not that bad of a buy. And now you need to be able to make something out of it as well. Otherwise, I think the advantage that lies with 0-0 prospects just going to be a little bit too big to be able to climb back from.
The face in from the rifles initially of the CT side. Well, Bitfix, of course, with their own guns and the bomb plant bonus, enabling Woody a bit of mid-control. The 1 AK for Zane will lead the charge up towards the A main position. Got one player set at the signpost, that's VHW's SMG, so it might not last too long here. But it's still a default spread out. No commitment to a site execution just yet. They're just looking for these picks for the moment.
Yeah, the question is how far is Tabor actually going to push out with the scout in hand? Feels very optimistic and gets about the expected return. VHW is actually going to win out his initial duel versus the AK, which is big for them. No immediate burst onto that A-bomb site for Bitfix. Lax is going to be able to reposition and take care of business. 4v2 in favor of the CTs, and it doesn't look too likely that things are going to change. They are gathered up at the very least, but I'd imagine 0-0 prospects are moving men towards the right site.
Yeah, as Lax gets Woody as well, posts up his 26th and 27th kill in this map. The 0-0 prospects will deny any bomb plant bonus for the teams this time around. All sorts of force by weapons taken out of play. Virtually no casualties being taken by the prospects either. Just that one kill on guards, they dropped an MP9, so nothing of value really being lost there. And there's no real buy for Bitfix now. This is where prospects really start to take control for me. Looking at 12-6 at minimum. Of course, guns will be out in the next round. And if they win any more off the back of that, then Bitfix will be in trouble.
Yeah, I think already they're starting to get into deep waters, really. Utility and gunfire is definitely going to do them in as well. Lax continues to find frags through the smoke. Spooky wants to get in on the fun, but that's, at least for this round, shut down. Spooky, no, Lax, only 2 rounds off of a 30 bomb here. And there is 2 pretty damaged targets left to find as well on the Bitfix side.
I do love his discipline, though. Not going so far as to be like, I want 30, I want 30. Just sit back on the back of the A site. You can see him up there in the top left on the minimap, playing around the box and just playing his position.
I would have been long gone, deep into mid by now. Probably dead, but you know, got to risk it for the biscuit. But yeah, obviously going to be multiple opportunities for Lax to make it up to 30. Where I guess that is a bit of an indicator of how much faith they have in winning this one. Throws away the M4 to make things a little bit more expensive, and I guess good call because he does fall. And I suppose, well, he should possibly expect 0-0 prospects to have weapons on the 3 remaining players as well, so he might as well have kept going with it. Now Lax and VHW were able to find the advantage that they never let go of in the round. So rebuy about to happen, up in hand on Zame. Bitfix with probably their last realistic chance of being able to start at least thoughts of a comeback here.
Yeah, last realistic chance. There's still an opportunity when it goes 14-6 if it goes that far for prospects, but outside of that, like, you're looking at such a ridiculous comeback that it becomes very unrealistic of a comeback that. So for all intents and purposes, there's going to be do or die here for round 19 for Bitfix. You can see getting a bit more confident and a bit quicker with their style of play as the Molotovs, the smoke sent down towards the back side, just burst fire in from the blind CT players. Youngster will lead the charge, but also lead himself to his demise. Adex there with the kill. We'll lose VHW, but he obstructs the double. Edge of the smoke sees Zane for the triple as well. Looks like a shot you can't really land. Lax is trading back, but Alex is looking for his own ace. Can't quite land. The USP is pulled out. And indeed, he does get 5. Our 3rd ace of the game. And all of them have gone the way of 0-0 prospects.
Yeah, it does paint the picture, doesn't it? And, I guess, yeah, no lack of aces after this one. Alex showing that he doesn't want to be put in the shadows by Lax here. So excellently done, and Bitfix, yeah, a bit of a toothless attempt, really. Don't get too much for their investment. Now, Hero AK on Youngster. Couple of pistols to surround him, but they need to have rounds on the board. That's really the name of the game at this stage.
Jimbo does come good with the opening kill, but quickly responded to by the numbers game in the Tech 9 of Zame. AK picks up Alex's orb, does get dealt with a quick transfer for Tapeway. He's had enough of this. Zame involved with the AK. Tapeway's legal strikes. He's spamming his way through the smoke, getting close to CT heads here. So it looks like BitFix might have found a quick kind of play that does capitalize upon the prospects having their pants down there on the B-side defensive. But seems to be a response still being generated here. Utility thrown down. Smokes in particular on Cave. Out towards the ramp control, which does siphon off the T's from the site for the moment. That boost from Tapeware, though, looks above it. Is he going to catch a CT? No, he won't. The sprays go all over the place. Connects some damage. No kills. 2 kills for Lax instead of VHW. Now the trade back from Woody, trying to see if he can win the clutch. Toggle baits! And Lax can't quite win out the fight. Not quite able to get his 30th. Woody just bursting and spraying through, eventually getting a pick back. Indeed, it will be the steal for BitFix.
It is. And at this point, it doesn't really matter how costly it is. Again, they need to win out from this point on, more or less. So they'll be happy about it. And it's taken much more of a toll, honestly, than expected on the side of Prospect's economy as well. You can see an op on Addicts, but MP9s and Moss is in play as well. Maybe there is a bit of an opening here for BitFix to get back into the swing of things. It's a solid way to start. At the very least, that's the MP9 down and out. Quick response though from Addicts. They were not expecting the operate to be anywhere near. And to be fair, last time they saw him, he was beasting and feasting on the entire team over towards the A bomb site.
Rotation back towards B, probably unexpected there from the BitFix side, and with that kill coming into Cheetah, they probably weren't expecting a second CT to be out there in Cave. So good responsive, great counterplay from the Prospects. 4v4 ensues with that pick. Just kind of calming things down. BitFix playing out the default much more carefully this time. No real forward response here from the Prospects. They have 3 players stacked towards the B site, Lax left alone towards A. His A defensive has been great. You can guarantee at least 1 pick here.
Yeah. And I kind of like the way 0-0 Prospects have set themselves up. Again, having 1 player lock off the mid room from pretty much the B bomb site does allow you that quick rotation, that quick response, while still being able to have a decent overview of what's going on the map.
Woody hits the jumping Molotov this time. That should burn away at VHW at the back of Wood and forced to make his way to the center of the site. Youngster barely sees him and does win out that duel with the AK advantage. The AWP in the back site dealt with by the man. So double up for Youngster. Jimbo has found a response towards Zane, but will not last much longer. Youngster with a pretty easy triple and Lax left alone.
Very well done. Again, having the presence of mind to push through the smoke, understanding that they need a little bit more security and a little bit more control around the site before they can actually feel comfortable. Manages to net a total of 3 for that. And Lax, yeah, well, he probably would have been good for 1 over towards the A-bomb side, just didn't find anyone to really fight for that round. 8 on the board for BitFix, and slowly but surely, creeping and crawling near that double figures at the very least. Be able to hold on to 3 players as well, and now they go up against a pretty much bankrupt 0-0 Prospects. It's going to be pistols off of back of the 1 saved M4. Either some heroics from potentially Deagles and whatnot, or a big round from Lax is really what 0-0 Prospects has to play off of.
Being kept away from that map points and that 14th round, especially for now. You are right about the hero play from Lax. There aren't even any Deagles in play for the Prospects. 1 PT-50 brought down by VHW.
Yeah.
Outside of that, USP's brought in. Lax will get boosted up to look to the ramp control, where there are a couple of players holding around. Zame's Zorp and Woody's AK, so it might well end up being to his favour if he can find the right angles at the right time. But for now, BitFix playing possum, establishing their positions and waiting for Prospects to come to them.
Yeah, we'll see how Brazen BitFix feel about the space being given to them as well, if they do dare to actually explore. If they're just going to rely on a full exec. I can already see some movements from 0-0 Prospects. They've gotten 1 man so deep in towards A that they feel comfortable about leaving him. He's going to get punished for it as well. Ghazi, patient man outside of A main. That might give them the opening to feel comfortable about going towards that A site.
Done a number onto Woody's HP though, so that could be exploitable for the USP set here. Rotations in if Jimbo makes his way up. Black's going to be a little bit late to the party. An extension out from Youngster to the back of the boxes gets Spooky to fall. So Bomb will go down. Eventually they will deal with Lax. 2 left standing on the CT side. Youngster again extending quite deep and does lose his life to Jimbo. From here, his best bet is to re-hold onto the AK at this one. I don't see a retake coming in from him and Adex. Maybe they could catch off the low key players, but Ghazi has other plans, and indeed he'll get them both. So 3 kills for him in the round, 9 rounds to the board of Bitfix. Starting to bring this back, but Prospects now have a bye.
That they do. It's going to be by with some limited utility, but again, last couple rounds it's been more about lacking firepower than anything else. But solid job yet again from Youngster, making sure that there's no shenanigans in the anti-eco as well with the final 2. Secure 9th run for Bitfix here.
9 damage.
Quick mid take. We're actually going to go about it pretty unimpeded as well. Are they going to sneak through that smoke? That could be disastrous.
Oh, Adex, I'm not sure I like this. He's going to leave his teammate all alone against 3 players. Lax with all sorts to line up. He gets his 30 bomb, but no more than that. Tapeware takes him away. Backstabbing from VHW, the same as AWP. Oh, what is that? Spooky forced to train him back. The AK Youngster striking in, able to get a kill alongside Ghazi and Adex. VHW suddenly alone. Shenanigans in that round, all sorts of stuff going down, and it's not over yet. VHW, he's dipped in for a double. He's had single-digit frags throughout the course of this map. If he can find a rifle, he could still win this out against Youngster and his one right at his feet, and AK. But where is the last man directly overlooking the bomb ahead of the ramp? Control, and the AK lands. Okay, Bitfix with 10, but there's a lot to unpack there, Vendetta.
Oh no, absolutely. Again, a bit of a chaotic display of CS towards the bottom of Banana right there, which has Bitfix actually being able to make your way all the way up to the B bomb site, pretty uncontested. And then PHW's attempted heroics with the MP9 nearly working out for him. But it is Bitfix to get their 10th, then it is 0-0 Prospects being sent back to Pistols. So it is turning into quite the close affair. Definitely didn't expect that after seeing the first half. But happy to see the bounce back from Bitfix.
The Eagles on a half bye for the Prospects. Recognizing how much they lost in that round, despite how much they were able to take away from the Bitfix side. This follow-up unlikely to come to that 14th that they've been hunting for quite a while now. 4 rounds in a row for Bitfix. This will turn towards 5 off the back of this take, assuming Prospects don't find a responsive. They have tagged Woody down. The first kill has gone his way. The Molotov set for him might enable the execution to come through here. Just putting some down at Cave, enabling his teammates to make their progress up into that position. Smoke's also out. Just these 3 players to try to find on the back of the site. Lax dealt with by Tate, where Spooky comes up with 1 good kill, only 1 good kill. Alex burns to 18, VHW on the flank on 19. Does get Ghazi at least, that's something. An AK that can get picked up, but no more than that, I don't think.
Yeah, unlikely to see them move further with it. Maybe Adex has some evil intentions, seeing how he's only on a Deagle. Woody is on 2 HP, so might have an opportunity to find a bit of an easy frag. Woody, though, clearing his corners, will stay alive as a result of it. Still needs to get, you know, some distance away from the bomb here, though, in order to feel good about surviving. But luckily for him, there's no final 0-0 Prospects member, at the very least, near him. Although they are moving closer.
Yeah, extra frag's the name of the game for VHW. When he was thinking of leading the charge, being safe out here, so they won't be able to catch anything more. Hell of a round for Bitfix. A couple of players coming in from that CT side. Ultimately nothing major though, just this 1 AK that stays in for the true gun buy. Just coming out now, but all that time taken by the CTs to get themselves up to 14 has allowed Bitfix to bring us back to a 2-round difference. A tactical pause is justified for the Prospects team.
Yeah, absolutely. So what was looking like a bit of a one-sided stomp here from 0-0 Prospects has quickly turned into a little bit more of a sweat fest than they probably expected. So need to make sure that they have their ducks in a row and know what they need to do. Question is, are they going to go back to fortifying the B-bomb side? Is it going to be all about taking mid control and establishing that early? All the different options they can go with, considering what Bitfix have started out doing for a majority of their rounds, but we'll see. Jimbo, at the very least, is going to get the deep banana smoke. And yeah, it's going to be the mid presence.
That gap in the smoke there to abuse the AWP on the T side, but the prospects are not allowing a chance. 2 nades, one of which bounces back and does some early damage towards Lax. Still push forward in towards lane. Further team damage coming out from Spooky, not ideal. Re-smoke on the B doors to suppress the Bitfix side as the prospects will dominate this position on the map by positional advantage. Not by kills, not by HP, just by map control alone.
Yeah, Bitfix yet again deciding to take their time here. Allow 0-0 prospects to kind of set up their moves and do as they want initially. To be fair, it has been working for them, so no real reason to change it up too much. He gets spotted out as well. Let's see if Lax is going to be able to do anything at all. Finds Swan. Taper actually the only one to commit through the smoke there in B doors. So potentially some missed comms on the side of Bitfix here, but it's definitely not going to do them any favors. That's a certainty. 4v5. Bomb rotating over towards the A-bomb side. They still do have Youngster kind of lurking about, and he's going to find Spooky as well, so this might hold players at the very least in place for 0-0 prospects. Might even cause a rotation. Addict smoking off elbow, and eventually will make the jump up towards ledge.
I still find the lane control though. They'll recognise that there's nobody going to commit towards the B side. Certainly not in execution. The smoke's down and Lax will start to move. VHW, bit of a task, holds onto the bomb carrier. Jimbo chimes in from Temple as well. Ghazi will trade in a VHW, holds down the bomb one more time. 7 seconds for Youngster on that late lurk, knowing that he's out of the round here. He'll hold on to the AK with no choice in the matter. And finally, after a very long time waiting, the prospects will gain their 14th round.
Yeah. Because they just kind of ran out of ideas there. The Youngster's efficiency as a lurk doesn't really pan out when, well, essentially when he has to be used as a lurk. It's a good job that he was able to find Spooky there to kind of equalize things for a moment. But unless he pushes forward, unless he's able to gain more ground, he's very reliant on basically the rest of his teammates to be flawless on their entry to A for him to have any sort of effect further into the round than that. He's going to stay put. A lot of utility being tossed up by 0-0 prospects right off the bat. Still, frag for Bitfix, at least initially.
Oh, Lax extending so far to get those 2 kills with sheer efficiency. He found those picks, but Tapeware trades back to a 3-on-3. It's not the most efficient sequence in the world. And with that kill, they might think that the B site's completely open. Again, they've gotten Youngster has inserted himself pretty deep into the site. VHW looking up short. Alex going to check the back of the A site here and a push forward in towards Cave. Might be where Spooky can find an advantage. No, Ghazi takes him down. And Youngster against VHW, capitalizing upon that map control once again. And the AWP won't last long either. Youngster with his second frag at around 22 kills deep for him, leading the charge for Bitfix here.
Yeah, definitely showing his best map of the tournament so far. A lot of vital frags, honestly, for the side of Bitfix is coming from his end. And yet again, yeah, being able to just find a bit of a gap in the defense of 0-0 prospects, get deep, makes it really, really awkward for 0-0 prospects to understand what's going on at any given time. There you have it. CT side back on a on a wonky buy. They have partially invested into this, seeing how they will have a loss bonus to work off of as well, but things are pretty much set for Bitfix to pick up 13. That definitely helps their cause.
Same frags. Youngster enters onto the site once again. The Eagle Map for Jimbo does take a frag back with him, so a little bit of damage sustained, but nothing major for Bitfix. Adex and VHW with just these hand cannons in hand, nades towards their angles and Molotovs to boot. Suppression is in. There's no way in for them. Bitfix should make their way up to unlucky 13. Certainly unlucky for the prospects, it feels like, having just broken their time in that number and now returned immediately back to a single round difference. Bitfix Knocking on the back door. They want in.
And the fact that we're seeing both teams having their biggest struggles on the CT side is quite the surprise, to say the least. H.W. is going to be able to get an AK for his troubles at the very least, so good find. And I think that, yeah, second AK as well went in the correct direction. So 2 free weapons actually being carried over from 0-0 Prospects. That's a big get.
Yeah, extra firepower to Rakuten to buy down into, and
a lot of potential freedom. Also gives them, you know, worst comes to worst, better shot of it if they have to continue to fight back after having lost rounds. Might be that, you know, all essential half buy or force buy. Puts them a little bit over the edge, but we'll see what they make of it in this one. 13-14 bit fix, mounting the, at least initially thought, impossible comeback. Flashes into mid as well. 0-0 Prospects not being as aggressive this time around as they've attempted to be earlier on. Not willing to give away that opening frag immediately.
Yeah, much more passive on the defaults for the Bitfix side. Of course, knowing how much this next round would mean to them, understanding that this could be their way to evens and their way into the map victory as well. Maybe there were a few things we missed out on. Maybe there was some potential in Bitfix stealing this map. It looked like it was all a foregone conclusion at the turn of the T side, but as you mentioned, surprising to see that the CT halves are where these squads are struggling here. 40 seconds. Smokes are being set up for the hit. They've got one player center of the site who is leaning into the ramp default and the ramp defensive for now. One player in that cave and Cheetah, you can see him there on the X-ray against Woody. Flashes in to allow him to enter, back his turn, and Jimbo gets the kill. Can't quite double up. It's Ghazi with a responsive to a 4 versus 4. Adex forced out away from Wood, looks in towards Caves, got to win this fight, but he doesn't do so. Ghazi trades it, 12 points of health. Spooky, blind for the smoke, catches Youngster, brings it in evens. Bomb's going to get planted from here. BHW with a kill, and it's also going to be a responsive from Spooky on the other side of the site. Zane's got to secure the plant from here, but he hasn't got time and hasn't got breathing room. 15-13, 0-0 Prospects will finally secure map points.
Whew. Didn't feel like that was going to turn out the way it did. Spooky with some timely frags through the smoke there, and H.W. on the lurk as well, or on the flank I should say, is what really seals it for them. Ghazi being able to find 2, you think to yourself, like, surely with the way things have been going, Bitfix are going to be able to establish control and get into a post-plant position at the very least. Be the case though with the quick response out of Prospects. Away we go, as you said, map point for 0-0 Prospects. A lot of trading to start us off.
It's going to be one out by the Prospects in the end here. Spooky with the latest onto Youngster. Ghazi onto the site, however, gets Zane a chance to plant that bomb, smoke, and Molotov. The entry to CT in the temple position as well. Lax leaning forward. 34 kills so far in this matchup, make it 35 as Zane falls. And Ghazi is all that's left, 1 on 3. Looking out towards mid, looking towards site, tapping to reveal his angle, of course, here in Dona. That was already a known entity. And there's Spooky to slowly wrap the corner, get the headshot, and get the map for the 0-0 Prospects. 16-13. Probably a bit closer than they really would have liked it to be. A bit closer than it probably should have ended up being here, Vendetta. But it does work out for them. So Prospects with their map pick of Ancient.
Yeah, they do secure it in the end, but that felt a little bit similar to what we saw versus Tricked on Dust 2, right? Again, significant lead on, well, not quite the 13-2, but a 9-6 on Ancient might as well be. And I kind of figured, yeah, sure, they're, you know, going to get close to match point, close it out in due time. Not going to really be too much effort having to be put in, or too much energy basically used to get to second map, but instead Bitfix bounced back in a big way, and you got to give a lot of credit to Youngsters specifically for being able to find not only openings but also having the correct lurk timings and so on to make that a reality for Bitfix. That was an unexpected fight back into it, but it's great to see. Obviously, it is very much so now, going into the second map, their life on the line.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for them, it is going to be their map pick going into that second map. But obviously, we did see some potential in terms of what Ancient was able to deliver for them. Again, surprising to see that T-Psycho as well as it did
Yeah.
for both teams in this particular case. But obviously, showing some decency for Bitfix, and we had the idea that we were talking before the show went on the air when we were talking at probably looking at a 2-0 as an early prediction for the prospect side. Do we feel like there's still going to be a likely case having seen what we just saw in Ancient?
Again, yeah, no, I guess there is no quit in Bitfix in that sense. So you can't necessarily count them out once they go into Mirage, which they've finally been able to get in this tournament. So not going to count them out completely, but still, 0-0 prospects are favorites, and they should still be the winners at the end of this, really. And yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to be all the way until the end. I don't see a world where Bitfix basically decimates 0-0 prospects in such a fashion on Mirage that I go into Overpass thinking that this might be an upset.
Well, we'll get to find out whether or not they could end up losing out in 2-0 fashion, all the same as it will be the Bitfix map pick and Mirage after this short break. So do not go anywhere as we continue with our best of 3 after this. Oh, map 1 of Ancient being a lot less of a stronger sort of map for the likes of the 0-0 prospects here, Vendetta. Ultimately, a bit of yeah, a bit of a closer affair than I think a lot of people really would have expected this whole situation to go down with.
Yeah.
16 to 13 over on that Ancient map, and probably could have been closer to a 16-6 if we're being honest with ourselves. So the fact that we've seen the Bitfix side do some decent work over on that map, the fact that we've seen them do some, bring a bit of a comeback on the T side, the unexpected half as well, does give me at least a little bit of hope that Mirage might end up being a bit more of a closer affair in the second map.
Yeah, especially because now Bitfix finally get the chance to play it as well. They've been eager to do so, but denied prior. So you'd expect them to feel pretty comfortable on the map and have a fighting chance at the very least. But we've also seen 0-0 prospects just absolutely decimate Young Ninjas in their opening game, 16-2. So we know that they can play it. That's basically the one fact that we have going into this, the fact that 0-0 prospects are a team that are well versed on the map. So it's still not going to be an easy task, even if it is Bitfix's map pick and so on. And I guess if you would have put spin more positives their way, they probably leave Ancient with more positives than 0-0 prospects, right?
Yeah.
Considering that they were the ones in the driving seat for a considerable amount of time for that second half, and 0-0 prospects really had to struggle to be able to close it out.
And again, to emphasize the T half of
Yeah.
that map as well for them, like that it is so shocking to me to see how well they did on the T side when you consider the things we always talked about when it comes to a map like an Ancient, and when it comes to the underdog teams, the fact they don't have the experience and the team play and the protocol necessary to be as good on that kind of a map as a team like 0-0 prospects are. So for them, it is kind of like again, you mentioned a few more positives to take away from them on that point of things, but the bottom line is still that 0-0 prospects won that map, and you did say before you went to break that you still don't see a world in which this team will end up doing overly well on Mirage. I don't know if you think they're still going to be able to win Mirage, or whether you think it's going to be just a case it's a close sort of affair, or like how do you see this one playing out like in more depth?
Well, I'm leaning more towards a close affair than Bitfix actually winning it. And even if they were to win it, in some way, shape, or form, then I wouldn't necessarily be sold on the idea that Bitfix are now favorites in the series going into Overpass as a decider
Yeah.
either. So they do have a lot of things kind of stacked against them in order to at least have me swing over to their side. And I do think they're going to have a hard time of it as well, because what they did on the T side, sure, that was well and good, and you got to give them credit for being able to bounce back in that fashion. But their CT side on Ancient looked so rough in terms of just having, I guess, lackluster rotations, not necessarily being aware of what's going on around the map for a majority of the rounds, etc. Kind of just playing blind. I think that can be an issue that also extends into Mirage as well on their CT side. So if they're not willing to actually take the fight towards mid, if they're not willing to kind of take the risk every now and again, then it could be a bit of an issue, and you could see a 0-0 prospects teams just kind of running away with it.
Absolutely. I mean, look, that is always a possibility for this kind of matchup, and the idea that obviously Mirage is a map that all teams roughly know how to play. Everyone knows the set pieces, and everyone knows the majority of the smokes that we use for Mirage. That hasn't changed in well over 5 years. I
Yeah.
want to say, like it's been such a staple sort of idea that there's always some basic strategies that you can fall back on. So those are going to be, I think, the main sort of things that 0-0 prospects can utilize to the best of the execution basis. And we're also talking about a strat book for Bitfix that won't be as deep on this map by comparison to a 0-0 prospect. So in that sort of sense, there is an angle in which you can still see this being a 2-0 fashion, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, from what we know of Bitfix right now, is the fact that yeah, sure, they'll have an opportunity for their individuals to kind of stand out. And the good thing here is that we probably have the best map, or we did have the best map coming out of Youngster that he's had so far in this tournament. In that last map of Ancient. So again, if that's a sign of daily form or what have you, then you'd love to have that with you, obviously, going into a map like Mirage. And we also saw some decent instances and decent rounds from a couple of the other guys as well. So that's pretty much what they have going for them. Again, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but again, we are also coming a little bit blind into this as well, seeing how we
Yeah.
haven't seen them play an official map on Mirage as of yet. So it does feel like the odds are going to be stacked against them regardless.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you think about like how very few results we have to pull from this map, not only for the Bitfix side, but also for 0-0 prospects, only 3 on record in the last 3 months.
Yep.
2 of which were against Young Ninjas, and 2 had very different results. Like, yeah, there was that 16-2 we mentioned earlier, but also the time before was a 16-9 for Young Ninjas' victory. So
Yep.
you have to think about this map as sort of like being a very sort of like weird one for them. On paper, prospects are the better team, but we were also looking at this one thinking that probably in this particular map, not by a massive margin.
No, and again, it can be pretty volatile as well. So, getting a bit of a hot streak on individuals for your side, that can give you, 5, 6, 7 rounds pretty much out of nowhere, and it can avalanche out of control rather quickly for either side. So it remains to be seen. Obviously, I think just getting off to a good start. I think Black's obviously showing fantastic form over on Agent. That's a wonderful thing for 0-0 prospects to bring with you. And he also looked pretty promising versus Trick too, even though that didn't necessarily lead into rounds. That's not his fault by any means. He did his damnedest to put them in a winning situation. So,
and you mean that in quite the most literal fashion, by the way. Scored 1.96 rating
yeah,
in that last map. So
that might be the highest we've had all tournament.
I believe that would be the case, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't have the numbers to hand, but definitely feels like they would end up. I mean, that's probably
It's
one of
a
the
high
highest
number.
rankings that you could get in HLTV, let alone in this tournament. So we'll let you just sort of take that at home and figure out how good of a player he has been over the course of that first map and see whether we can carry it forward into the second. The prospects are out and about and ready to receive here. We've got Bitfix looking up into their T defaults tape where. Oh, seeing nothing onto that short position. Has seen 2 players now get that headshot on the first man, not the second. Jimbo responds towards it as they dive down onto the ace site from Palace Bomb Plant. 4v4 retake.
Yeah, H.O.T does have a kit though in his hands, so time not necessarily going to be the biggest factor just yet. And the duels are actually going the way of 0-0 prospects as well. 4v2. Oof. Turned into 3v2 there. Frags going back and forth. Woody all by his lonesome now. Stuck by Tetris, then I think he's been spotted as well. I think there was a long leg.
Yeah, they'll just smoke on the bomb and hold it back from harder cover. There it is. Effective stuff from the 0-0 prospects. Retake the first round to the board, the pistol round to their board. A bit fixed that they were going to start things off on the right foot as well with that connector play and that quick bomb plant, but didn't quite work out in the long term. That retake was particularly proficient there from the prospects.
Absolutely. Again, just being able to thin out the herd very early on. Addix's frag onto the player around default does help us as well. It means that you're not going to have as many people from the side of Bitfix being able to maintain spawn control, which is kind of what you want when you put down the default bomb plant, as it's more or less the only viable angle to hold it from, that and potentially apps as well. So prospects being able to thin the herd early on does good things for them. Lax going to be the B department's defender. Didn't hear anything, but still going to continue to shoot and still going to find the gold at the end of it. Going to fall through the smoke early on, but Taper, okay, that's a nice find with the Galil. So we'll balance in all things so far.
4v4 scenario. Spooky looking to try and change that narrative. He's leaning in from the ladder and trying to look out at shore. Doesn't get anything to be seen. Doesn't also look in from the ladder room scaffolding, so he doesn't look down onto the connector entrance where Youngster and Tapeware are held from. Tapeware does get caught. VHW on the reload. Might get overwhelmed by the AK here. Seeing the gun barrel. Tap around the corner. Spray goes a little bit awkward for him, but he does come up with a kill in the end. So 3 on 3. One more player to deal with in Spooky. He's come back in for position. Gets that frag. Sees the second player back out towards default. To continue facing in against him. Taking some damage. The incendiary force him away from the bomb plant position. That might force out a kill in the end of things. Now got the player off Palace, dealt with by Jimbo, leaving it all towards Aim. Does get that one good frag of the Beagle, and now Spooky left to try and get his own double up instead. Spray through continues. That's 2 for prospects.
Yeah, same bit as Aim, just of staying alive and being patient around default, but all that does get denied. So sadly, not much positive news to bring with it forward for Bitfix in this one. Spooky with a double kill. Solid job. 2-0. Bitfix back to pistols. They do have deagles though. Could always get a little bit hectic for a CT side trying to go up against it. Actually going to get aggressive as well. First round goes way up to W and Addix. Yeah, just lining him up in the mid, and Youngster does get a bit of a gonna say welcome gift on. Ooh, that's a sick follow-up, honestly, onto Jimbo. So economic damage definitely being done here. Would have been great if we could have found one more, but not to be the case. 3 players staying alive for the CT side as we go into what will be the first buy round of, or first proper buy round.
I mean, to their credit, the deals have been sharp, BitFix.
Yeah.
They have been on point with those, and 0-0 prospects have kind of hit a couple of brick walls in that sort of sense. Nothing that stopped them from getting the rounds themselves. 3-0 at the start. BitFix have their guns in as well. The AWP battle goes the way of Alex as Zame gets caught. Extension from VHW will also lean up. Smokes down as the Orpus force to face into towards Palace. See at least one player. May think it's the same one. Two actually peeked out towards that position, but with the smoke going down, they cancel the A hit, and VHW might hear those footsteps.
Yeah. Woody, though, getting all the way into Delpan. Just going to find 2 frags for it as well. There is a return from Jimbo, so we're back at a 3v3, and BitFix have changed their mind. They vacated the A site for A apartments initially, but heading back there now. VHW still in an aggressive position and going to be good for the first one.
Backs up for the second, though. Might get sandwiched in if he's not careful. The player on the site itself. Spray through from Jimbo, going to try and see if they can bail him out, but no. Gazi and Tapeware come up with those kills, so it's all left to Lax on the backstab. With all of his teammates falling on the center of the site, though, that's not going to provide all the best of positions of attack. That bomb planted down at default, just being stuck, not going to try and tap anyone out of CT spawn. When do they consider the idea of a ramp take? It's Tapeware now. Looks on a position and times it so perfectly. Gets his double up and gets the first round for BitFix.
Very much needed for BitFix there to get on the board early in the game, not let CT side basically start to run away with it. And a lot of it comes off the back of Woody's double kill in mid there. Opens up so much of the map, and Gazi Tapeware combining nicely there to find the opening in towards the A-bomb site as well. Well done, and as you mentioned, the Deagles that have left their imprint on the match front side of BitFix has caused a bit of an issue for prospects, and the rebuy into this one. Only a single M4, 2 FAMASes, and Eagles brought into round number 5. So golden opportunity yet again for BitFix. They haven't done, I wouldn't say they have the highest of success rates when it comes to actually converting off of these and being able to, I guess, do as expected. But they will be given another chance nonetheless.
That's Spooky with a kill on Tapeware, so talk about Deagles being sharp for BitFix. I mean, in some case of their prospects, not quite as sharp, it was point blank kill, but it's a kill nonetheless here, and to start things off for the CT favour. Can that stack work out for the time being? That bomb's on its way to the B site, though. Up in the apartment, Jimbo's the only man to defend.
It is at least one of the rifles. If nothing else, Spooky picks up the AK off of Tapeware's body. He's going to be able to clear out as well. If he gets brazen, he's obviously going to get a lot of information, but it might not be in time.
Yeah, here comes the hit. Tap burst of the AKs. Alex gets caught up. Jimbo falls to the taps of Woody, so 4 versus 2 as Lax will fall to the AWP of Zame. Bomb down. No one close for the prospects, just wrapping around, trying to look for these backstabs, and maybe the T-side players held on for a little bit longer back in market. This probably could have been a decent setup for VHW and Spooky, but as it stands, probably doesn't get much out of this round. They will push forward and hope that they make their way out from apartments. This will be a round for BitFix regardless of what the prospects do here.
Yeah. Best case scenario here is that Same decides to save over towards B Palace and might run into Spooky's crosshair right here. That's exactly what happens. Let's see if we can actually double up on this. Dangerous to pull out a grenade, and yeah, he's going to pay the price for it as well, so should be able to pick up that off. Yeah, flies right to them as well. So delivery to the door off is retained. And the initial scare after Spooky's opening is going to be short-lived. 3 quick frags right there to secure the round over towards B.
Great stuff. Unfortunately, 1 round separates the 2 for the time being. The USPs, the PT50, be out for the prospects, however, so BitFix should be able to equalise with this round. M4 VHW being boosted up, trying to do something out here towards the underpass area, looking in towards mid, grabs Youngster, but Zame trades it. So the mantle of the M4 rests in the hands of Spooky instead. Other setups include the Zeus on Lax, which is looking in from the Palace entrance. Meanwhile, Woody combining with Zame to take Spooky down.
Yeah, that's the problem with that boost. It's kind of a given that you know there's going to be a second man around. So even if Spooky is able to hold on to the M4, going to be tough for him to actually get out or find anything more. BitFix with man advantage, gathering up towards the B-bomb site, where there is a severe lack of CT players right now. All of them banking on something happening towards the A or mid. Not to be the case though. Tapework doing his due diligence at the very least. Getting Molotov down in the balcony corner to make sure nobody's sat around it. And away we go. Be a formality at this point for BitFix to close this one out. We should be equal when it's all said and done.
I wonder if Prospects will try commit towards the retake just because of the fact they have a gun buy in the next round. M4 and MAC-10 to go for it. It doesn't look like they have their hearts set towards it though. Jimbo especially back up in the Palace position.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Jimbo to do that in this situation, but if you're Addicts, then yeah, look to see if you can get a couple of SMG frags, get closer to that possible op buy, but doesn't look like anyone from the side of BitFix are rotating in the right direction for the Prospects here. At least they do get to carry some weapons in going forward. But yeah, immediate bounce back from BitFix here from 0 and 3 to equalizing it all. Also having a bit of an advantage just monetarily speaking as well. Very important frag for his aim to find. Obviously, Spooky living on borrowed time really as soon as they fall in mid. So Addicts, yeah, gonna hold on to that MAC-10. A little bit surprised to see he's not opting in for more utility, but that might be an indicator that he wants to get aggressive, that he wants to go out and about, try to find something early.
We've got the weapon for free, so seeing if we can put it to effect and get anything bonus out of this round. If he can do so, then that'll just be positive to the Prospect. BitFix baiting in the aggression of Spooky. It's the first M4 that peaks for when it gets dropped early. Ghazi took the damage earlier on to the Prospects side, but it's only HP damage towards him. No kills for the Prospects. BitFix up by a man.
Yeah. Additional problem, obviously, is the fact that it's not going to be possible to retrieve that M4 either, but yeah, pushing out at Addicts, actually finding two with a MAC-10. And spotting the bomb as well. That's definitely a bit of a punch in the nose for BitFix end. BHW a little bit worried about connector having been open for a significant amount of time, and as well he should. There is a player from BitFix lurking about there in the shape of Woody.
VHW backed up at Ninja Spot. Spots one as he tries to get on top of the firebox. A reface might cost him his life. He might get no choice in the matter. Molotov's in. T's converging from all sides. Tapeware and Woody. Kills found for both, leaving Lax alone in the 1 versus 3. And I mean, there's low HP across several T-side players. Tapeware's on 1 point of health, Woody on 10. If he had that info, then maybe he might have gone for this retake and a bit more confidence. But not having that info, knowing that he's in a 1v3 scenario, it's best to hold on to the weapon again.
Yeah, becoming a bit of a trend there for Lax. You can see he's only died twice, even though we're about to conclude our 7th round. He's just been on the extremities of the map and hasn't really seen too much action. Obviously was the big man in charge over on Ancient. Though I don't think it's necessarily a concerted effort from BitFix to avoid him by any means. Just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. In terms of not finding anyone. But BitFix gonna take the lead for the first time in quite some time. And trying to think back, did they ever hold the lead on Ancient?
I don't believe so, no.
It might be the first lead of the entire game, really, for BitFix, but it comes at the right time. 4 rounds early on the T side of Mirage. I'm absolutely liking the development of that if you're BitFix. We'll see, though, if they can keep it going. Again, bit of a lackluster buy from 0-0 Prospects, and Addicts, with the additional money from MAC-10 and so on, has bought up an AWP. Taper with MAC-10 pretty much just going on a bit of an exploratory mission over towards the B bomb site, and he's going to find it completely open as well. If he just stays put here, that should cause a rotation, in all honesty. No reason for you to push up. You have the entire bomb site here.
Yeah, if Bitfix decide to commit to this, that could be a disaster, especially as VHW swings on, could catch the bomb carrier, but Zame holds down control. Ghazi will catch Spooky all the same, so all in all, they'll bait the rotation of the CT side in instead. A bit too risky for my liking, but fortunately the firepower advantage is there that it will work out. Lax does get one kill on Tapeware, now knowing he's in a 1 versus 3. He's still fighting to get something out of this. He's isolated the kill towards Ghazi. Molotov's in from Woody, facing him out against the... Yeah, okay. Wins that headshot and wins the round itself. I mean, an expensive round at that for Bitfix, but...
Yeah.
5-3 to the board on their side.
And seems a little bit reckless, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Again, Tapeware have been able to get on the bomb site, clear out everything nearby. Sure, there could be people on catwalk, but again, you do have... You could have your entire armada rotate through apps and still feel pretty good about being able to trade at that. So it's not like, or it's extremely unlikely to think that 0-0 prospects you're going to have, let's say, 3 players up mid or in T-spawn, anything of that notion. So curious to see why they decided to opt into it. But it does work out, as you mentioned. The superior firepower prevails. We have another buy from 0-0 prospects, as well as a timeout to talk things through. Yeah, solid signs from Bitfix. We can kind of see why they wanted to go in this direction for the entire tournament. Obviously, having had it banned out twice to start us off, finally getting it through and delivering, at least for the time being.
And we'll have the guns in from both teams. A heavy investment round. AKs, the AWPs, the M4s, a lot of cash still spare from Bitfix, so even though the damage was done in that previous round, still enough to go for a reinvest in the next one and drop weapons and all. The default setting, a very slow kind of game being played by Bitfix right here, understanding that the prospects only one good round away from taking control and then being in the advantageous position coming into this matchup. Oh, can't really do much against the one tap from Ghazi though. Quick peek, Spooky down, Youngster in at Connector. Orb's not aware of it, so quick peek against him will also drop the case, so 5 versus 3. Jimbo does find a trade back and looks for a double up. He gets it with a triple, actually. VHW still's one in the mix. And that maintains the advantage back for the prospects instead. Woody tagged to 11. It seems like they found their way back into this round of the CT side. The bomb forced to rotate back. Zame can come in from connector control. The AWP in his hands might cut some rotations, and the bomb tries to commit towards the B side. But Lax peeks in at the right moment, gets him the drop, and leaves Woody alone.
I guess one benefit from him pushing through the smoke is that 0-0 Prospects thinks the last man is committing towards the A bomb site a little bit longer, so it should be a chance for Woody here to get a bomb plant down at the very least. But winning the round in itself, completely different notion. 3 rather healthy CTs still remaining alive. HW going to pick up the AWP, which doesn't necessarily make the retake any easier, but works perfectly for the occasion as Woody peeks out on catwalk.
That's a 4th round for the prospects in that one. Bitfix did all they could given those circumstances. Great sequence of frags in from several players here. AWP even getting saved up. The AWP, the AKs on 2 individuals. So quite a lot of firepower for prospects to carry into the next round. Single round difference. If you thought that with this one tap from Ghazi, that would have been enough to just spiral in and spiral out the control there. For Jimbo and VHW doing all that they could. It all worked out in the end for them.
It did. Looked pretty bleak. The second Youngster follows up on that one tap from Ghazi and finds Addix completely unaware. Up by Connector as well. Where though, throw out some utility to start us off. Obviously no issues in rebuying for the side of Bitfix. Very quick tempo change here, but not accounting for Spooky playing far up in Connector. Top mid smoke's not gonna, or top con smoke is not gonna do a whole lot. Nice adjustments from Tapeware there to win at the duel.
4 versus 4 gained for it as well. Tapeware is low HP though, so slight advantage for the prospects in this case. The wraparounds looking towards this A site here. Could well be a split play. They've got quite a lot here in this matchup.
Yeah, no, they absolutely have. They're able to sell, I guess, the idea of a B push after Tapeware throws a couple of flashes over, but time has passed, so 0-0 Prospects comes to their senses, and they also find the timing onto Zame. Lone Opper up on Catwalk. Maybe that actually gives them an idea that it might be towards B, and Addix is definitely caught off guard, but not to be the case for VHW.
3-on-2 situation, leaning in for a bit more. That burst sprays come through, 12 HP, overwhelmed by Woody in the end. Spooky back at the CT stairs though, gets his trade, leaves it all on Ghazi. Jimbo crossfiring out a jungle, swings at the right moment. Again, his timing is perfect. And again, Bitfix will concede a round. 5 all to the board. So this back and forth of getting momentum, very streaky style of game here. The 3 rounds in a row for the pistol and conversions for Prospects, then 5 in a row for Bitfix. Now 2 back from the Prospects, again, equalizing the scoreline.
Yeah. Prospects obviously looking to extend that streak quite significantly here, as is this going to be the final buy for Bitfix, at least for the time being, you know, barring a win, obviously, but have scraped the bottom of the barrel of their bank accounts at the very least to make this happen. Starts off well, Zame. Brave man, venturing up the stairs through all of the utility, finds a frag as well. It's VHW down and out for the time being. Oh.
Perfect from Spooky. He saw that coming a mile away. Oh, yeah, frag back that is to a 4 versus 4, and Bitfix, when you thought that they gained the advantage, when they thought that they gained the advantage, just snatched away from them so easily. So, not catching a break here in round 11.
Yeah. Just being able to balance things out without any response, without having to get too destabilized, and Lax, okay, yeah, spots 1. Actually spots the second person nearing by, which actually saves him. Doesn't get caught out with the smoke in his hand. Still, the commitment from Bitfix, and Tapework does a good job of finding 1.
Only 1. Oh, and it's back up in Woody's dealt with by the AWP, so bomb dropped, Spooky's here in footsteps, can call it in. There he is, knows where the last player is, and just taps his head off his shoulders. A triple for him in this round, all sneaky beaky like. And getting 6 to the board, a lead regained by the Prospects.
Yeah. Prospects actually getting whiff of what's about to happen a little bit sooner than Bitfix might have expected. Tapework does his damnedest, at least, with finding the 1 site player, but the response after that point is a little bit slow on the side of Bitfix. Obviously, long rotations for 2 of them. Woody being a little bit late to get out of apartments makes it all possible for Prospects, and with no bomb plant, no chances of actually having a solid buy for Bitfix here. As they run out into mid, might be lambs to the slaughter.
Easy pickings, 5 on 3, make it 2, make it 1. And make it none. All 5 alive for Prospect. Very easy stuff against anti-eco pistols, so you can't really blame them too badly for it for the Bitfix side. That lead will continue to extend now. 4 in a row for the 0-0 Prospect, 7 to 5, and 1 away from taking a half, much like how it was over on the last map as well.
Yeah. Definitely a bit of a recurring theme here between these 2 teams, but Prospects now on a bit of a run of their own. 4 straight. To see how far they can go with it. Obviously 10-5 as a CT half, definitely acceptable. Bitfix will be looking to get more on the board, obviously, given their good start. Not going to be happy with just the 5. Tapework underpass, still going to win it out, even with the pop flash coming in. Spooky not having the time of his life so far. A big opening to find for Bitfix. That's going to open up the map quite a bit.
And make their way up towards the spawn angle. Of course, the deep play from Ghazi.
I think it's... Is it Laxton Apps there who's made his way forward? He's going to get so much information for Prospects to work off of here.
It always seems like whenever they're down by a player, they're making some sort of play either to get the trade or to get the info back, and that sets Addix up for the execution. Ghazi out with no util, easy pick for the AWP. Rotations from underpasses, Lax will try to join him in from Connector, but Addix is not done. He gets a kill, but him and VHW fall to the man advantage of the Bitfix side. Bomb plant can be denied. Jimbo spraying through, doing absolutely no damage. 1 tag on Tapeware, but that's about it. 3 on 2 in the post plant. Bitfix have control, and they extend that control a little bit further as that lurk up the apartment is removed by the AWP. It's Jimbo all alone, was in jungle. Now up the stairs, might get a decent nade on it, doesn't get Tapeware, lands a little bit too deep and out positioned, covered off by the ticker booth. Zame's all ready for the cross, holds the crack angle. And cracks one off for BitFix, 6 to the board.
All right, BitFix definitely in it for this one. He's doing what he can really to at least try to put a winnable position. Surprising that H.O.T, given his position and how much attention that Addicts took away from him, isn't able to find more. Could have shut down the entire push almost immediately, but not to be the case, and BitFix do get their 6th round. Prospects take their 2nd time out for the half. Gotta be curious how comfortable they're feeling in this situation right now. Op will be available for Addicts on the rebuy if he wants it, obviously, but the money is there at least to make it happen. That is a pretty healthy buy, all things considered, for 0-0 Prospects. Actually, he's taking 2 timeouts in a row, so yeah, definitely a thing or two that they want to address. As for BitFix, they're kind of on the right path already. 6 rounds on the T side. Again, win this, and you're very likely to look at it actually a 1 T half. That'll be a fantastic start for them.
Just got to consider as well for Prospects, they must be frustrated seeing the CT side not work out as well as the previous ones have.
Yeah.
The main consideration, obviously, is that in the past, their CT basis has always been the main focal point for this team. Those numbers might be a bit skewed by the fact that the Young Ninjas result, but we're still talking about, in theory, the favoured half for them, and
yeah,
here they stand not having as great a time on it.
Yeah, and again, you should be expecting to win out the T and the CT half, obviously, when you're playing Mirage, even though there is plenty of opportunities for Ts to find ways to win rounds, etc. But 9-6 kind of a result is something that you should be expecting. Won't be as easy. Spooky, though, this time around is able to get 1 before he falls. Even trade, and we've seen BitFix actually being able to do a pretty decent job of it once they've been given these kind of equal trades to start us off, and Taper's going to extend that as well. Back and forth we go, but BitFix come out of it ahead. 3v2. Don't actually commit towards the B bomb site. Well, they did have the opportunity, and that's going to be a bit of a painful realization that it might have been the wrong choice.
Oh, Jimbo always played to perfection. Player unsure, did he hear the drop? I think he might have made a bit of noise there. Ghazi instantly responded to him as soon as he got off the ladder, so Adex left alone with the big green, held out towards the B site. What felt like it was going to be a competent mid-hold, one that actually would have given them the round right there for the Prospects, now turns into a potential retake.
What is going on? BitFix again deciding to change the direction. Well, doesn't end up mattering because Ghazi has control over Catwalk, but yeah, you expend all the utility while Adix is on his way towards B, because that's where you initially made your mark. Again, you pretty much had the B site ready for the taking at that point, and just couldn't really decide. But luckily for them, Ghazi's got his ice pretty much on every avenue and every corner of the map, which leads BitFix into a situation where they could actually win out the half. 8-7. It's not the greatest of buys coming out from the CT side to close this out. Tempo's been pushed up as well.
Yeah, from both sides, Jimbo forcing forward. And traded back by Youngster, the Deagle of VHW, gets Ghazi out in the Palace position. AK in his hand, Spooky's Deagle also strikes towards Zame. So a 4-on-2 scenario as a result. Smokes up, he's looking for more rifles here. We'll pick one up, it's way back from Woody, drops himself. As Spooky finds the headshot through the smoke at the right angle, at the right timing. Now it's Youngster left alone, 1-on-4, picked up by VHW, and it will be 8-7 for the 0-0 Prospect. An awkward force fight towards the end of it there, but it does end up coming up for them, and they do just about win the half. But again, 8-7, is that going to be enough for them here?
I mean, yeah, that's the question on everybody's mind, really, and I'm not too sure. BitFix looking pretty solid for the better part of that half. Obviously would have looked better if they actually won the already advantageous situation and pretty much continued what they've been doing a good job of, which is if they find the equal trades to start off the round, they have so much space to work around with, and they were able to convert most of those kind of scenarios. Not able to do it at the end is a little bit of a hiccup, but nothing too crucial, I think. They're still going to be very, very satisfied with what they got out of their first half.
Yeah, I have to agree on that front. Just not as much as it possibly could have been for me, because we saw some very dominant stuff from the prospects, a very streaky set of rounds, and they got the biggest, almost the biggest round streak in that half, and they got many more of them towards the end of that map up, right, towards the end of that half right there, to secure that last one, especially really tipping them over the edge and just barely maintaining control. That's the thing, though, barely maintaining control. A lot of situations where Bitfix, they clap back.
Yeah, again, this is a half that, sure, 0-0 prospects do come out ahead of. They win 8-7, but they did win pistol as well, and they converted both rounds. So it's not a scenario where they win pistol, get reset, or potentially lose third buy round, that kind of a thing. So you can kind of understand why it's been more of a tightly contested game. Yeah, it is a lot that's going to come down to how well 0-0 prospects can play their T side. We didn't obviously get to see too much of it versus Young Ninjas, considering how quickly that game ended, but they need to have something planned out to make this work, and we're seeing a bit of a B-stack from the Bitfix side here on the CT end. Start us off, and that might be the perfect call.
Smokes and flashes set. Counter flashes in from Woody. 1 of 3, 4 players actually standing on the B site, including the player at Market. Jimbo strikes first at a kill, but he drops Alex and BHW out of the round. Jimbo looking to try so he can try back in against Woody. It's 3 kills, 4 kills traded back by the CT forces. Now Jimbo's left to do it on his lonesome. 3 to his name. Do they know where he is? They're thinking of rotation back. What's going on here? Bitfix have been pulled for a fast one, I feel like. They do realize it's going to be the B side, though. They'll come back in towards Shore. I believe they both made the jump face. It's all on Jimbo to tap up more heads, get a quadra in, but finally fall to the hands of Youngster.
Yeah, it looked a little bit weird at first, but I think they made the decision of having both players, basically completing the retake towards Catwalk, which when they both commit to it, then it makes sense by all means, because surely no universe where Jimbo expects that to happen. He expects one, obviously, to stay around kitchen and maybe at the most have one player come all the way around from Catwalk. Well played out, stack works, and even though it does become a little bit more hectic than what they would have liked, the end result is a solid start to the half for Bitfix.
Yeah, 8 all, even standing. Prospects did get a bomb plant, though, so they can afford the buy here. Respectable reinvestment from Bitfix. The same, the M falls across 4, the FAMAS in. 2 AKs, 2 Galils meanwhile for the 0-0 prospects, and that Deagle back on Lax. Not having as an impressive game here on Mirage as he was having over on Ancient.
Yeah, just didn't get a whole lot of action over towards the B site for the better part of the half, and obviously playing impossible retake scenarios are not the most fun thing in the world. Maybe he can turn it around over on the T side, but he has kind of fallen off the sword, dropped an AK for Jimbo. Alex already putting one of the AKs to good work here.
Yeah, pick found. Nice if Lax can get up there and grab another rifle, but something to consider later down the road here is leaning into the apartments for now with the Deagle to try and cut them off. Alex will end up falling to the hands of Zayman. Gap in the smoke there at the ladder and picks up that frag. Turns it into a 4 versus 4 situation for now. Who's going to break that stalemate, though? Who's going to get the advantage back? It's almost the same. Looks in the connector alongside Ghazi. Loses his life for Mast in for Ghazi. Does trade it back. So Lax will drop in a 3 versus 3. But that bomb's on the site now. It can get planted. Only one CT to block it in at CT spawn. Jimbo looking for the hunt. Sticks the bomb plant. Not covered off by a teammate. Tapeware denies. Now we're at the man advantage to extend to a 2-man advantage. VHW with it all to do. Gets that first pick. No more than that.
Oh, yeah. Bit of a sloppy move from 0-0 prospects there not to cover up spawn, considering where you had it. Should have been ready for that possibility, but Bitfix make the most out of it. Same with some very timely frags in mid, and Ghazi as well with the follow-up. Yeah, it's that one from Taper. That's probably the biggest of them all. Bitfix, though, they do manage to defend. There's nothing left in the bank for 0-0 prospects. Outside a little bit of an investment into Deagles. Bitfix very, very likely to be the first team to make it to double figures here on Mirage.
Same. Required to get the opening frag. It's Tapeware that extends very far up towards Palace, and BHW had no idea it was coming. Spooky with an Eagle can chime back. So again, Prospects doing as much damage as they can here. 4-on-4 scenario in this deco round. Youngster should catch off another kill towards Jimbo. Alex is fallen to Woody in the meantime. So again, the Rifles do what Rifles do when Lax is left alone.
Yeah, it's going to be limited what he's able to do in this one. Does have the bomb on his back, but any sort of hope of being able to find one lucky frag and then get a bomb planted is nowhere near reality. So, yeah, BitFix, they do make it to double figures. 10 rounds on the board and a 2-round lead. We're going to see a response from 0-0 Prospects, obviously, but you have to like the situation that BitFix find themselves in right now.
100%. CT side off to a fantastic start. The Rifles are back in for the Prospects. Mitfix have the lead again. Let's see whether the streakiness will continue. The Prospects can try and right back in here to round 19 with their first true gun by. All players, most players set up towards the apartments, 4 of them in particular, watching underpass. AK is ready to go for the B commitment. There's only one player in Ghazi to deal with if they go right now.
Yeah, this could be the optimal choice. Ghazi, though, is still going to win out the first duel. Does get a dink through the wall initially, and Woody's there to follow up as well. So everything working out BitFix's way right now. Spooky down. Jimbo, VHW, the only ones to stand, at least for the time being. As soon as you utter the words, it's only VHW left alone. 1v5. And his journey onto a magnificent ace is cut short. Zane rotates in through kitchen window. Find a pretty clean and confident round from the BitFix side. No bomb plant either for 0-0 Prospects, so sure, they do have a loss bonus that they can fall back on, but yeah, it's not going to be enough to get solid buys every single round. Are you starting to believe, Jamie?
I am starting to have some belief.
Yeah.
Side. I mean, look, still a little bit of game to go. It's not quite like it's the one-sided affair. I think the next gun round would seal the deal for me in the sense that I believe BitFix could take us to the third map, and definitely would look confident in doing so here. One player left and Alex up on versus 5. The Tech 9 doesn't get any damage done, so the perfect round from BitFix coming through here. 4 rounds to the difference, and there will be guns back. Of course, Tech 9 half-life was in there for the B side, so 0-0 Prospects. Bit more of a formality in that one, and now we look towards the guns. No AWPs, but AKs across the board. This is where Prospects need to break the cycle.
It definitely is. Already, there's been a fair amount of money grouped up on the side of BitFix off of those 2 rounds where he only lost a single player. So they're not going to have any sort of issues buying back. Ozzy waiting for additional push. Going to drop down a nade onto the feet of Lax. That's 35 HP gone. Ooh, Woody. Okay, for a moment I thought it was actually attempting to go through the smoke, but going to post up at the corner. It does work out nonetheless. Finds Spooky. Molotov's out. Ensure a safe passage out for him and his teammate. Zame actually might get a bit of a bonus frag on the way out. Ghazi follows up as well, so in a matter of seconds, it's gone from being just a slight disadvantage for 0-0 Prospects to now not really having much of a realistic chance to win this. Zame, again, continuing with his aggression, gonna catch Lax out. VHW, bomb on back, all by his lonesome. Question is now, is 0-0 Prospects even gonna get a kill for the round? 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, 1 is not much in the grand scale of things, though, especially when you consider BitFix were all over in that round. Like, there wasn't a single duel except for the last one, which they didn't lose. They barely even looked challenged in doing so. So the Prospects kind of running out of gas here in this round. In this map, it feels like 13-8. Now the lead is at 5 rounds on the deficit. A hero AK bought by VHW for round 22. Half buy around it with the Eagles and the Tech 9. And it's like the worrying thing is the lack of bomb plants really for the 0-0 Prospects. Like they've had 6 rounds in a row, 5 of which have been without them. The last 5 in a row have been without them.
Yeah, and they haven't gotten necessarily close to a bomb site either in those 5 attempts. So it's It's been very confident from Bitfix, honestly. Looks like they are in full control, which is definitely not what I would have expected going into this matchup. But gotta give credit where credit is due. This time though, Alex is able to find an opening, but it's short-lived. Youngster quick on the trade. Max has been able to get a deep position, and there's some space for his teammates to actually move up a pit. Player tucked around Tetris. Yeah, figures out it's no use to overextend in that situation and give. Sees a little bit more to play off of. 4v4 retake with the utility that they have available is definitely worthwhile if you're Bitfix.
Spooky watching in from mid, trying to cut those rotations off. Does get one player to fall. That's Woody out. Flashing Bazame. Orp leaning forward. Not seeing the side player at stairs. Youngster does though. Kill found alongside Zane. VHW forced to trade with 2 versus 2. Shots ringing out, but VHW gets a double up. Looking for the triple, but not quite. Spooky comes in from Connector and out from short control. Looks in against the open position of Zane. And finally, 0-0 Prospects. 6 rounds after the half start will get there first in the half.
Yeah, in the unlikeliest of ways as well. It's a legal investment with a hero AK, and it's not even the AK to start the show really for them. VHW obviously does a good job of finding 2 there once he's moved up towards the A bomb site, but Addict with the opening frag in mid and the follow-up as well. Just very, very well done. 3rd timeout for Prospects, talking things through. They need to continue on this road if they want to have any shot at it. Bitfix economy still looking decent enough after investment. At least 3 players who are in a vicinity to where they could justify a rebuy even if they were to lose this round. So things are looking good for the CT side. No need to panic just yet off of a lost anti-eco.
Oh.
A bit slow on the trigger there, Adix.
Yeah, I feel like honestly he should have reacted much quicker to that. Like that might be part of the reason why Prospects are losing all these fights, whether they're just not paying attention or not feeling it at the moment. And it's just a missed shot for Adex's Orb, then peeks back into Zame, who doesn't miss for a moment, didn't even feel like he was close to a miss. So casualty taken on the part of the Prospects, and they'll try lean in towards that A site. 5-on-4, of course, for the Bitfix side. There is no real lean forward for the T's here. They're going to try and commit once this smoke starts to clear with slow walks, not supported by Util. They've got plenty of it here, so they could easily just smoke the crosses and try getting into the site. The Molotov in over a dark tape where it's going to evade it as well. They think it's clear. Little do they know it's another casualty to take. Jimbo trades it at last. The 4 versus 3 however still favors Bitfix, and the tap from Spooky brings us in an evens.
It's a massive pick to find as well. No smoke for T-Spawn though, so a secondary op is going to be brought into the battle. Might not even be needed. Look at the youngster go. Finds 2. And all of a sudden, it's just the Swede left alone. Spooky. 16 HP, bomb on his back, but 2 Bitfix players to find, and he doesn't really know about any of them. Woody never had to show himself from spawn. Kazi just been posted up in connector for quite some time.
10 seconds and he's dead. There it is.
Not a whole lot he could have done. If he had a minute on the clock, obviously there's more room to maneuver, but not to be the case. And there you go, yeah. What started it all, Zame frag onto Adix. There's a good of a return that we saw initially. Youngster's double frag there. Swinging out towards bench. Really, really makes matters difficult for 0-0 Prospects. And they will have to invest here. Again, don't want to let Bitfix get to map point for free. They also need to find some results off of this as well. So far, only 1 round on their T side.
Yeah, Bitfix only 2 rounds away from taking this map in an unexpectedly dominant fashion. At least Adix will get a kill on Woody. Not slow on reaction timings this time. Connects it, but VHW gives up his life out of Palace again. No util support into these peaks. No opportunities granted with no info being gained of where the CT players are. A 4v4 off the back of what was a pretty solid start from the Prospects.
Yeah, again, seems like they're just banking off a bit of an overreaction from the side of the Bitfix on many occasions, but it's not happening in Tapeware. does manage to finally get rid of Addicts in the ladder room. So again, advantage slice with Bitfix, and it's going to be extended once more as well. These slow crawls doesn't really seem to do the trick for 0-0 prospects, and you're kind of wondering what the end game is as well, considering the bomb was over towards B Palace the entire time. Oh, well. 0-0 prospects might have invested into that in hopes of not giving away that point for free, but it doesn't feel too labored, at least for Bitfix, to make it to 15, and it's all going to get worse from here. 0-0 prospects need to go. Well, they need to find something that they haven't had for the entire T-half, pretty much, if they want to have hope of bringing this to OT.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row to get there. See already the push in from the CT side, trying to get aggressive on that short control. Alex on the A site will catch Youngster looking to Palace, but evade the CT player that's out there, as will VHW, but he turns back, and that offers up his life. Okay, a 5v3, making it 4v3 as Ghazi will be able to trade back on Jimbo, but a bomb goes down with CT so far away from the site, and that was the something you're talking about there, needing that the entire half long. And finally, prospects might have their way in.
Look at Ghazi, though. Is he expected to still be in the window? Well, he's going to be heard dipping out at the very least, which has me a little bit worried as to why we're seeing, I think it's Woody who's deep inside of the A-halls. Why do you even want to be in that area if your buddies have already decided that they're going to hold on to their weapons into the next round? Just feels a little bit irresponsible. Not really too much to be gained from finding one frag in that kind of a scenario anyway, so only 2 players staying alive for the time being, and it looks to be the case as well as Addix falls to Ghazi up in B-Abs. Doubtful that these are going to be able to get any closer. So at the very least, 0-0 prospects do make it to double figures. But again, these kind of rounds, it's just contact play up A-ramp. It's not necessarily something that feels too easy to repeat, really. Again, 0-0 prospects have tried their hand at contact plays in many rounds so far in the second half, and this is kind of the first time it's really worked out for them, in all honesty. So Bitfix do take a timeout, but I don't think there's any need to really get too deep into the discussions. No need to overthink this. What you've been doing for the better part of the half has been working out nicely, and I don't think you can call what prospects just did a solution to the issues that they've ran into.
Well, certainly not a solution in the long term, I'd have to say. If anything, that tack pause only gives time for the prospects to talk about things. What was good about that round, what was not so great, what they want to carry forward into round 26. Double AWPs for Zame and Tapeware, so we have some guns available. Alex again, if we can find an AWP battle ahead of the smoke here, forced to use it against the Molotov put up there by the CT side. Looking with a slight gap to the right-hand side of said smoke, looking over the stairs angle, hoping that there's a CT that offers up his life, but no. Bitfix hold their positions as Lax puts Util onto Connector. Counter smokes in with the CT side. Youngster trying to trade places with him, and we'll catch that frag.
5v4 then. The already tough challenge for prospects gets even tougher. Lax falls. Doesn't quite have the same kind of impact as it did over on Ancient. Zame extends it yet again. 3v5. No real map control gained, and no real information to play off of either. It's looking more and more likely that we're going to be headed towards overpass. Youngster deciding to do the conservative thing as well and dips out of Connector for the time being. Realizes that you can fully play off of the advantage that you have, but still gets found through the smoke. Wanted to re-aggress up at the flash from Ghazi.
That nades. Oh, nice onto Addix, 10 HP. Not helping the situation for the prospects. They are still alive for the time being. Jimbo trying to work into the jungle control. It's Tapeware with his AWP onto Jimbo. Woody up against VHW, deals with him, and Addix will fall to Ghazi, finishing off the job that he started in short control. 16 to 10, we are going to map 3. And honestly, I am quite disappointed with what 0-0 Prospect showed us there in Mirage. Very clearly obvious and why the BitFix side wanted this map all tournament long.
Yeah.
Because that did look particularly proficient. But I do feel that there was an element of just them not really knowing what to do on the T side, really, for Prospects.
Yeah, it's a bit of an oddity, and also just being able to escape with the first half that they had versus Young Ninjas. They looked so basically clean in every approach they had on their CT side. So I was expecting more of the same here. Instead, they start off after winning the pistol, going into the buy rounds, just a lot of unprovoked and unforced errors, just constantly trying to push forward, even in 5v5 situations. And we're not necessarily talking when you have 25 seconds left on the clock and you kind of want to find out if they're coming your way or not to bolster up your defense. It was just casual walks here and there, up mid and so forth that got punished heavily by Bitfix that set them off to a fantastic start. So definitely not one of the, I guess, one of the top moments for 0-0 Prospects if you consider all the maps that they've played so far in this tournament, which is a little bit worrying. But again, I kind of promised myself that I wouldn't necessarily be swayed, even if we did see Bitfix win the second map. It was their map pick after all, but yeah, maybe a little bit lower of or a bit of a less of a fight put up by 0-0 Prospects than I had expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sort of in agreement on that sort of sense. And now going into Overpass, the final map of the series, I still feel like 0-0 Prospects have the onus of the favoritism, but having seen what we've seen in these last two maps, I don't feel like the evidence points towards that being the case. Would you agree?
Again, I would still say they're favorites, but they didn't look particularly fantastic. And again, they had sloppy mistakes versus Tricked on Overpass that they got punished for. And they did look somewhat sloppy here on Mirage as well. They were by no means flawless on Ancient either. So if this is a continuing trend, again, doesn't matter necessarily who you're playing against. Everyone on the server in this kind of a tournament will know how to click heads. So if you're careless, if you're not able to actually take or converting advantages that you create for yourself on a map like Overpass, oh, you can get stuck. And that could become an absolute disaster for 0-0 Prospect. So I'm hoping that they kind of get their heads screwed back on going into the decider. Otherwise, it could get pretty dangerous. But I will stick with my assessment of 0-0 Prospects being the favorite going into the final map.
Well, the writing was on the wall for 0-0 Prospects in that map of Mirage. The question is it on the wall for them in this series? Overpass will be our third one to decide whether or not BitFix can pull off the most unlikely upset. So join us after this break as we continue with map 3. Bitfix do manage to do what they set out to do on their own map pick and beat out the 0-0 prospects. We head towards our third of Overpass. And overall in this series, it has been a bit of a deflating series for the Academy squad because having seen what they had on that ancient map, having looked so dominant to start things off and then letting it sort of come back for Bitfix, then now into this Mirage series where the second half looks so deflating here. I do have a lot of doubts going into Overpass, Halvor.
Yeah, and I guess there are surprisingly many similarities between this match, what we've seen so far, and what we actually got to see in the Tricked matchup as well, right? Because it was a blazing start from the 0-0 Prospect Stars versus Tricked on Dust 2, struggling to close out. So similar story as to what we saw in Ancient, and then you had tightly contested game for the second map, which was Nuke. But then once you switch halves, just nothing to be found on their T side, and that's exactly what we were delivered with here in this one as well. Once we got onto that T side for 0-0 Prospect, it felt like it was a bit of a just runaway game for Bitfix. Didn't really run into a whole lot of issues as well. I mean, all 0-0 Prospects found was one deagle round going their way, and then a contact AK round, and that was it. So I guess if things are to kind of follow that same trajectory, then we might be in for a situation where, yeah, 0-0 Prospects do well to get themselves into winnable positions, drop the ball, and Bitfix start running away with it. But I guess there is a little bit of a difference, to be fair, between Bitfix and Tricked in terms of, on average, quality, if you want to look at it that way, considering past results and whatnot.
Well, when you consider the past results for the 0-0 Prospects, obviously we do have some outliers that again throw some doubts into the works. And much like how it was over on that last map, we've got like losses against the Mad Lions, and obviously Tricked beat them earlier on this tournament, which to be fair, it is Tricked, so there's always that. But obviously Mad Lions not exactly a team that you would rate at this kind of a standard for 0-0 Prospects, and knowing this is going to be the decider in their series, I feel like an upset is on the table. It might not be like the central focus of said table. Like you definitely got the surroundings that you want to look at the most, I feel like, but I don't feel like it's completely impossible that Bitfix win this map.
And again, not that I'm going to switch sides necessarily, but I will admit to that as well, especially because they did look very confident on Mirage. Again, CT side was just a bit of a formality for Bitfix. They had individuals playing extremely well. I think everybody on that side ended up above 15 frags. So it was a proper team effort really to get them across the line on that one. So it's great for them. It bolsters their confidence going into a map like Overpass. Again, going to be interesting to see what side they do end up starting on once we get going. If they do get the benefit of starting on the CT side, or if they'll have to slug it out on the offensive side of things. But in any case, they have earned basically us, not necessarily saying it's a foregone conclusion that 0-0 Prospects are going to win. Bitfix have definitely shown enough to display that they can shoot back, and if 0-0 Prospects are not delivering, then yeah, they're going to get punished for it. That's as simple as it is.
Yeah, and I'd say that there's an argument to say they're not delivering right now
Yeah.
in this series. Like, again, we had this down as possibly even a 2-0 just off the basis of the experience and firepower alone, the better rating of the players over in the prospects, the better experience of the prospects. Has not ended up happening, and it has not ended up happening in the perfect scenario for BitFix now to try and take control. They're on the CT start of things as we get to our final map in the best of 3. Pistol round live, and there will be a walk in for the prospect to try and get themselves into the B site. 4 players up in Monster. It's engagement for Spooky that can spot ahead. Same tagged for the 6 points of HP. It's Tapeware in with the opening kill. Lax will get a trade. Tapeware doubles up though, and Lax just can't quite seem to get anything out of the situation. Finally ends up training Ghazi as Tapeware falls to Jimbo. 3v2 make it 1 as Jimbo extends forward. Woody drops, and it's all on Youngster in a 1v3 clutch.
He might. Oh, I was about to say if he just continued further on through Monster there, that backstab could have potentially gotten in a little bit sooner than we would have expected. Still going to be able to find Jimbo as he makes his way up short. 2 players to find and Lax. Well, we just need to sneeze at him for him to fall, but no sneeze anywhere near him as he wins out the duel. Too much to handle for Youngster there, having to fight 2 players at the same time. Again, the setup was pretty much ideal for BitFix in that scenario. Having 1 player by Toxic, baiting out for another one's just staying hidden and trying to create chaos and basically avert attention from that second player. We've seen that many, many times working out beautifully for CTs, but not to be the case in this one. Prospects off with the best start to the deciding map, 1-0. And not an investment in on the side of BitFix here. They're going to bank a lot on getting on the board in the 3rd round. I do like the stack, though. Again, you've got USPs only. Might as well just group up as a massive unit. I think they've, got a bit of a mini tank going on there inside of the restrooms.
Yeah, 1 player boosted on top of 3 others. Youngster hoping for a decent shot and actually gets the kill towards Adex, and not even that much resistance, just a quick tap to the head. Unfortunately, there's only a Mac 10 being lost there, and they will charge their way forward. Might get caught off, or might catch off Spooky, so there you go. A $600 frag in a 4-on-3 situation for BitFix. They might just full send into the site now that they've got a Galil and a Mac 10 to try and play with on the retake. No kid, that might not be a concern for them looking up though. And indeed, more kills pour in, but Zayman Woody, it's all left to Jimbo on the diffuser. Just stick the 10 seconds. Got to come in from Monster, and he's got to face 2 more CTs on the way in as well. Guns out for both of them, and they win that fight. BitFix with an eco steal.
Whew. And I'd like to see what happened there. The player who's actually positioned almost perfectly as the rotation for BitFix comes through underpass. I'm curious as to how he doesn't get anything out of this. Yeah, did they not have head armor on 2 of the players? Did I see that correctly? The Addicts didn't have head armor. He died to a single USB shot. And I think Spooky also as well might not have had head armor.
Might have to look into that, honestly. That was a little bit... I mean, it does explain why the USPs got killed so easy there in the mid-control, obviously.
And the Mac 10 as well, right?
Yeah.
Once they run out, you can see Addicts right now, after having lost around and bought into a Tech 9, he's got 4K. Which should not be the case. I guess Spooky on his end might have invested into it, considering his money's lower, but still, that's such an oddity. Why would you not buy a head kev?
Well, there could be an explanation as to why the numbers are the way that they are right now, but regardless, Prospects made their bet, now they're going to lie in it. Frag found against Jimbo already, the AK of Youngster. Striking first, might get pressured in towards the site itself here. He's alone towards long, doesn't actually turn on with a kill or 2 for Adex. 3-on-3, guns can get gained. They're back into this round here for the Prospects in their own full eco round. Tapeware back behind the truck though, gap in that smoke makes it easy to kill off Adex. Turns away from the next T-side player, so Lax responds, and Woody and Ghazi start rotating to position. They spot out Lax, tap his head off his shoulders, leave it all on VHW here. Bobbin is back, could get a plant if he wants to. They don't have the info to where he is at the moment.
Well, they don't. It's super important frag from Woody's end right there. And eventually, VHW runs into the crosshairs of Ghazi, so they managed to stay alive there. A little bit more dicey than I would have liked to see. Again, one of the issues that we saw of 0-0 Prospects have versus Trick was the fact that seemingly no matter what they did in terms of A setups, etc., Trick would get far up to their face whenever they would go towards the E-bomb site, or people would kind of just sneak past a whole lot of the time. I think, I'm trying to think back if it was the Masonic matchup we saw as well on Overpass, where that was a bit of a trend too. So the A side seeming a little bit wonky in terms of how much information they're able to retain at all times. We have a rebuy. That's a good find from Spooky. Woody down through the wooden panel. And an easy. Yeah. Absolutely. It was written in the stars, but it does mean that Bitfix will have to find themselves a man down early on. It's also going to make it a whole lot a whole lot more difficult for them to find information, especially because Ghazi's alone over towards the B bomb site, so he can't necessarily set himself up to pressure for aggression, try to figure out what's going on over towards Shortwater or outside of Monster without potentially risking the entire map. And that's what has me a little bit questioning as to why we're not seeing any sort of reaction from Bitfix. They've stood still, the through players over towards the A bomb site the entire time, haven't even attempted to find any sort of information. Luckily for them, prospects are taking their sweet time here as well.
Tapeware to wrap in, spot null here. The player see the gun barrel and eventually win that fight against Spooky. So 4 on 4, the advantage gained by Bit Prospects been brought back to an even standing. The bomb will go down, however, so they have the site. Or missing a crucial shot for Alex here. Back on that short control, expecting there to be some sort of C4 rotator. Jimbo, GOHW actually distracts, and they think that might be the only forward player in water. He does get a kill back towards Ghazi as a result, but Alex has fallen in the interim, and Jimbo's quick to follow suit. One player left outside of Monster, dealt with by Youngster, who gets his kill, grabs the AWP on a kit, and will grab the round.
Well, works out for Bitfix, but that could have been so disastrous considering there was zero reaction, zero information to go off of for such a long time. If Prospect had been about 5 seconds quicker about their actual take on the deep bomb side, I don't think this is a round at all, but instead, it all works out for Bitfix. Tapeware finding that first frag on Spooky, and then solid trades all the way through their retake. Well done. One's their first given the opportunity. And bad times all around for 0-0 Prospects. They're back to pistols.
Yeah, Tech-9s and the Deagle. Kevlar and helmets are inbound for them, so they have got a little bit in that sense. Nades up from Ghazi. Try to do some damage, but ultimately not maintaining anything here against the T side.
Half a second too early to really do a ton of damage, but here we go. On to the T side we go, and a nice turnaround from Woody to find 2, but it's still even trades.
Still even trades, actually. I thought that Jimbo was finally going to break the cycle, and indeed he does, but not against Guards, against Tapeware up in heaven. So now left on Youngster, inbound from Graffiti, smoke's being thrown over. Spooky didn't see him, 4x3'd. 1-on-1, Jimbo, low HP, but just got to land that headshot, and that's what he'll get for it. So it will be another steal round on the table for 0-0 Prospects that they take for this time. A quadrate, in fact, for the last man of the B-side line. And yeah, the pistols do work out well for them in that respect.
Yeah, just curious as to seeing the defense coming out from Bitfix here. It's, well, to say the least, not ideal. Sure, Tech-9 pushes and whatnot and B rushes in general can be difficult to deal with, but that was not the most impressive hold I've ever seen. 5 people from the CTs all running up long, and again, do like that. Again, if you're not investing into the round specifically, might as well stack together, get a cheap frag. Wax. Ooh, they spot your elbow.
Spotted a lot more than his elbow in the end there.
Yeah.
Alex is all trying to protect that AK, unable to do so. So the eco does work out to at least get one gun out of this one, but they don't know that the stack is in towards that long control. Oh, Alex lands a collateral and will close out with a quadra. In a respectable sequence that was against Kevlar's players, most of them on pistols as well. So it is what it is there for the CT side. Of course, anti-eco done and done with. Not really a whole lot of damage overall, so they can just rest on the idea that they just took control. Go towards those guns, back in, buy it for the next round.
Much needed round for 0-0 Prospects to keep that many people alive. Bolstering up their economy. Bitfix kind of losing the grip and the stronghold they had on this half. And Zame doing his damnedest to bring it back. Spooky once again falls early on, and Shortwater aggression is not going to pan out for Bitfix, so well, the opportunity they created for themselves initially has also been squandered. if nothing else, they have put the fear into 0-0 prospects, not necessarily feeling comfortable about continuing over towards that B bomb site. But look at, yeah, who is that? Taking liberties up by long.
Adex there with AWP. I mean, uncontested.
Definitely not something you expect to see, but Youngster will find the first frag onto Lax. Adex surely. Yeah.
We land a collateral, instead he just needs 2 shots and he gets them both, so not like it's much of a difference. And now we'll cut off the rotators of the rest of the CT side. The bomb can commit from here. I've also got VHW out in connector that will try to stop them from rotating to the mid portion of the map. Either way, all sorts of control being maintained by the Gs as Adex makes it a triple, and Tapeware is all that is left. A 1-on-3 for him. And it's probably best to save in these circumstances. It's got such little map control and a major man advantage for the prospects.
Yeah. How do you really expect an operative simply, well, bummers the entire way up A in that fashion? I guess he does feel a little bit more confident about his chances if Tapeware tries his luck. Not going to be lucky enough. Adix with the quad kill. Solid round. I guess Adex feels a little bit more confident the second he sees this kill come in. He knows the same is not going to be posted up towards long, so he takes his chances. Gets so deep, so quickly. Nobody on the BitFix side have ever considered that as a possibility, so prospects are going to get back into the lead. 4-3, and whereas BitFix looked promising to start us off, it's slowly turning into more of Prospect's game here. Pistols only on BitFix.
Lax's rifle will strike things first. At least Woody can get a response. That's a pick back from the player. I think aggressed out towards Monster for VHW. No real vision on the bomb for the CTs either, so it's just that one frag, that one casualty as they work their way back in towards mid. An AK for Woody to play with, and possession towards the backside of the A site himself. With that aggressive play from Ghazi and a cut of rotations in from short pipe and from the connector control.
Depending on how deep Woody can get here, it could be a bit of a nuisance for Lax as he wants to turn the corner. This is kind of the exact same position we saw Lax doing a lot of work versus Trickton. Bit of a deja vu as well. Woody overextends, gets found, which leaves Ghazi all by his lonesome. Tapeware might be considering moving over towards his teammate and not too long. Also chunked up by a decently placed AG. And away we go. On the side we go. Spooky has no problem disposing of Ghazi. That nade is going to be a unwelcome present for Tapeware as he gets up the stairs down to 25 HP without having seen a single soul.
Yeah, forced to back away in this context. There's not really much that he can do. I mean, he doesn't also losing much, but the backstab's also coming in from the C side. So even if he commits, whether he saves, he's pretty much a goner from here. We'll try push forward, but dead to the hands of Spooky. So easy pickings. Prospects be able to find 5 on their T side, 4 in a row for them as of right now. Whilst it was a pretty respectable start, of course, from BitFix side, taking back off the back of that pistol. And that started to come the way of the Prospect once again. Didn't stop them from regaining control over on Mirage, though, so it doesn't necessarily guarantee anything at this stage.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a role reversal in that sense. And on Mirage, we saw Prospects go up in a lead, then a 5-round string of rounds from BitFix. This time, a little bit of a different story with Prospects being the ones feeling hot right now. Could turn around at any given moment. Aggressive setup. Works to find the opening for BitFix, and Youngster's going to push on behind this as well. Question is he going to get caught up by the player playground? No chance. Thrown utility is going to give Addicts away. With a 2-man advantage and this deep information, you feel pretty good about BitFix's chances here.
Yeah, 5-on-3 situation. Not really a commitment coming in from the Prospects as of right now. They have got to set up towards that B site. Flash their way in, AK spray onwards, and Ghazi gets the next kill. Spooky to fall, VHW and Jimbo. 2 players left as Tapeware tries to dive in against them. Side set towards the back, and killer position is Tapeware with the kill against VHW, and Ghazi hits Jimbo the same. So all 5 alive for the BitFix side. A nice lockout defensive as the Prospects get picked apart.
Yeah, the aggressive setup definitely catching an unsuspecting 0-0 Prospects team over there. Map control given up immediately, and pretty easy task to close things out for BitFix in that situation. Going to be looking to continue on off of that. We'll see if it leads into more aggression or not, but nonetheless, just showcasing the fact that you're willing to play aggressively every now and again is definitely something that you should do as a CT. So CTs don't feel comfortable about basically walking through the wilderness without using utility. Woody's going to find one. VHW had, well, a faint hope of being able to help out and get a return frag. That's not going to be the case. Instead, we're about 25 seconds into the round, and there's still a significant advantage, or again, is still again a significant advantage. There we go. English, quite the language. But at the end of the day, it does mean that BitFix have a round more or less fully decked out for them. Just the final few percentages and the final details that needs to be sorted out. And again, trying to stay with as many players alive as possible. Lax is going to have something to say about that, though, but it's short-lived. Youngster making sure that the A side is entirely clear, and Bomb being on the back of Spooky probably not going to help him out too much, as you do have two players on the side of BitFix over towards B as it stands.
I'll try isolate at least one of those picks, and out towards Grill. Woody will fall, and the rotations, of course, will be called in by the CT side. They know exactly where he's got to go from here. Has not got any room to really rotate. Molotov smokes down by some cover. Could secure a bomb plant from this position. It depends on whether the blind fire from New York can really connect. Leans in out the other side of the smoke, and that gives away his life. So Tapeware connecting his kill in the round and connecting 5 rounds for BitFix. Even standing again. Lead the prospects of gain, the lead that they worked so hard to gain as well. It's not much longer of a laster here, so not ideal.
Not getting a bomb plant as well is gonna prove to be a bit of an issue here for 0-0 prospects. Again, they've done well to be able to win multiple rounds in a row, but eventually money runs out, and that's what we're seeing happening right in front of our eyes. A Deagle brought out on Spooky, a Galil in the hands of VHW. Because the one saving grace is that they do have an AWP. Tried for a bit of a 4-man tower. Couldn't find anything for it. All it's done is actually allow for BitFix to get far up, close and personal towards that T-pit.
Deagles and Galil's set. Flashes in, utility thrown down by the T side, trying to find something out towards Monster. You can see that that's got to kind of be the point of attack, because going in towards mid is not going to be an option for them. Look at Tapeware. Pushed all the way up outside of T-Con is SMG versus several T-side players. Youngsters also there for the first contact. The AK spray that will catch a kill back. He's just going to rotate back. Tapeware gets the kill on VHW. Jimbo's forced to trade back on one of the players. Can't quite find the second though. So 4 versus 3. BitFix working hard to maintain this part control. The AWP of Adex sees the boosting, catches Woody, takes some damage for it, and that forces the rotate back into the B side. They've got to get the bomb plant from here, and the AWP is extending for more. Adex might have to get this killing at Graffiti. The one-man standing of Ghazi. He's checking all the way back into the back corner, not the front corner, and it's an easy pick for the CT instead.
It's so far forward push for Adex. I'm surprised he wasn't comfortable about just holding off the entire lower entrance instead. That puts them at a man disadvantage here. 3v2 made into a 2v2 by Spooky, but Zame quick to respond, and so is Ghazi. BitFix are going to extend it. Are going to take back the lead, 6-5. Also going to be able to scavenge, well, hold on to an AWP going further into it. Now, as for the money situation on the side of 0-0 prospects, they could invest. Do have 2 players over 4K, 1 over 5. There would have to be some pistols jumbled in there to make it all happen. Instead, they're going to opt in for a half buy. Not a bad decision, and to be fair, last time they were tasked to deal with Tech 9s and utility. That ended up being a 4K for Jimbo and a round win.
See how far they can get towards that. Not impossible, but obviously not likely for the prospects to have any success in this round. It's Alex that will lean in first and foremost. The Tech 9 teammate behind him in VHW. The bomb's also on his back. The M4 in for Woody, engages, finds that first. Not willing to look towards the head of the smoke. Tech 9 will spam forward. Gazi's got it covered. And Woody can double up with Jimbo, so bomb dropped for a second time in this round. Alex and Spooky, very different positions, very far out from any sort of contention in this round or so. Only a matter of time before BitFix close in and close them out the same. Indeed, Alex gets caught off. Spooky landed a collateral kill with the Deagle.
Not something you see every day.
No, it's not. Fortunately, the player behind him was low HP to enable that to come through for him. But it's not going to lead towards the round for the side.
Yeah, not going to be the case. BitFix 7-5. Starting to look more and more promising here for the underdogs. Prospects forced to take another time out. Obviously, we'll have money now with the limited investment in the prior round, but are looking to get some more rounds on the board. It's been 4 in a row for BitFix. They're feeling good about themselves. They do have some money spared as well, so they should be able to rebuy as youngsters showing, I guess, it should be like reverse struggling, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess that's the right term for it, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see though what kind of a change up it's going to be from the prospect side. They haven't necessarily gotten too much out of their default A map control kind of setups. A couple of rounds they won towards A has been off of pretty wild adventures from Addicts, really. They are going to get quick about it.
No such wild adventures from him in this round. They're down to 53 HP is the opening duel. 0-0 prospects. Set Jimbo up again to try and play entry VHW. Hearing that jump face out towards the boost point. Try and counteract the CT there. No, he looks for Tapeware who regresses instead. There won't be a second jump out from Gazi, so he'll get away in that position, allow another CT to start pushing forward in that short control. Meanwhile, prospects will start to gain control of the mid position, and VHW will catch Woody off in the end by going back into short pipe, extending out towards water, getting now to a 5 versus 2 with Jimbo's pick on a youngster. So Gazi and Zame, the last couple of players remain, both on the A play. Now bomb is up in long, so it might have to just go forward of it. I mean, it's still got time to rotate towards B if they want to.
Yeah, the world's zeroes right now, and seemingly the right thing to do is just to sit still, and eventually the players will come running at you. Gazi, admirable effort so far, finds 2, but that's also a very clear indication of where, well, what bomb side they should go to. Actually finds a 3rd as well onto Lax, so it is costing prospects. They should get an uncontested bomb plant over towards B at the very least. Forward positioning as well from PHW. Gazi barely taking damage though to get those 3 first frags, and PHW giving up the angle for a moment. Could be dangerous. Does have his back covered by Jimbo, and Gazi a bit of a brazen attempt through the Molotov there, so not going to be too difficult for Jimbo. And a much needed round for 0-0 prospects. He stops the string, the 4-round streak. You see, it's just 4 different instances of BitFix players basically running at them. And to be fair, completely fair to try to play for information and so on. So Tapeware dying first, completely fine. Youngster trying to peer out towards long once they're in a 5v3, that also makes sense. But I guess you could have held back on some of them. But we're going to see aggression through long. Oh.
Players just get mowed down by Lax and Alex for their transgressions in long, so not much for BitFix in that one. 5v3 gained already, and Lax is looking for more here. Teammates also in the connector control, clearing that position out. Utility thrown over towards long position, or adjusts from Adex and gets Tapeware as well. Gazi and Zame, last 2 players left on 0-0 prospect. We got 1 good pick back towards them, but both players now in the bathrooms. And the backstab also coming in from connector control should bracket them into this position. Might be able to rotate as well towards the B site for the prospects. I don't know if they're aware of the second man that's out there. They should be relatively soon. Zame is in the open and Gazi is yet to make a move, so he'll extend. Probably get killed off right here. Oh, not a lucky miss. This might cause a few more problems. The prospects now recognizing that they have to rotate into a position. Finally, the kill on Gazi. They still haven't recognized where Zame is, though. We know he got the kill, so they must be aware that he's out here somewhere. 1v4 regardless, though. That also means that the B site's open, so the bomb's going to commit towards it, and Spooky will just tap the head of Zame off.
Yeah, they finally realized what was going on. think he should be shouting out the fact that he did see the Opper initially as well in that awkward bit of a duel once Zame tried to push forward. So, do handle their business. 7-7, all squared out here as we head into the final round of the first half. Not the dream by any means for Bitfix here. It's potentially, well, 2 closes out. Tapewear on a mag 7. MP9 on Youngster, and other than that, it's just pure pistols. Gotten short water control, though. Depending on when Spooky decides to push out, could get dicey, but instead, no, it's going to start off with double opening. Make that a triple for 0-0 Prospects, and this should be an 8th round and a 1T half.
Tapewear's trying to hold on here with the mag 7, try and dish out some damage as Woody actually gets a kill with the Deagle. Now unknown entity as VHW removes Tapewear from play, and that bomb will just commit towards Woody's side. Lax. Dangerously close to taking Woody down through the wall bang. Knows that he's out there somewhere. Woody's best call from here is to grab that AK and just get out towards mid, being Molotov'd away into connector. Double mollies inbound from him. Somehow staying alive. That nade probably finishes the job against him, and yeah, too much HP damage being done, so sticking around for way too long.
Yeah.
8-7 to the board of the 0-0 Prospects to close out the half. Again, close, much like how it was on Mirage. A slightly more competent game being played, though.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And again, 0-0 Prospects, in the end, do get away with a very, very respectable T-half. 8 rounds, that's not something you can complain about at any given point of time. But Bitfix had their moments. They definitely had their opportunities to make this a much tougher time for 0-0 Prospects than what it ended up being. Again, sure, the bounce back from 0-0 Prospects to make it 5-3 in their favor. From that point on, once we saw that 4-round streak coming out of Bitfix, there were definite opportunities for them to be able to basically just continue forward, make that a 10-5 half. Just wasn't to be the case in this scenario.
Yeah, and the hard part is over for them now. Obviously, we know from statistics basis that the CT side is always better for most teams. In 0-0 Prospects, there's absolutely no difference right here. A large number of about 57% of rounds being won. So they've always got that, obviously, now knowing that they're going into the better half for them. The idea that they've made it an 8-7 half for their favor, it does show some confidence now coming into this into this last half of the matchup. So it feels like some of the roles have been reversed. Not all of them, obviously. You could still very easily turn that in favour of the Bitfix side, because this is exactly what we said about the likes of Ancient, obviously, when they got the 9-6 half, and we were like, yeah, this looking easy from here, right? 16-6 boys, and it ended up 16-11, so not quite as easy as one might assume. So 0-0 Prospects got to start things off on the right foot with the pistol round. USPs peeking in, a P250 set for Zame out towards the T-con position. Spooky walking forward in a monster, one player around the corner, and Youngster's head taken clean off from his shoulders. Looking for more, it's VHW that gets Ghazi next to the 5 versus 3. Lax waiting for the next player to peek in from short. That's Tapewear with the bomb dropped, and probably the round as well.
Yeah. What are you gonna at least start the attempted comeback here? Finding one frag, that's Spooky out of commission for the time being. 2v4. Bomb dropped so far forward, though, on short, that it feels like you kind of have to commit towards the actual B side if you want to have any shot of getting the bomb down. It all comes down to the duels, and, you know, HW is definitely not afraid, but maybe should be. Pistol accuracy, not necessarily at the top, but Addix manages to close that one out. But he's still not having taken any sort of damage, but you don't love his chances. Finds 0-0 Prospects Opper, but then walks into the crosser of Jimbo, who's having a pretty solid game of it so far.
Well placed from him. 0-0 Prospects taking a pistol round. I mean, a decent effort towards the last round of the T side line. That definitely could have been a bit more better from Woody had he been given more chances, but I mean, the C2's played that to perfection right there, knowing where he is, backed off, covered their entries, played passive, forced him to walk into a disadvantageous position. It makes sense. It's Counter-Strike fundamentals there from 0-0 Prospects. So M4s on 2, SMGs on 3. Of course, the buy-up will not be received by Bitfix. No bomb plant bonus, so no major investment. They've invested a little bit of utility on Woody, but just the flashbang, the last one being used there to get themselves into T-con. They've got Alex's M4 to try hold off against them. Spotted out by the Glock initially, but 2 more line up for him. Damage to the first, kill towards Zame. Extending for a bit more. He's out there somewhere, and indeed he finishes the job he started against Youngster. Yeah,
very hopeful retreat from Youngster's end there. Ghazi's going to be able to find Spooky, hoping to find some eco frags. Instead, it's going to be Lax to be the beneficiary of that, and taps away The fine taper as well survives on 8 HP. Overall, a good anti-eco from the set of 0-0 prospects, which is to be expected considering the fact that there was no investment on the side of BitFix as well. So now the real challenge starts for both sides respectively. Firepower-wise, you'd have to give it to BitFix. Full squad of AKs, still 2 MP9s in play for 0-0 prospects. That would be an ideal time for BitFix to start making their mark on the T-half.
10-7. In control. AK's the M4 stand by up. Dame, they get scored by Adex. His feet sticking out from below the wood position. The wallbang attempt to be successful in Adex. He even gets a second. He'll be being taken up to 15 HP. Almost tripled it up. But fortunately, Woody and Youngster get those trades together to bring us back in an even man standing. Got very dangerous a bit fixed there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So they had no idea that Adex has been able to make his way in towards Playground. They paid dearly for it, but we'll see if the aggression continues right now. The brakes have been pumped. Oh, timing could be everything here. Is Woody going to back out the second CT player is moving out? No, he's actually going to be able to keep his focus on the ladder for just long enough. So yet again, that's one nth round already. It feels like where Spooky has pushed aggressively in it. Has had mixed results so far. Worked great pistol round, not so much in the anti-eco, and not given the wanted results here either. And Lax, they've definitely lost control of the map because Lax is being worried about somebody having pushed up from lower, while you still have a player clearing out short water and now going back towards Monster. So you're gonna have to start to realize that the action might be happening over towards the A bomb site. The question is if it's gonna be in time. Molotov to delay from Lax. Just a little bit of time, but Youngster's already made it deep into bank, and that's going to be an easy pickup for him.
That's a playbook out of 0-0 prospects, his own strategy.
Yeah, walk deep, and when you've gotten deep, go even further.
The Adex classic.
Yeah, and speaking of, I mean, he went deep here into Playground and found 2 frags for it. Solid trades, especially the 2 picked up by Woody there to stabilize things for BitFix, means a much-needed round and a honestly very good start to the T side for BitFix, considering the fact that they lost pistol. No money to be found on the prospect side here, so they're going to have to go back to pistols, which means BitFix should be in a prime opportunity to get 9.
And bring us back within one of the 0-0 prospects side. Again, to reiterate what we were saying at the turn of the half, nothing is guaranteed. 10 to 8 should be 9, as you mentioned. Utility placements into the connector control, seeing nothing of the prospects. They're all stacked up towards the B site instead. As BitFix just play out their defaults, not opting to go for any sort of major rush, and that would be the good idea in this case, because if they went towards B fast, might have gotten ripped apart, even though it is just pistols out for the CT side.
Yeah,
they'll slow walk their way into B.
Much more comfortable, but it is very true. It's never a good feeling to run headfirst into a stack. Very quickly spiral out of control. We might see a rotation coming back towards the B bomb site. Yeah, not enough happening over towards A for them to really respond to it. So stack very much alive here from the 0-0 prospect part, but still the issue of having pistols versus, well, now 4 AKs.
Still strike back to BHW. It's Spooky getting Youngster. Jimbo falls. Damage done to Ghazi. Hold on. 1 on 2 now for Woody. There's an AK for VHW. Spooky. They've got the bomb in their hands as well. Woody moving up. Can't quite seem to see them and making a little noise. Swings up, flick back. Doesn't know where the transfer. Runs out of ammo. Glock picks up USP against it, and Spooky's going to steal. Prospects are going to steal.
Oh my. Yeah, BitFix have had a couple of run-ins with this exact thing. The rounds that they're meant to win, the rounds that seem like a foregone conclusion, are the ones to escape them. So yeah, they walk back from it. They don't rush into B, but the slow walk doesn't really work out either. Again, you can always question whether or not it's worth going up for contact, or if you want to basically carpet bomb the entire site with Molotovs and nades before you move in. and have it work that way, but regardless, didn't work out for Bitfix and VHW. Farming some eco-frags and underpass to get us going in round 20.
Yeah, Youngster and Tapeware, not much that they can do in this one. Their own deco pistol upgrade round will not be as successful as Prospects is one. Might try their hand at sneaking in a kill or two at the bomb plants. Very unlikely. A round win is impossible now as Youngster falls. Tapeware's alone. The 1 versus 5 to fall towards Spooky. All 5 alive for the Prospects. And that is a major momentum shift round. That eco basically could give up everything now for the 0-0 Prospects. Bitfix, when they get these guns out, and whether they force buy or go for the full investment round, they're harsh investment for these guys, but lacking in utility for them. They have the AKs, they have the AWP, and they have only so many chances left.
Yeah, so that's going to mean that grabbing a control safely is going to be difficult because you can't expend a lot of your utility before you get closer to a site. And also means you don't necessarily get too many goes of it if you basically want to do a waved execute. We'll see how they handle it. Already 2 players without any utility whatsoever. And only 1 smoke left when we're about 40 seconds into the round, so not loving that. No, we'll get short water control eventually. Now it remains to be seen what they can actually do with it, because maneuvering around on overpass becomes very difficult in these mid-rounds. Oh, nice little tower here from 0-0 Prospects. Oh, and it actually backfires.
Youngster is running out of the very last bullet in the spray, able to get Jimbo to fall. It's a very big frag to find. It doesn't convert into a B-site take, though. Bitfix still playing carefully, might offer themselves up to Adex's AWP here. Tapeware's watching and turning away from it. The bomb carrier might not be so lucky, though. He's leaning in. His teammates on the way back to the back lines. They don't have direct access to the ace site just yet. You have access to Woody, though, taking him out to the 4 versus 4. Now the AWP can close in for definitive. Ghazi Core, Adex with the kill. A man advantage now for the Prospects. He's pressured, but he still gets 2 kills with that. AWP make it a triple. VHW deals with Tapeware on the site, and that'll be the end of Bitfix.
Woo. I had no idea how Adex is able to find 3 out of that. Feels like he might have lost his timing initially once Bitfix are able to establish themselves on the side, get the bomb plant down and so on, and maybe you're thinking to yourself the best case scenario is going to be either to play off of basically the contact his teammates are making on the rotate once they try to start that retake, but instead just takes matters into his own hands. Cleans that round nicely up for his side. Bomb plant will allow Bitfix to have another go at it, but again, it's going to be a similar situation. Not a lot of utility to work off of, so there's always the question of how you're going to be able to get map control. 0-0 Prospects are loving this position they're finding themselves in right now. A lot of money saved up for at least 3 players. And a significant lead as well.
There goes the kill for Youngster. Lax takes him down. Good start again for the 0-0 Prospects in this round. Now we're starting to see that confidence that we saw from Bitfix at the end of the last map coming in for the Prospects this time around. The boost accounted for VHW. Perfect kill on Woody. A bit of revenge extracted by the B-site defenders here. Their own boost removed from play in the last round. This time around, they're going to get not only the booster, but his table in Tapeware. Ghazi does find a way to work in towards Monster, but only 1 pick is good for him. And it's Zame alone in the 1 versus 4. Bomb on his back, working in towards Monster, with position now being revealed. CT's hunting him. He gets those 2 kills, though. Sees the 3rd CT on the back of the site. Unawares of where Adex is coming in from, though. Rotating out towards Heaven. Head not being seen. Player at 3 definitely being seen, though. Zame, no idea where the last player is. And on the rotate out towards the site as well. The AWP misses him, but Adex, he's hearing all these footsteps. Knife pulled out of Zame's position. The AWP only lands the leg shot. Zame's given a lifeline. Imagine he wins it from here. That would be the most tragic missed shot for Adex. Coming in from Dumpster, pistol pulled out. He knows he can win it off the back of that alone, and that's exactly what he'll do. Zame unable to capitalize upon God's gift, and it's 0-0 Prospects on 14.
Yeah, good to see Adex having the forethought to actually pull out the pistol there, realizing he's legged Zame as he rushes by. It's to deal with it. But that was a 3-man advantage for the 0-0 prospect side. It's a question how they actually get into this bit of a sticky mess, but I guess at the end of the day, all that matters is the fact that they win the round. They did have enough reserves to potentially buy up regardless. Now they're at 14, so this lead has just grown and grown and grown. Fix not being able to post rounds on the T side, and it does get more difficult once Addix starts finding opening frags like that too.
Gets a second as well against Tate, where VHW falling in trade. Spooky comes up towards short, and Woody goes down. Ghazi and Youngster, the last two players left, will try work their way back in and flashbang forward onto control, allowing Lax a decent kill of his own right, and doubles up towards the last man of the T side. 15-8, map and match point for the Prospects. Elimination point for Bitfix now. Running out of chances, almost out and out. Where do they go from here? How do they figure this out?
Well, that's definitely the question they're asking themselves. They do have the loss bonus to get some AKs in hand. But again, limited utility means tough job of finding map control, and Prospects, obviously, they're going to be fully kitted out. No issues whatsoever to buy whatever they want. Addix down into underpass, and it is a bit of a double setup, so this might catch, well, not only the first duel off guard. Oh, look at VHW. That is clean. Not going to suspect one extra player to have gotten past already, but he's done more than enough at this point. Ghazi, though, are you actually going to get a little bit of luck going your way? Well, not before Addix makes you the sole player alive.
Oh, no!
Oh!
The body threw him off.
Yeah.
He fired away, and the York quick swings back to the no-scope. 16-8 for the 0-0 Prospects as they take the series 2-1. A number of pickups over the course of said series, an opportunity in which you could have seen Bitfix potentially stealing the upset, but ultimately it is going to be an Academy side win today. I just, you know, I'm a little bit stunned at how that one ended, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit flustered at the whole situation there. But at the end of the day, we predicted Prospects. They took the victory, and that is the bottom line.
Yeah, and to be fair, you know, in their credit as well, they did at least finish off the series in the strongest manner, right? So whether or not it was a little bit shaky on Ancient, whether or not it was a little bit, well, a lot more shaky on Mirage, they do manage to, I guess, conclude the match with a pretty solid showing that does leave you with a bit of a bolstered confidence in them, because what they delivered, I'd say, like final map versus Tricked, and then the two opening maps here that had kind of put a bit of a damper on the 0-0 Prospects' hopes in terms of how far they can make it into tournament, but they do show a good side of themselves on Overpass now.
Absolutely, and I mean, look, like it wasn't exactly like it was the easiest affair, especially in that first half. But in the second half, they did very proficiently on the CT side, much like how it was over on Mirage. The opposing side of Bitfix, they only got one good round on their T side, and with that, they are done now in this tournament. They're out of the bracket, they're losing in the losers bracket, so the 0-0 Prospects can move forward with a little bit of pride and a little bit of survival in that sort of respect. But again, there was some moments where we sort of doubted it there. I mean, like it wasn't exactly the most comfortable of series for them.
No, absolutely not. Again, I think they got pushed. Well, I guess they expected to be pushed on a map like Mirage. They probably didn't expect that much resistance as they had on Ancient. But for Mirage, probably would have been expected. But still, I would have assumed aimed to close this as a 2-0. So a lot of credit for Bitfix to actually being able to showcase a solid map in that sense before they eventually bowed out. But no, I think that became more of a hectic affair for 0-0 Prospects than what they kind of looked out for to start the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, of course, probably does have some bad ramifications going forward in the bracket, because it's not going to get any easier from here, as we always say.
Yeah.
So having them lose out or nearly lose out to an Academy or to a lesser-known team, a Norwegian team for all intents and purposes, like, you know, for the Bitfix side who don't have any kind of international experience in that sort of sense, it does indicate that things might not be as easy for the Prospects going forward. But they weren't favourites in this tournament, so at least they have that silver lining to their own right. But they do survive at the very least. They move forward in the upper bracket of this tournament, so they can move on to take on the winner of a Masonic versus Young Ninjas matchup, which will be coming up next here, mate. So, any quick thoughts on that one before we head to the break?
No, again, good to see 0-0 Prospects kind of turning things around towards the end there and finishing off in style. And also, you know, want to give a shout out to Bitfix Gaming. Again, good to see them and the kind of display they had for Mirage. And I think they've been able to learn a lot through the experience of playing this tournament as well. So hopefully, they'll continue to work on their craft and come back stronger next time.
Awesome. Well, we're going to head towards a bit of an extended break. Our last match of the day is going to be a little bit delayed, but hopefully by not that much of a margin. So as we come back with the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, it will be Masonic versus Young Ninjas after the break.
sunshine. While you play, spotlight from my heart. Sunshine. While you playing. sunshine. My dear, why you playing? Just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine. My dear, why you playing? I just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine. My dear, why you playing? I can chill.
Seems so good.
Spotlight from my heart.
Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Two peas in the pot, two peas in the pot. That we are. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes, but I know we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on a show. And baby, I don't mind it. Let them talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. Getting into our second best of 3 of the day. We've just seen the Norwegian derby between 0-0 Prospects and Bitfix in the lower bracket. And unfortunately for Bitfix, they found themselves out of the tournament in second to last place. However, the 0-0 Prospects will move on to take on one of our next two teams in action now. Masonic versus Young Ninjas will be our second match of the day. And this one, we mentioned at the start of the show, is going to be our highlight one. This is the main event, if you will, because this one has the potential to go all three maps in a fashion that maybe Bitfix and 0-0 Prospects was not expected to go to all three maps.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, after, I guess, the showing that we had between 0-0 Prospects and Bitfix, maybe that deserved a bit more of an honorable mention as well. But again, obviously we couldn't know before it happened in front of our eyes. But yeah, definitely so. Again, Masonic have shown great form, not only in this tournament so far, but just generally speaking in their multiple tournaments for the last period of time. As you can see, their HLTV rank sitting at around 50 now, so not far off Tricked, who we've kind of dubbed as a tournament favorite as well, which is a solid sign, obviously, for them. And Young Ninja is obviously a big name draw in that sense. Everybody recognizes the NIP brand.
Now we've got player photos as well, so we can
exactly.
recognize the players as well.
Yeah, and we actually have a set 5. They came out and announced that this is the lineup they're going forward with. And I guess in terms of being an academy team or a talent team, whatever you want to call it, they have kind of gone that route to an extreme, considering that the oldest person on their side is 18 in CTR, and he has picked up more experience than probably a lot of like 22, 23, 24-year-olds have as well, considering the fact that he has played with the main roster for an extended period of time as well. So definitely going to be an interesting project to see going forward. I guess one of the things that we have noticed with this new lineup is that they obviously don't have that much or had that much time together in terms of practice and obviously official games and so on. So while they might not be at their peak right now, it's going to be an exciting lineup to pay attention to going forward.
Yeah, like, again, the key thing right here is the potential, right? This is definitely a long-term project. Because you got guys like Temporary at 15 years old. Like, there's no way he's going to be as proficient as some of the veterans in the scene itself. And that's part of the reason why, like, you know, the Young Ninjas haven't had the best of runs. They haven't had the best of starts in this tournament. Obviously, dropping out to the Young Ninjas, dropping out to 0-0 Prospects, rather, in that opening round. And there's a chance that we could see the rematch set up as well in the lower bracket if they get this victory against Masonic. However, I do feel like, once again, we are looking at a matchup which could go the distance. But we do have one clear favourite, and that is, of course, the Masonic side.
Yeah, so even if this were to become a 3-map or like a 3-map series, it does feel like it's going to be much like the first matchup, where we have a clear set favorite who we expect to make it out towards the end of it, and that being Masonic. Again, we've been impressed by multiple players on their side throughout the tournament. I think we've seen very solid performances from pretty much everyone at any given time, but to me, Gensi, Krogan, probably the two standouts so far in that regard. Gensi, their Opera, obviously having many vital rounds, and probably the only one who was able to do something as they went down to Astralis Talon in their upper bracket match. Really, he was the one who at least gave them a fair chance at stuff, or a fair chance at winning, but wasn't enough to do it by himself. So looking for a bounce back from the 4 others in that sense for this one, and I think they'll be I guess, hot and ready to go, considering they just finished a best of 3 series versus AGO, which they actually came out on top of, which is no small feat, because AGO, they've a very established team, been to Pro League and so on, so that's not a small feat.
No, absolutely not. And as a result, you can sort of count on the idea that Masonic will be a little bit warmed up in this matchup. They'll obviously have practiced out a bit of strap, but maybe there's a bit of an opportunity for Young Ninjas to watch those matches and potentially get a couple of insights into what they're doing right now that they could potentially pull off in terms of not only the gameplay but also the veto itself, which of course we can see on screen as well. Overpass stuff to an Ancient will be played out on this one. We have seen one series between these two teams in the past as well, by the way. Only a couple of weeks ago, where they played against each other in a best of 3 that went 2-0 the way of Masonic. Dust 2 is the only map that was shared between this series and that one.
Okay, so a little bit of a change up from both sides. I guess the vetoes aren't necessarily that much of a surprise. Young Ninjas beating out Nuke, map that they haven't necessarily played all that much, and we know that Masonic, again, being a Danish team, knows how to play it. Masonic, against just sticking with their permaban, which is a fairly decent pick against Young Ninjas, considering the limited amount of map pool that they've shown or been able to showcase so far. So it all kind of adds up in that sense. Overpass as Young Ninjas pick, I think they are in a bit of a situation where they would be hard-pressed to kind of win out a veto versus Masonic regardless. So Overpass, not necessarily a bad choice, not necessarily a fantastic choice, but considering the fact that we did see Masonic have some pretty well obvious issues in their game versus Astralis Talent, there might be something that Young Ninjas have picked up on it and kind of want to try to abuse going into this matchup as well. But I could have also seen Ancient potentially being a pick on their end.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, going into these maps, you kind of can have a bit of an expectation that maybe they might end up winning each other's map picks as appropriate. I can still see this one going to a 3-map series, honestly. Just given the fact that even Masonic sort of petered out towards the end of their series against Astralis Talent in a similar sort of way, that 0-0 Prospect had a similar scenario against the likes of the Trick side, and obviously that's led to that match against Bitfix, where Bitfix nearly took it. And I'm also looking at this one thinking that we might have a similar scenario play out here in our other lower bracket match. I don't think it's likely that would be the case. Again, I do believe that Masonic have the edge above the Young Ninjas just because of the experience alone. That's always going to be the main sort of sticking point, though, with this lineup, is the fact that we are looking at some very young, inexperienced players that are playing in servers. So in terms of each of these matches, they're almost always going to be underdogs.
Yeah. Again, it wouldn't be fair necessarily to put them in a situation where you expect them to win, considering how new they are and how little time they've had together. And as you mentioned, yeah, just not inexperienced just as a team, but as players, playing competitive Counter-Strike. And that's kind of bound to be the case when your average age, I think, is about 17 on the squad, right? So might even be lower due to temporary pulling the age group down. But no, it's all about seeing promise and seeing something that can be worked on and potentially polished moving further. But yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see. They're going to have a bit of a rough go at potentially having chosen Overpass as their map pick. That means Masonic do get the benefit of starting CT side.
We've seen how important that CT side has been today alone. We obviously saw how impactful it was to 0-0 Prospects and Bitfix a little bit earlier on today. So for the Danes, it could well make or break their map as we start things off with a pistol round in our second series of the day. The Young Ninjas making their way up towards the mid-control. The majority of CT players playing in and around Connector. That one player of Notan that wants to try and press the issue. The P250 of Maxter will draw first blood as Notan will fall, and there's nobody left here on the A side. Queenix has got to lock out this backstab and get at least 2 picks for it. Sees 3 players, gets so much damage, and eventually turns up with Kragan, finding ZTR. Adam V caught off tag low, not quite dead to rights just yet. A 4v2 scenario for Masonic regardless, and they can make light work of the rest of the T's for him. Maxter down, Adam V, 1v4. He'll stand and fight, and where he stands is where he falls.
Adam B was a man with a goal in mind. He was not turning around to ever face Queenix initially. Really tried his way to get around the corner, but not to be. Queenix make sure that's less than ideal start for Young Ninjas there. Finding the perfect timing to come up from underpass. Early pickup as well, and even though he is a little bit labored with the second frag, does enough and stays alive for what feels like an eternity. So Thanes off to a hot start. Exactly what they were looking for. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of adaptations we have, what kind of just basic approach we get out of the Young Ninjas in terms of if they want to rely on map control, I guess the standard European way, or if it's actually leaning more towards B default and that kind of a jazz. But right now, with no investment, should be a pretty easy cleanup for Masonic, which it is. We're going to have our first buy round coming up in a few seconds.
Of course, with the eco pistols and guns out of stand for the CT side, so the AK's return for the Young Ninjas.
Yep.
The utility limited on certain facets, but for the most part, they have those Molotovs, they have those flashes, they have those smokes. No HEs, so no nade stacks, which we have seen them make good work of over the course of this week. So there is always that to contend with. SMGs and FAMAS are still for Masonic, so they'll play this a bit more of a bonus round. The setting up Molotovs in as they'll make their way quickly out into the park position. That nade not doing any damage initially here for the CT forces. Notan wants the position, has some smokes to try and suppress them here. Ninjas are making no real qualms about this position. They'll just hold their angles.
Yeah, one thing that's going to be interesting to see if is Masonic has kind of shored up their A defense, because we did see them get exposed quite a bit in their first match on Overpass in this tournament, where it felt like Kragan and Gen C weren't necessarily playing on, well, they weren't on the same page, to put it that way, because it felt like they had players just being able to eke past them, either through long or through restroom.
We've had a crash there on the Ninjas side. The player just dropped out.
Ooh, not ideal. No damage has been done, though.
It is past the minute mark, though, so I'm not certain what the rulebook says on that. I'm not sure whether it was just the damage done here for Mist.
I think it might just be the case of damage done. I'll see. It seems like all the players have kind of just taken a bit of a pause, so I would expect this to end up in a round restart.
Okay, well, for all intents and purposes, it's not live until otherwise said so. Although based on the fact that the Ninjas are not making a move up towards top mid, I can imagine that has been called out. So yeah, this round is not official. We're still 2-0. We should get the match medic in, replay it as soon as we get the 5th player back in server for the Ninja side. There he is, temporary. A temporary slot in the server, it seems like. I see, we can make these puns all day, isn't it? Like, we've been doing it all week. Yeah, we'll...
won't stop now.
Yeah, we've still only got a few days left, so no reason to stop now. But, yeah, Cabby just enjoying himself, of course.
Yeah, just
rubbing his old belly. That's what I did after my Mackies a moment ago, so
yeah.
We'll run with that. Yeah, so again, it's still just 2-0 for the Young Ninjas. We'll get the match medic to restore the round and we'll replay round 3 as appropriate. But yeah, I mean, look, very little to pull from in that round, obviously, because there, as you mentioned, was no damage done up until that crash happened on the minute marker. So
there's nothing really too much to be gathered from either side as well. Again, because they had no encounters whatsoever. So for Young Ninjas, they don't have to feel like, oh man, but we did our special round and now it's going to be figured out, because no, it's basic a default kind of an ordeal. Not a lot that Masonic could read off of it. So I don't think any teams are going to have any issues with it. Obviously, Young Ninjas definitely want to replay the round with all 5 players available. Obviously, the goal. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue there.
No, moment's respite, obviously, to continue to assess the situation. Obviously, it's still just sort of based off the intangibles and everything we're coming into this matchup with above all else, as opposed to anything we've seen in the actual server itself. So, like, in terms of what we've seen so far this week, right, like for the Young Ninjas side, obviously our key sort of discussion point for them is always about the potential in the future, right? Well, what kind of potential do you see for this lineup going into the next year or two?
Again, it's kind of hard to say immediately right off the bat, because, again, and not to necessarily seem harsh to them, but what we're seeing them, or where we're seeing them right now, is obviously like as an extremely unpolished version of what they could be in even just 3 months from now. So, you know, for all the mishaps and I guess the oopsies that they've showcased so far in the tournament, that could potentially be something that you kind of just breeze past with a couple of weeks of practice. So just the fact that they have young players that they seem to be investing in early on just gives you a very solid way of potentially starting regardless. So while Temporary might not be looking like a clear-cut star for the future, as of right now, could be a very different story in 6 months' time.
Yeah, again, he's 15 years old. So
yeah.
Even in like 12 to 24 months, that could be a very different story for him.
Yeah, and they do obviously have two players who have a little bit more experience to them. ZTR, he's showcased that he's been able to do all right at a tier 1 level, and again, as an 18-year-old, maybe that's a little bit too early for him to try to establish himself there, but there's obviously nothing against him to potentially develop and become even more of a regular contributor for a tier 1 team in the future. So I do think he's got knowledge and he's picked up a lot of stuff just from playing with the main squad. That's going to be beneficial for the 4 others here as well.
Execution in bad for the Young Ninjas. They lost one frag a little bit earlier on in the round. Kragan going to extend it to ZCR as well. So those 2 veterans you mentioned out of the round itself. Kragan makes it a double with a P250. Max to force the trade, but the SMG of no time rotating in for mid will catch Temporary. Leave it all on Max in the 1 versus 4. Caught off at the pizza corner. And that will confirm the 3-0 for Realsy this time on the Masonic side. And the Young Ninjas, no bomb plant in that round.
Yeah, for reals. And reality kind of sucks for Young Ninjas as of right now. As you said, not being able to get a bomb plant down, that means they're going to be a little bit more hampered on the potential of a rebuy. Again, if they had gotten a plant here, it would have been an easy decision to force buy back into it. And again, try to maintain some pressure on the CT side of economy. Instead, it's going to have to be pistols and utility. But to be fair, we've seen it already today that can be a pretty lethal combination on a map like Overpass.
Seeing them walk up to their default, still set in, pretty passive for the moment. Closest really outside of the monster control. Cabby, nice nades. Doesn't do as much to ZTR. He backs up out of the way just in the time. And being Max that can enter Queenix, forced to make a triple sequence happen. Very lightning fast reactions, keeping it at 2 versus 2 though. The Ninjas have found their trades and they'll regain the advantage only temporarily though. Kragen did find a kill on the way out. It's Gensi alone in the 1 versus 1 against Temporary and will win out that fight. Grab the AK and grab the round from Masonic. A very expensive round for them though.
Yeah, absolutely. There you see it. The potency of Tech-9's running at you with a little bit of assistance from utility as well can do a lot of damage. So could have very well gone in the favor of Young Ninjas there and just immediately gotten on the board. As you can see, it doesn't require a lot of bullets for that Tech-9 to do a whole lot of damage. But not going to be the case where Young Ninjas actually convert on it as of just now. But as you mentioned, this is this was a pretty expensive affair for Masonic. So they. Oh, well, what was this rule you wanted to implement?
Hashtag no right click and spawn.
Yep. Again, a slice. Yeah, you could have lived with that. That would have put you in around 70 HP. But no 10 having to play the round with a bit of a handicap. Not ideal. Obviously, it would be super difficult if he dies to an HE or ends up being in like a 1vx and not having the HP for it. Queenix, after finding the opening, donates the return to ZTR. Young Ninjas to have established that deep of water control. But for the rest of the Young Ninja squad, rather labored tempo over towards Fountain. So expending a lot of utility here just to give the illusion of at least wanting to grab map control towards A. Still enough to set up for a decent execute towards B here. 2 smokes that can come in handy. One of them probably will go for mid-site, one of them to Heaven. And the Molotov either for barrels or basically the water ramp, depending on what they feel like. See the smokes flying out. 1 flash. Ooh, a missed opportunity for Adam B initially, but still makes the most out of it once he gets his bearings.
Yeah, 4-on-2 situation as a result. Plant be secure, Gensi and Kragen. 2-man disadvantage for the retake. Unlikely they get much done here. Pretty respectable nade. She catches 3 players somehow. The follow-up HG in the cubby corner doing more damage to Rolf and Adam. Temporary down and out. ZTR, Molotov in towards jungle will force that player out into the open with flashes going over, trying to suppress the CT side. Another one in his hands, but Gensi with a flash pop in. Still can't see the player over at Cubby, so Rolf can get that kill. Look towards Kragen, make it a double, and make it around. An opening round for the Ninjas.
Yeah, very well done as well. Again, not really fussing too much about properly establishing control over towards the A side of the map, and that's perfectly fine. Executes like you just did, and again, it doesn't need a lot of utility really. 1 smoke for Heaven, 1 properly placed flash behind the pillar, and usually you're good to go if you have a Molotov for barrels. Back on the board then, Young Ninjas. First round to their name. And yeah, that prior Tech-9 round has really done a number for Masonic as well. You can see an op on Gensi, 2 M4s out, but the more notable thing is the fact that No 10 and Kragen are sitting on Pistol and FAMAS.
And with Gensi down as well. Not the best of starts for Masonic. That's extra firepower taken away. Firepower they can't afford to lose as well. Nades up with the 5.7s down. The M4 of Queenix watching for position.
Kragen might be tempted to pick up that op.
He does. All right.
He's also going to spot that there's nobody from Young Ninjas anywhere near as well.
And one unfortunate thing is that No Time can't go back for the FAMAS. They'll still be resting with a pistol here. And the Ninjas might play right into him as well. Got Queenix with the Incendiary. Trying to time this well against the execution. Out of smokes at this stage, so it's just down to the Incendiary that he has. Kragen very far away to use his. He's closing in for the backstab with the AEWP. It's not the ideal weapon for it. No-Tan does end up with a frag of the pistol itself, and Rolf caught between a rock and a hard place. Drops that bomb as his teammates start to fall around him. Maxter trades to a 2v2 though. Kragen's got to hold on. Cabby actually is the man to get those kills, as Kragen couldn't close in the backstab entirely, but it didn't matter. His defensive holds strong.
Yeah. And again, he does kind of his job by being able to push behind as well, so you know that Masonic are going to be able to utilize their utility properly. They know that they just need to delay for time. And eventually either Kragen has been bought enough time to the point where he can have impact on the backstab, or the Young Ninjas are going to be forced to either run through smokes or Molotov, neither of which are ideal by any means. So solidly done from Masonic off of a round that starts with a man disadvantage.
Perfect boost.
Yeah. This is what we saw early from them as well when we got the first look at them on test as well. And after that boost, pretty much nothing went their way on the CT side. So hopefully that's not necessarily a sign of things to come, but it's an excellent start to the round.
Yeah, ZTR taken out early. Kragan only taking so much damage in return as well, by the way. I mean, it's still 67 HP, so definitely seen some worse engagements outside of that connector window. Works out better for Masonic, though, with the casualty in the back pocket. They've got 2 players on the A side defensive as well, which is where the Ninjas are playing into, up towards that mid control. Very careful and very quiet about this. There really is nothing for Masonic to chew on. Just got that position held in the bathroom. Maybe a mid take might come down. The Molotovs are driving back, though. Jensi's AWP being that first contact, waiting for Util or the Incendiary to go down. We'll reface it. See the Shadow, see Temporary. Make it a 5 versus 3. Aware of the player in the bathrooms, perhaps. Quick scope in, takes Rolf back out of the equation. Sees the player at Divider, refaces. Doesn't quite land that kill. Adam B instead with 2 trades. Opens up the site, but there's still 2 players on backup. And a backstab also inbound from Masonic. They've got all their bases covered right here. The bomb might be able to get planted, but the retake is borderline impossible. And indeed, the bomb plant seems to be impossible to say. Maxed over to 1 versus 3. Gets 1 kill, no more than that.
Yeah. Initial A player is doing a fantastic job of just holding Young Ninjas back there. So even though Jensi does fall eventually, he's kind of done his job. Finding 2 early frags. Obviously the Molotov to separate the Ninja squad. Very, very well done. This is Dan just to give them a bit of a chance, but by the time he got those 2 frags, he already had the rotation in place, from both sides of the site, really. Up from stairs and also up from underpass. 6-1 Masonic, and again, no bomb plant for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, Tech9's on a half bite, and the Eagles with a P250 also off the back of that. So really not a lot to play with. Temporary even going without Kevlar, probably to get the AWP out in the next round. Young Ninjas had their work cut out for them at the start of this series, and doesn't seem to be getting any better right now on their own map pick. It is T-side, so there is the counteraction of the CT half in the second half. Sonic only a couple of rounds away from winning the half itself, though, so that's not very good of a situation to be at. No time, Queenix locking down the defensive line. The SMG gets 2 picks for it, so extra bonus money gain for them. The 7th round again, 7-1 Masonic. Full control at the moment.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that's giving us the inclination that Young Ninjas are going to be mounting a massive comeback anytime soon. But they do get the benefit, at the very least, of having a lost bonus to play around with. So it does mean multiple chances of actually having buy rounds. They need to make something happen out of it. And while they've been able to establish basic B control and so on early on in rounds, it hasn't necessarily led to round wins, which is a bit of a worrying sight for them. So different approach this time, doubling up in underpass. Already finding success as a result of it. Kragan kind of seemed to think that there would be, only players further back. Gets a little bit caught off. Young Ninja's going to go back towards that B site once again. Now there's a question of whether or not Masonic moves around to try to find information towards the A bomb site, but I might feel confident enough given the fact that they have water control for once.
Okay, so contact again towards this monster position. They spot them crossing back. Queen is expecting a short pipe play. Might have to support his team up with a flashbang in instead. Want to counteract them. Rotations are very slow from the mid players. They will get here in the end. You can see Cabby only now making his way down towards the dumpster position. Temporary's got the bomb down on default. Meanwhile, boosts not going to be attempted here by the T side. Maybe they might be actually. You can see them trying to set something up, but they're not peeking as of right now. Got to go into the site itself. Rolf looking onto the back lines. Gets Cabby. 5 versus 3 now. Young Ninjas might be force Masonic into the safe from here on out. You can see the CTs and the short control just backing off. Maybe grab whatever util that they can and just retreat. Maybe look for exits. Definitely not win the round.
Yeah. Well, just like you said, the fact that the rotation from the A players seemed to be very, very slow didn't really give them or leave them with too much leeway once they finally made it onto the site. So the second Rolf picks up that one frag. Kind of spells doom and gloom for the Masonic side. So much needed round for Young Ninjas, and now they kind of need to be able to build upon it as well. 2 rounds is definitely not going to be enough off of the T side to keep you alive and keep you comfortable once you play on the defensive end. So we'll see. Still money on the side of Masonic to rebuy here. Likely to be their last rebuy if they were to lose this one. So there is a bit of a chance here for Young Ninjas to get a string of rounds. But need to make it work right now. Gensi
Tagged up initially. Gensi just peeking towards that mid control. Rolf caught first and foremost. With that damage sustained, that boost removed from play though. Back to a 4v4 we go.
Yeah. That boost saw, I was about to say, just about as much success as it did for 0-0 Prospects. 0-0 Prospects not having that follow-up nade that No10 showed us.
I actually thought it was placed a little bit higher. I didn't think Maxim was going to die there, honestly.
Yeah. It does work out for them. So the initial damage comes back to bite them. Adam B, give the illusion of B water control being taken. Given the double setup towards Monster, it's unlikely for Masonic to be very bothered by that. Krogan smoking off exit of restrooms and probably going to try to make his way forward. Have Gensi play as a bit of a first contact point with the Zop. Actually, though, yeah, goes back to default, starts jumping and re-smokes restrooms as well.
Flash and smoke on to set the execution, cut off those rotations. Still damage done to ZTR and Kragen. He's going to win a fight out there in mid. USP switched out to, but his teammates back up on the way. Do lose Gensi for it. Flash in for No10, however, gets him to the site, gets the kill against Adam B. Temporary with the AWP. We'll get 1 kill through the smoke. Needs to get 2 more here.
Time's not working for him either. Forced into action. No10's going to deal with that. And an immediate response from the Sonic side as well. Very important for Kragen to be able to win out that duel. Spends a lot of bullets on the wall without getting the kill. Still salvages it in the end. On their temporary left, all base lonesome with about 11 seconds left on the clock, so couldn't necessarily slow things down. Sonic right back at it.
Yeah, full gun invested from both sides. AKs and orbs in as appropriate, and 4s as well. Much slower default this time from the Ninjas, only just making their way in towards the park and found their positions. Starting to flash their way into the stairs. But no active contact and no real force forward from either side here. Sonic mostly setting things up over towards the jungle boost into the shortcut position, but didn't see anything. Ninjas that passive about things. It's Gensi up in the bathrooms that might find contact ahead of this smoke. Nades on Maxter. Gensi's AWP lands the ZTR, refaces and gets a double. That's all important.
Yeah, Gabby wants to join in on the fun as well. Takes out temporary Young Ninjas without really having made much progress up towards that A-bomb site. Left with 2 players. One of them even tagged up as well in Maxter. So rough conditions here in order to bring this back into a winnable position. You can see that Masonic playing pretty controlled as well. Not over-eager, not running at the T's to give them a bit of a free opportunity to do something. Cabby just simply playing off contact as well. Oh, wow. One of the CTs are very eager on potentially getting a knife kill there, but...
Haven't seen one yet this tournament, so...
I'm trying to think if we had like a smoke situation type of deal. I guess, no, the closest I think we would have gotten would have been ZTR and Ancient when he walked through the smoke to find 2. But I don't think we've had an actual knife kill.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Someone can verify that. Tweet us. Let us know.
Yeah. But still lacking that. But to be fair, we did, ask for more aces. Today we've had 3 already, so maybe that's all we needed to do. And before we know it, we're going to have a bit of a knife fiesta on our hands.
No damage done to Rolf there, and early utility placement again from Masonic up towards that T-Con angle. Flashbangs forward. Be able to drive him back at least. Chance's AWP be there for covering fire. But won't see anyone from the Ninjas. Not going to extend out to the stairs, let alone the birthday party angle, which is where he's watching with the AWP. And smoke off to keep him permanently suppressed. And that might force Masonic to readjust here. Actually, he's going to press the issue forward. The AK seen him. That jumping shot was never going to hit, though.
Yeah, no, those are the kind of things you hit one in a 10,000 times. Something like that. Instead, they're just going to go on contact through monster tunnels, and that's definitely not panning out. Double tunnel setup on the jailed side for Masonic is going to prove to be extremely effective. Bomb dropped far out. And again, a 5v2 Rolf temporary. Not a whole lot you can do in this situation.
Yeah, it's bomb contested by Masonic side. Rolf can get Notan at least, so that's a kill.
A little bit of an unnecessary peek from Notan's side there.
Yeah.
Giving them praise last round for being conservative and cool, calm, and collected, but I guess easy to get a little bit ahead of yourself when you're up as much as they are right now, especially when you've found 3 kills. It's fun to add on to it, but not going to be the case there. But it doesn't really have too much of an impact for Masonic in the grand scheme of things. You see pretty equal fragging as well. 4 players on 11 frags. Maybe that's what Notan wanted. He wants to get ahead of the rest of the pack. Is denied though. But 10-2 is still the scoreline for Masonic, so they're loving life right now. Already it will be a good CT side to extend it as well. And this was kind of the big problem area for them yesterday as well. It was that CT side that didn't quite come together, but can't fault them for anything so far today.
Pistols brought in with the Ninjas for round 13. Should be easily mopped up by Masonic. Spam their way forward against one of the M2s. AK Phoenix also gets dinked down, so not ideal situation for him. Forced to back away as a result. Ooh, a shot from Temporary catches Kragen in the mid-control though. Lightning fast reactions from him. Masonic being careful about any sort of plays up towards that monster position. Obviously they vacated the site for the moment. And trades in from Cabby, gets 2 kills. Temporary trades back one of them again. Young Ninjas trying to hang in there. Bomb will get picked up. They have got control of the A site. I don't know if they'll be able to hold up against them. It's now 1Tech9 is ZTR pushing forward here. Weapon swap back and forth. The AWP now in the hands of Queenix. That bomb now down at default. Should be able to get planted without issue. The real issues will be the retake. ZTR still trying to strike back, but Queenix has other ideas. He trades involves and turns that AWP straight into him. A crack angle shot, but it connects, and that's all they need it to do.
Yeah. Very solidly done from Masonic. Again, just holding up, waiting for each other. Playing as a unit once they start the process of that retake. Queenix getting involved early on as well. And you could tell that, I don't know if you've noticed, but Queenix has a tendency of getting 3Ks.
Yes, I picked up on that as well.
Yeah, he's had multiple ones in this game already, and I remember back pretty much every time a team would go A on Ancient versus Masonic, it would just end up getting 3 at the very least. It's a safe pair of hands, always good to have for the Danish team, and just continuing to extend their lead. New problems buying up for Young Ninjas with a bomb plant and loss bonus. But yeah, no, they need rounds. Nose flashes through Monster. Out we go, and that's going to catch Notan off. For once, Masonic doesn't have their B defense in order.
Very early execution. These Cabby can trade it. ZTR training back Kragen alongside Adam, taking Cabby back to a 4 versus 2. Plant will be secured, but an overextending Adam does get caught back, so damage has been done, and it can still be recoverable from Masonic, but the further HEs coming in against Queenix make it even more difficult. So, Gensi with the AWP, can he get his own multi-frag? So he might have to do so. He is the high HP player in this scenario. Queenix not getting passed up the AWP. And the Molotov's in against him might drive him even further out into the open. Taking damage, Temporary hits the permanent shot, and Gensi just got to fall back and save. Maybe get an exit frag. That's as far as it will go.
Yeah. And then just gonna make it to 3 at the very least. So that's a start. Still gonna be very, very difficult here, and we'll likely need 4. But again, finding success at least over towards B here. We need to play off of that as well. Simple execute, but still very, very effective. You can see Notan not being ready for the double flash of the monster. Yeah. Par for the course, really, once Young Ninjas make it that far up. Managed to shut Masonic outside of the site. Away we go then. Final round of the first half, 11-3 is the current score. Masonic looking for 12. Young Ninjas hoping to get a fourth so they can have a little bit of a cushion going into the second half. A lot of nades exchanged, and well, something triggered Masonic to be very, very scared at the very start. Dropped a ton of utility almost immediately, even though there wasn't that much pressure being put on by Young Ninjas, but better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Does leave very little for the actual defensive though, however, and
Yeah.
that's the main concern, I think. Maybe a bit premature of a call on that sense. I mean, the Young Ninjas are still playing slow in this one, so might not be an indication to go for any sort of major defensive wrap and just hold down the positions of Masonic. No, we'll need to put any further utility out here. Instead, just wait for those boosts to come in. Second time it's been attempted by the Ninjas, and second time, Cabby has been able to get the frag against ZTR for it. Sprays through the wall from Rolf. Won't connect anything except for a tiny amount of damage towards Gensi. Now the T's stack up towards mid.
Yeah, you could already see that the second player is moving back towards the bomb site. Does get actually smoked out from Bank, so he's gonna have to be a little bit chill. Ooh, actually tries to push through. Molotov failed on the Young Ninja side, but not gonna be even clearing out long, so that's well done. 3v4 after plant. All in favor of Young Ninjas.
Missed Maxter, however. Gets the trade back on Queenix, and now it's left to a 2-on-4. 1-on-4 for the Young Ninjas. Cabby alone to ace clutch it. He's got himself a second kill on Adam B. Max the temporary Rolf. They're all set and ready to receive him, and they will be able to close out on half on a high note. But still 11-4 from Masonic, and probably one of the better CT sides we've seen over the course of seeing over past this week. And I mean, just looking at that and seeing how things have played out in that sort of sense, like obviously it kind of was expected that Masonic would do well on this map up, but this was the Ninjas map pick, so they've still got to do a lot of work to try and win their own map pick at this stage.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be an uphill struggle, and again, it's such a big deficit that they're probably relying on having to win the pistol in order to, well, basically get the money under them on the CT side, have a little bit of a cushion, and be able to afford potentially losing a round, right? First buy round, something to that effect, and still being able to push back. But it's going to be a really tough task. I think with Sonic, we saw a clear improvement from what we had versus Astralis Talent. Not the same kind of glaring gaps, especially towards A, like they struggled with initially. So they've made improvements, they've made corrections to what they were struggling with, and if we look back at that previous Overpass match, they did actually do a decent job on their T side. So in that sense, not necessarily too much that they need to worry about. So I'm liking Masonic's chances here to steal a map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about the idea that Ninjas might be able to do some decency over on the second map and the pick of the opposing side. So seeing that this has been the case, that things have worked out for Masonic, like we're looking at this and thinking that there's a good chance that, yeah, actually this could work in both directions rather than just for the Ninjas and the underdogs. So Masonic onto the T side. This is where things are going to get a bit more difficult. Again, we've seen a number of very strong CT halves over the course of the last week. Let's see whether this is going to be the case for the Ninjas, or whether Masonic can take easy control of the B side, which they can do. No one's defending, and they do catch ZTR and rotate the boost up. Catches a player for it. Cabby almost getting that second player as well. Adam with a reface gives up his life, and now a 5v3 ensues from Masonic. The Ninjas quickly into the backline positions, going for the backstab retake. A player in Monster to try and deal with. That will be Gensi. That will fall to the hands of Rolf. So that's a little something to get regained, but they continue pushing forward. Temporary gets Notan. 3 versus 3. Make it 2 as Maxter chimes in on Cabby. Queenix on site. Only lasts so long. Tap once. Kragan at the bridge, and Maxter quick flicks to the head. Makes it a triple and makes it a pistol for the Ninjas.
Damn, Maxter, he's had some pretty impressive pistol rounds so far in this tournament. Going back to Vertigo, the Vertigo games they played in the opening rounds as well, and adding on to this one as well. 3 solid kills in a round that pretty much looked done and dusted. Those 2 early frags for Cabby. Again, the unaffected bomb plant, just basically being able to get it down without any sort of resistance. I suppose Notan probably could have played a little bit better for time in that situation. Once he was spotted out by Monster, having someone to basically close in on him, play off of him. Once the retaking CTs have to commit towards his angle, but now they do get a little bit ahead of themselves, and that leads to Young Ninja's pistol round win. 11-5. Investment on both sides. Bomb down, so not too unexpected, really. Look at the tempo from Notan here. Is he going to be able to catch anyone off guard? Well, definitely spots his shoulder and thinks better of it as well. I think if he would have stood his ground, probably would have gotten double peeked and taken down without too much of a problem. So, wise decision. And also puts a bit of fear into the hearts of Young Ninjas. You can see already a rotation coming up towards that A site. And we did see this the last time we saw Young Ninjas on Overpass as well, that they are quite the fans of just having 3 players over towards that A bomb site in mid-rounds. Oh, gonna throw down divider smoke. Got a little bit more time.
To master the SMG of ZTR gets Cabby. Rolf finds Kragen. Next Incendiary is on a 5 versus 3 situation. There's a gun in the midst of the fire that could get recovered by the Ninjas if they want to extend and take the risk against Masonic. The scout firing away though. Going to give away the fact that they are still playing in the bathrooms. They're still playing in mid as Rolf catches Queenix for a 3-for-1 trade. Jency's forced to get ZTR to return. Still bomb in CT control. 20 seconds from Sonic to get back into this one. Ooh. And Jency lands temporary. Looks in for a bit more of the crack angle at the divider though. Notan forced to trade it back and doesn't last much longer against Adam B, who closes out the round with a win for the Ninjas.
Yeah. Jency making us believe for a brief moment there. Just got headshots. Back into it, but not to be the case. So the force buy doesn't work out for Masonic. At the very least, I guess the slight light that shines is the fact that they did manage to take down 3 members at the side of Young Ninjas. So reinvestments are having to be made, but obviously not quite the powerful punch to pack here for Masonic in the follow-up.
ZTR already finding that first frag on Kragen. Decent effort to try and make his way through the Molotov, tank his HP and try and look for a cheeky pick on the B site, but Ninja saw that coming, so they get the kill. Deagle of Notan just firing back against one player in the bathrooms. It's temporary, they took a little bit of damage. Not a massive amount of it though. The CTs generally have their axis and their angles covered off. So like, try and work something into that ace side. That would be the best call at this moment. Of course, only 2 players there to defend against. And long-range battles to enable a bomb plant, and that's really the main focus for Masonic here. The bomb plant, the bonus cash in for the next buy-up, which will come in the next round. Maybe get some more damage onto the Young Ninjas, force the reinvestments on their own part. That would be a nice little bonus. Rolf's already spotted 1 player out towards long, seeing that shoulder and eventually getting the kill on Notan. Now the rest of the teams have got to act, but they just keep peeking into Rolf. Temporary gets a kill on Queenix as well. That drops the bomb and drops Cabby. So a little bit half-hearted there from the T side. But it was an eco, so the guns can come out.
Yeah. Didn't quite have the usual acceleration that we see with Tech 9 rounds. A little bit of a slow-paced affair. And I guess we do get the expected result in the end. One thing that we did see Young Ninjas do as well on their CT side here over on Overpass was basically wanting to establish short water control early on in rounds, which obviously does make it a little bit more easy to and a bit more comfortable to actually have that 1 rotation over towards A early on. See if that's something that they go back to more often. Okay, Rolf good for 1, but that trade is going to be beneficial for the T's in terms of just being able to roam around on the map. But Notan has been put down to 16 HP.
Yeah, so silver linings for both sides, advantages and disadvantages for both teams. Map control starting to be taken by the T side out towards long. Meanwhile, taken back by the CTs over in Monster. Adam swings forward and Kragen gets caught. Now the utility comes down. They can execute now that there's 2 players that push aggressive in Monster. Oh, but ZTR through the smoke gets Queenix. They just don't catch a break here, Masonic. The Ninjas continuing to hold their own as they peek out of the smoke. No flash support for Notan. Jency didn't provide anything at all, despite having 2 of them and a smoke as well. And now swinging out in the open, catching temporary. But ZTR returns with a triple, and Ninjas will find 8.
That was not the most impressive round, really. put together by Masonic. And again, we're seeing it. Short water control established, then push out for information. And they just found a lot of success last time around on this map, the exact same way. So that's something Masonic should be aware of. It should take height of as well. It's going to feel like they're running into a bit of a brick wall if they always run towards that A bomb site when there's 3 players there. Inspect the pistols. Most of these pistol rounds will end up towards B. Some sort of an execute, and it's looking like it's going to be exactly that as well. Young Ninjas came close to winning a round like this in the first half, so we'll see what kind of luck Masonic has.
Execution set in. Make their way out to the pistol faces. ZTR known with the incendiary throwdown. Still gets a kill alongside Magster, who does end up falling. Adam B still on site. Rolf now backing up his teammates. Nays on Gency. Damage is done. Kill is found. And Cabby left alone in 1 versus 4. Also sprayed down. Also removed from the round. 9 to the board of the Ninjas. And 5 rounds in a row makes all the difference. From 11-4 to 11-9. A difference of 7 to a difference of just 2 now.
Yeah, lead has definitely disappeared from Masonic here, and pretty quickly so as well. I can see it, Rolf, just like last time on this map, leading the charge. The previous matchup, he did have ZTR with him to basically plow their way forward in the lower bracket. ZTR has definitely picked up pace a little bit. Had a rough go of it on the T side, but getting into the thick of things over on the CT side. Maxter. Ooh, yeah, probably gets information that somebody's been tagged by the player in underpass, so continues on firing through, and decent amount of damage done onto 2 players of Masonic so far.
Gency on 63, Phoenix on 66, Kragen on 13 as ZTR finds his own spray through the connector doorway. It's not quite a full-on kill yet. Neither side able to take a casualty, but damage most certainly has been done. Masonic need to respond with kills. Need to go one better than the Ninjas here. So far in these rounds, these defaults have not yielded much of anything at all. No damage or frags of their own right. It's made these 9 rounds so easy for them.
Yeah. See what they opt to do again. Bomb, somewhat in a bit of an undecided position as well, but they can't afford themselves to let too much time run off the clock without putting any sort of pressure on Young Ninjas either. Means that the actual site take is going to be it's going to have to be perfect, but you're also going to have a much harder task to use utility. But Rolf, on a trip around the world, is going to find Masonic players everywhere. A-site is going to be the name of the game. Already rotation in place for Young Ninjas. That's dealt with.
Yeah, overwhelming force there from Masonic, finally catching some success on the A-site, taking Maxter and ZTR. 2 versus 5 scenario, the smoke's being set up, engagement found on Maxter, and a tap that burst through from Cabby makes it a triple and makes it 12 through the Masonic board. At long last, they've won their first in the T side. But again, the Ninjas come back. The streak of rounds that they've had has enabled things to get much closer than they really could have been here for Masonic.
Absolutely has. This is the first time I've seen any sort of success in the way of Masonic, and you have to say that it's not necessarily off of a strategical move that they've done. Rolf is just caught off guard by restrooms, and that allows them to push up over towards the site. Obviously coupled with a couple of good flashes to help out their case, but it'd be hard to replicate that time and time again. Ooh, and this Rolf, I was about to say, might be stuck in a bit of a 2-forward position, but is able to duck out and make his way back to his teammate. Temporary on that op right now. Pushed out long. Nothing to be seen.
Ooh, something to be seen in Monster though. Maxter finds Kragen in the open. So again, the opening start goes the way of the Ninjas. Smoke's thrown, flash over. They've got Rolf to deal with here in the corner. He's watching carefully. Still spray. Blind catches Cabby, but no more than that. Notan with a responsive. They've seen the bomb, though, and they might have seen the majority of the T-side players as well. Forced rotations coming back slowly from the Ninjas players over on the B side as Masonic set up the A execution utility. Smokes, Molotovs, flashes, all inbound. Player at APC, player at back corner. Notan didn't see him, and ZTR will pay the price for that. Notan's got to get that trade. That's exactly what he does. Seen the player also at Dumpster. I go for the plant save just behind the truck position. Escape with a blind spray through the smoke, doing damage again, not getting a kill, and the flames extinguished from the Molotov. It's temporary. His AWP lands on Notan. It's Gensi's AWP instead in the 1 versus 3 bomb. Not even planted for him. Gets out, does find temporary at least. Needs to find Maxter as well close. 1v1 now. Knows exactly where Adam B is. And quick scopes to secure the round. A clutch from Masonic.
Oh, damn. Bomb not planted for him. 1v3. Pretty much everything they could have asked for would have gone against you believing in Gensi in that scenario. Still somehow able to find it as well. Quick adjustment here for the second frag. The fact that he is somewhat ready for Maxter, having played up close by the boxes. Very, very impressive. And then also just full steam ahead, full confidence. Actually go forward and basically sniff out the last young ninjas there. That's a massive round for Masonic to win because they had no business of doing so whatsoever. Well, they'll take it though. And look at what that's done to the buy of young ninjas. If you can even call this an actual buy.
It's most likely going to be a half invest in Eco here. Money's just not there. It is risky though, because you are letting Masonic get to 14, obviously. Unless the Deagles chime in. Of course, Tactical Pulse just taken. This is not the best of looks for the Ninjas side. I think all that control might step out of their grasp still. Sonic can still be on to win this map up here. So a round like that, it would be well earned. Still got 3 to go.
Failed Molotov over towards, well, actually, it's not going to matter as Masonic make their way quickly over towards the B-bomb site. Already up, ZTR all by his lonesome. 2 players. Short, yeah, they've got a leg or something through the sandbags. Phoenix is going to clean up that quickly. Well, I was going to say last remaining young ninjas player, not really having too much to work off of, and pretty clean affair altogether from Masonic side.
Yeah, easy pickings. Again, pistols v rifles. Rifles win them on that front, 14-9. M4s, the AWP come out from Ninjas for what will be their last main stand. Masonic, they win this, they more than likely win out the map up, so looking at 15-9 at the minimum, 6 map points, and of course a harsher reinvestment forced by round for the Ninjas, so it all will come up the Danes in this occasion. The defaults go back to the passive style as Ninjas take map control, pushing up towards short and in connector. The jump face from ZTR doesn't see much. The AWP temporary is brought back instead.
That's a rough one. Looked like they wanted to go for a bit of a guardian move there, but flash in for temporary before that and doesn't spot anything. As he's about to jump up. Man advantage with the Danes. Maxter goes out searching. Nearly finds Queenix. Oh, they could have really used that. Although there is one ninja out and about, not long, and yeah, very much out and about. Because he gets caught out. Krogan extends the lead in terms of players alive, 5v3. And now you kind of just have to make a bit of a gamble stack if you're young ninjas, I think. Just commit to one ID, stick to it, and hope for the best.
Yeah, commitment will come through towards the A side. 2 players inbound from connector though. This could be big for Ninjas actually. They have absolutely no idea. 3 to line up. Adam's going to go through them all! And just like that, the whole round falls apart for Masonic. 1 unchecked angle, 1 good play from the Ninjas. And it's Notan alone on the site to fall on the site. What a round!
That's so incredibly rough for Masonic, but what a play to make from Adam. Boy, oh boy. You do see it. They do kind of commit to the idea that, yeah, this has to be A. We have to get closer to the site, and what a timing Adam B finds. I don't think you could have even pictured a more perfect scenario for himself there, and a fantastic job to be able to control this spray, obviously, under the pressure, because when you see that kind of a smorgasbord of players just offering themselves up, it's very, very easy to get a little bit unprecise and all of a sudden lose the opportunity you have to basically win out the round for your team. And damn, yeah, they probably should have been 15-9 right now.
And it was almost a guarantee, right? Like, that was the only play, really,
Yeah.
that should have got them into that 10th round for the Ninjas. And it just so happened everything came up trumps at the right time. The wrong amount of players just didn't check the corners, didn't keep their heads on a swivel, didn't keep the backstab accounted for. And for Masonic, that is such a massive blunder in this matchup. Because there's a chance now that Ninjas with that momentum swing come back into their own and they take 14-14, maybe even further than that. It's not impossible.
Definitely so, especially because Masonic here, if they're left without a bomb plant, losing the round, that means they're going to have to go back on pistols. All of a sudden, you've got Young Ninjas up on 12 rounds. And again, it's not like Masonic have had fantastic success rate over on their T side up to this point. It has been labored. There's no guarantee that they're going to be able to easily find the 2 remaining rounds. And temporary.
Oh!
It just takes a little bit too much time to make sure he gets the frag onto Gen C. Queenix there to get a quick trade.
If temporary waited an extra few seconds, though, there could have been a collateral. Instead, it's just the 1 kill, and ZTR forced to make a double happen of his own. Dropping that bomb, however, on the center of the site. 3-on-2 scenario, and rotations coming in with no backstabs this time for Masonic. 10 seconds, they've got to get the bomb down. It's got to go down at default as well, as the forward player of the team has been seen and sprayed up by Maxter. No-Tan in his own 1v3. Wins the first fight against Adam B. Maxter waiting for him to pop out, though. Gets that headshot and brings an 11 for the Ninjas.
There you go. I mean, it's nearly the dream scenario that Young Ninjas could have been hoping for, but have to basically give it the bomb plant in order to ensure the round. So there is money on the side of Masonic to buy up here, but yeah, they're definitely getting into their groove, and Masonic, can't say the same for them. Having lots of struggles, and again, somewhat surprised to see how keen they are on playing over towards that A bomb site. Hasn't necessarily done too much for them. I saw Young Ninjas, even though, yeah, they had limited success on their T side as well. There's no doubt about it, but what they found were primarily takes towards that B site. See though, nade stack. Oh, the timing of the jump.
Ah!
Oh, just perfect.
Just as ZTR was at the peak of his jump face. Kill gets found and the man goes down. Well placed at a HE stack from Masonic. Also, that's the playbook out of the Ninjas side as well. They've used that over the course of this tournament. Rifles in, the Molotov's being set up. Flashes going over and the T's make their way in. Adam B at Toxic, smoked off from Vision and caught by Kragan through the smoke. One more CT on site, maxed it in the midst of the smoke though. Another flank angle, 3 players to find. They're all going to line up again, but fortunately he only gets 1 kill. And flashbacks to a couple rounds prior from Masonic evaded the worst case scenario. Temporary though. How did that shot ring in? No sand core. Young Ninjas find the best chance they can here. Nade damage is coming into effect, but the bomb gets planted at last. And a boost up to enable that AWP, or the M4 rather, to look over into the site. Rolf sees one, brings it back to a 2v2 situation. 2 AKs, 1 on site, 1 back at short. Smokes onto the short angle. Jensen's got 2 to line up, and this time it's a lineup for Masonic's favor. Map points.
Oof, knows when to pick his spots, Gen Z, that's for sure. Keep in mind, one of the rounds that Masonic won in this half, that was off of a 1v3 clutch from Gen C. Now it does it again. 1 called upon. Good idea here from Young Ninjas, utilizing the boost to find at least 1 frag as they attempt to retake. Definitely puts them in a winnable position. Not to be this time around. Masonic up to 15. Young Ninjas forced to buy in order to keep hope alive.
Yeah, heavy investment for the Ninjas. No choice in the matter. Do or die on map point. Fortunately, it is map point, but unfortunately, it is their map pick. Masonic expected to win Dust 2, not Overpass. That being our second one in the series. Flashes at the raid, a prod at the B site once again. Masonic, success found on this side of the map. Of course, you mentioned their eagerness and their willingness to go onto A so many different times. Smoke set, Cabby going to commit alongside Queenix. He does drop that bomb temporarily. Kragan with the trade. Cabby makes his way all the way around and watch that short position. Smokes and Molotovs set in as Kragan taps up ZTR. 4 versus 3. 3 versus 3 as Maxter gets involved, but he won't last much longer. Gensi and Cabby get those trades. It's temporary alone with a scout out now in jungle. Not nearly a powerful enough weapon to go for this retake. He'll try his hand at it because he kind of has no choice.
Yeah.
But I imagine that this is going to be the end of him here. 45 seconds on the clock. And that bomb just trying to commit, just trying to get down here.
2 players are within one-shot range of the scout, though. Keep that in mind. But, oh, it doesn't look in the right angle. Kragan going to finish the job, and 16-11 in favor of Masonic over on Young Ninja's map pick. So the Danes could have asked for a better start, really, here as we get going in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a map pick for the Ninjas side, and they didn't do all that well in the first half, which I think really was the big sticking point. Right? Had they gotten a few more rounds, then maybe we could be seeing an even standing right now. Maybe we could be playing out in an overtime. Maybe they could be in the lead like a 15-14 at this particular stage. Like that's the reality we're talking about here with this whole matchup. The fact that they couldn't quite get going on the T sideline is really what brought Ninjas down here on Overpass.
Yeah, and again, that is an issue you're going to run into multiple times if you decide to have Overpass as one of the more active maps in your pool. It can very well happen, even if you have a good string and if you have a good understanding of the map as well. It is just a technically difficult map that you can get kind of you can get writer's block in a sense on it and just be stuck for periods of time. So not going to be, or they shouldn't be too harsh on themselves. Again, I think they fought valiantly back on the CT side and showcased that they did have something going for them. They did have the potential to fight back and just win out duels, win out retakes, etc. versus a team like Masonic. So we'll see if they can actually, take that as a bit of motivation going into map 2, because I think they're going to need it considering what we have in store.
Yeah, I'd say so. I do like that analogy though, writer's block on Overpass. That's a really that's a really intelligent way to use that. I'm gonna save that one. So
Feel free to steal it. Yeah.
I will indeed be stealing it. But Dust 2 is the second map, of course, as picked by the Masonic side, and for the Young Ninjas, I mean, going into your opposing map pick, I mean, it is Dust 2, so it can lead itself towards some sort of upset to a certain extent. But after a map like that, you got to be deflated, right?
Yeah, again, it's always disheartening to lose your own map pick, and I think, again, just given the short amount of time that they've had together, there's a lot of maps you could have gone to where they would have felt a little bit deflated about having to play after losing your own map pick, right? Because you're not going to be an expert on Duster, you're not going to be an expert on all these maps that you haven't necessarily tested properly, right? You maybe pick 3 initial maps, let's say Mirage, Inferno, and potentially Overpass, being the reason why they picked it as kind of your go-tos to start you off and get a foundation on. And then everything else is a little bit like, yeah, we'll get to it, when the time comes around for it. So sadly, now there's a reality where they're going to have to kind of just suffer their way through. But again, Dust 2, it can get wonky, it can get volatile, it can be not necessarily too kind to the teams that pick it. So Young Ninjas just kind of have to brush themselves off, realize that what we did on the CT side was, again, being better on occasions individually, being able to win out duels and so on. If we could do it on Overpass, we sure as hell can do it on Dust 2 as well, and that's going to give us a potential chance to win.
Well, Masonic, of course, taking the first map, wanting to see if they can wrap this series up into on Dust 2, our second map of this best of 3. So do not go anywhere as we return with even more of our match. Welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're getting into our second map between Masonic and Young Ninjas. If you're just joining us, you missed out on a close-ish affair towards the end of that overpass. It was Masonic that just about edged out the Ninjas and claimed the Ninjas map pick as well. Going into Dust 2, things are a little bit more dicey at this particular stage here, Vendetta, because obviously it is a map pick loss for the Ninjas. We're looking into this map, which of course is Masonic's own decisive side of things. They wanted to play this. They will get the chance to play it. And while it can lead towards upsets, I do feel like the Ninjas will be a bit deflated after that last one.
Yeah, I know, of course, it's always tough to lose your own map pick and then having to go into a map where you're probably not as well practiced on. And again, these two teams have a bit of a history on the map as well that they're going into because they played in the Elise Invitational where it did end up being a 16-10 win for Masonic, if I'm not mistaken. So they don't exactly have fond memories of that map versus these Danes. So that could obviously be a little bit tough to kind of come to terms with. But again, I think that's part of becoming a better player as well. Again, being able to mentally reset and refocus and kind of bring whatever, you know, as cheesy as it sounds, just bring the positives that you can with you from the first map. So again, if you had a solid round, you know, that's what you keep going back to and replaying in your head. Like, I was able to do this, even though we didn't end up getting a map win. I was able to, let's say, get a 4K here or 3K here, and I did this sick move. Like Adam B, for instance, like up underpass, right? You bring that experience and that moment with you going into Dust 2, thinking, like, I've been able to do it once. I can find the timings to punish these guys again on Dust 2.
Yeah, but mental game's only so intangible, though. Like, we, as analysts, we can only weigh that up in such in only so much of a importance, really, to me. And I also take a look at the statistics, and I take a look at the facts that we know. And we also know that the only map that the Ninjas have had on record has been against this Masonic side. That's it. That 16-10 is the only map that they've got in their back pocket. So knowing that they don't play this map at all, and that the only time they played it has been a loss, and the team they played against it has been the team that they're playing right now, it's like, plus the fact they lost their own map pick, and there's all sorts of compounding facts that start to weigh against the Ninjas in this case.
It is hard to paint a picture that's going to look going to be presented in a way that it looks like Young Ninjas are going to come out ahead in this one. But again, Dust 2, it's a volatile map, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But obviously, Masonic are coming into this as significant favorites.
Pistol round to see whether they can capitalize upon that favoritism. They will be on the T side start of things. The Ninjas are next to start things off on the defensive side. Already it's capitulated though. Kragan and Notan with those first couple of kills. Zentia and Maxter do get a couple of good trades and a little bit of decent damage to Kragan especially here. Going to get that bomb from him out towards the pit angle and try and pass it off to a teammate or two. Worrying about that backstab, of course, even roughly HP disadvantage for these signs. Although that being said, Masonic are lacking in the Kevlar department. Gensi and Cabby invested into util, so Kragan might have to be the damage dealer, and being the low HP individual, not very encouraging sign of things. Smokes down at CT and over towards this short position. Cabby wraps the corner, P250 in hand, overwhelms Maxter with enough bullets to the body. So now left to the two players rotating with the CT side. Rolf gets Kragan, Gensi trades it. Now it's him and Cabby that stand alone. No Kevlar at all in the server, not even ZTO with the defuse kit. Head popping up, gets Cabby to drop. One-on-one, looking for Gensi on his headshot angle, and he ducks his way back in towards the CT cross on the defuse. Trying to stick it, 5 seconds to it. Gensi can't reach him, and ZTO knows it. He's going to hold it down and hold together the rounds.
I think he gets the bonus frag at the end there, so 300 additional bucks to the pocket of ZTR. Nicely done there, and you can tell Masonic, they felt pretty certain in their case that there would be nobody near that bomb site once they'd smoked up catwalk, smoked up spawn, and actually won out the two duels versus the two players coming in from spawn. ZTR actually getting boosted up, and instead of taking in duels, just slinking back in towards Gandalf. Worked out perfectly for them. Rebuy in action though for Masonic. One player tagged up already. Maxter down to 50 HP. Oh, if this is going to be a contact pop towards B, these are so difficult to hold on. So they're going to run through the smoke, and that's going to give a little bit more time for the Young Ninjas. Still though, trades not looking great for the time being. Oh, okay. Cabby just fully commits to that.
Oh, and ZTR's nade lands on Notan. He's peeking through the smoke as well. Might push in with all his teammates. 2 versus 3 situation. The scout shot lands to Adam with the assistance of Kragan. and might turn the situation back to their favour. Incendiaries as well coming onto this car position. That might hear where the CTs are at. No, they're going to hide away from it. They don't even get caught by it. Famas out in the open. Scout gets checked, goes down. Kragan with the trade, 1 versus 1. Bomb tapped again. He might face on temporary, and indeed that's what he does. Makes it a double up and makes it a round stolen back by Masonic.
Oh, damn. For a second, I thought that Molotov was going to be the saving grace for Masonic, but goes a little bit short, so you have both Young Ninjas players on each side of it. It doesn't actually do anything at all, but Kraken's still able to win out that duel, or both 2 of the 1v1 duels he gets for himself from the back of sight. Impressive done. Impressive display. Same. Masonic just bring it right back. Temporary this time around. He's going to have a go at it with the Scout. Oh, and players have gone into lower, but not unnoticed. Nodan quickly adds to his tally. 2 Mac 10 frags to his name. A lot of money in the bank, and he's going to be looking for more, and we'll find it too. So, not a whole lot Maxter should be able to do here with a Deagle stuck in spawn. Maybe there is a hungry Dane running his way, though. Oh, let's... okay, yeah. Does salvage it in the end. Could have potentially led to more, but I guess he'll just have to be happy with the 1 frag he did pick up. So limiting his losses in that sense off of the Deagle investment. But not a fantastic start for Young Ninjas, getting immediately reset. Obviously that benefits Masonic quite a bit. They've also got really solid spawns for long here, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of focus on that long area to start us off whenever we see this kind of spawn cycle. I'll never quite understand that first flash that people throw out because it never does anything at all, but Gensi's bullet, that does quite a bit of damage, and same gives it, of course, it's a Queenix 3 kill. It had to be.
6 scout shots, Queenix 3Ks, money made, 4 players alive, all sorts going the way of the boys over there from the Danish squad, and really just a dominant sort of start up for them outside of just that 1 pistol basis. So, yeah, like, credited to them because that did look really respectable. Obviously, it was ecos for the most part in that sense, so we have that side of things to play with, to consider. But of course, the rifles be out now for the Ninjas at this point, so we'll get to see how far they can press the issue from here, right?
Yeah, no, you would imagine so, and we're going to jump right back into the thick of things. And all the way already, Sonic punches up the tempo inside the B site, and there's this very sorry, or about to be sorry, Young Ninja. Maxter, back of it all, just bombarded with utility and not a whole lot of places where he could move about. So quick bomb plant and quick decision from Young Ninjas to save there. Again, limited utility, so not a whole lot you can do. I don't think that 1 nade would have been the big game changer in terms of a B retake happening or not. That is a bit of the scare as well. Again, you have labored economy on the CT side. You still have to be basically scared of potential quick long pushes. So you do expend a lot of utility to just be able to maintain long control. And once these kind of early BXX come in, it doesn't leave you with a whole lot to fight back with. So trouble in paradise for Young Ninjas. One upside here, though, is that Masonic didn't show too much of an interest of actually hunting after them, even though there are pretty damn healthy money-wise. A little bit of throwback to another nightmare, which is the overpass match that Young Ninjas had. But no, Dustu not off to the greatest starts, as you mentioned. They got the pistol, and then it is pretty much worst-case scenario by losing the follow-up round and obviously being sunk into the deepest of sinkholes that you can be, economically speaking, in CS, which is that 2nd round reset for CT side.
Well, Ninjas don't have a lot to work with here in the follow-up in round 6 either, so the P250's brought in, the M4's coming out for them. Masonic got Gensi on 63 HP already to start things off, so a slight advantage in terms of the HP numbers, but still holding out that mid position. The flashes at the ready. Now his teammates start peeking in from the lower tunnels. They've got 2 players on short to try and deal with. Notan in particular watching and waiting. Gets caught off by temporary. All important pick. Ninjas using those M4s to great effect.
A little bit curious if that flash they threw from from the drop down there, didn't actually reach far enough to scare Temporary off the boost. Normally CTs would have an immediate reaction where they just dip out from the position thinking that they have been caught or lost their opportunity to actually do anything. Not to be the case. Krogan. Did he do the, I think it's Forrester or Nickelback self boost on top of the boxes? Might have been the case.
I can't tell. Might
Nonetheless.
have had a teammate support. I mean, either way, he's up there now.
Yeah.
Not like it'll make much of a difference. Sonic are pushing in, and Kragan is going to catch Maxter and just get Rolf on the way out around the corner. As the two pistols drop, the Temporary still has control here. Could line up two, only gets damage. Cabby will throw back on Adam B, and finally Temporary gets his double up. Gensi responds with the AWPs with ZTR alone behind that smoke, aware of where both players are inbound from, watching out from that short position. The bomb trying to cross, the AK swings, and ZTR caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. 5-1 from the Sonic.
Tough spot to get caught in if you're ZTR there. Low amount of time left in the round, and basically have to bank on the 50-50 as to where you look to work out for you. Not to be the case in that one. 5-1 for Masonic. Rebuy on the side of Young Ninjas. Temporary is going to get his hands on the AWP. Maxter actually opting in for an AUG. Not a weapon that you see all that often anymore. And this is Brazen from Notan. Again, yeah, you should be aware exactly that there's an AWP in play, and Gensi's going to handle that nicely. Krogan early out with the smoke. Actually, just going to do a little bit of a D-take by himself, and, well, can't really argue with the results, can you? Explosive as you can get from Masonic side, and again, it's the B side that's the wanted target. This is working out swimmingly for the Danes.
And with those 2 kills, trying to back only on 1 casualty, amount advantage from Masonic. And didn't just escape towards the save call before the bomb had even crossed the site. So let that just really state how dominant these takes have been from Masonic. Ninjas just know it's not worth it. There's no point in it sticking around here. We'll push the AWP up towards C2 spawn and look down that range to maybe catch an exit frag. Which Rolf almost landed to Kragan there.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a bit of a hunt.
Yeah.
Being set into motion. You can look at the money on the side of Masonic. It's pretty damn healthy, so not going to be the end of the world if they actually drop a member or two here.
We're going to come in from the site itself. 3 players on the hunt. The wild hunt, the Danish hunt. The Swedish heads, and they have caught one of them at least. ZTR can fend off at least a little bit, but not for much there. So
they do lose the off. That's the one Rolf had in his hands down in pit. That is a rough. That's probably the worst weapon to lose in that kind of a scenario.
I mean, you can see it right there. Scout and Temporary. That's what we're talking about. That's the loss that we take there for the Ninjas.
Yeah, not ideal. So unlikely to see Temporary moving towards mid. Considering Gensi has an AWP in his hands, and oh yeah, the spawn cycle works out. Gensi somehow managed to hit a blind shot onto Rolf. And trades yet again going in the favor of Masonic. Phoenix looking to follow up, but yeah.
Wow. I mean, this round, it might as well be over at this stage. 4-on-2 situation. The 2 players caught out towards mid control, so now Kragan can just stall for time, get them to face in, get that bomb down towards the A site on his teammate's part. Will tank a lot of damage and will fall to the hands of ZTR, but he's completely unawares of where the rest of the T-side players are at, so with the money being where it is, they can go hunting again here for Masonic, and they might as well do so, because if he has an AK, it's best not to let it fall into CT hands here, and they can afford to lose these 3 players and still come out pretty good from next round by. Now with the information being spotted, the utility's just got to go down, he's just got to try and win this one good fight, and now fend off the backstab, fend off the forward face, fend off whatever Masonic can throw at him. Gensi so well placed, well, good timing, good shot, good kill, no one alive for the Ninjas.
Honestly, Masonic are playing a fantastic T-side right now, especially because they're doing such a good mix-up of actually picking their spots. Again, when they have the long spawn cycles, they will make the most out of it. And when, and I mean, we've seen Kragan's basically willingness to do these pushes, these explosive pushes in towards the deep bomb site, which means that Young Ninjas are never actually going to feel like they have full control over an area. They're going to feel like they're going to have to lean B with 2 players because of the explosiveness and the amount that Masonic has been pushing in on, as we see yet again, a lot of members, 4 players from Masonic up in Upper Dark. And to be, there you go, Cabby with an excellent shot onto Rolf. This is kind of what, yeah, this is kind of the nightmare that Young Ninjas find themselves in. And, toasty under the feet of Adam B and Maxter, but this kind of, yeah, mix-up from Masonic's end is brilliant. Again, if you have the good long spawn, you go for a long take. If you don't, explosive set up towards D, and there's no real way for Young Ninjas to have a good idea of what they're meant to combat. Again, you can't necessarily shore up the B bomb site fully and have 2 players play dedicated over there while still having control over mid, because you need 3 players over towards long because you've been abused by it when Masonic have had good long spawns. Again, on you go, and 1 opening frag courtesy of Gen C. It is returned though, so a bit of a different outcome than what we've normally seen. It's usually been a 2-for-1 trade in quick fashion for Masonic, and off of that they've just had their way. So it's going to lead to a quick split eventually. Good Molotov though.
Yeah, forcing Cabby back behind the doorway. Well placed there from, I believe that was ZTR that threw that. So him and Adam B on the B side defensive. Cabby will look to storm it. Sees that one individual at the B doors. Flashes over the window with the smoke down to the doors. Adam B with a kill on Notan. Doesn't last long against Queenix. ZTR trades it, and Queenix struggles to trade it back. So once again, they're down by a player as Queenix falls this order for Gen C, and ZTR steps up. Finally, when the Ninjas need a hero the most, he comes up good, the veteran of this roster, bringing in the second round.
A little bit surprised to see he actually makes it out of that situation without taking damage whatsoever. Not the cleanest take of the beef site from mid there on Masonic's end, but you'll excuse them for that. They are, after all, up 8-2. And now, with a perfect opportunity to completely reset Young Ninjas. You can see big group moving towards B.
Rush.
Could it be?
Nades up, that will do some damage. And
yeah, but they have the off blocking off, and off contact we go.
ZTR on site, gets 1, Rolf gets a second, and as Young Ninjas are holding off on their own right here. Rolf will fall to the hands of Gen C. ZTR still challenging though. 2 more to line up, makes it a triple. And just like that, Kragen's left alone to fall to the hands of ZTR. He has become the hero for the Ninjas.
He really has. A little bit optimistic by Masonic to try to get more utility out after they get the frag onto Rolf here. Instead of, start fiddling with the utility, you kind of just need to push out. Don't let ZTR get reset. Don't let him actually get into a better position where he can potentially find more of you. But Young Ninjas might finally be able to stabilize a little bit here. It's long spawn, so obviously towards long we go. Nature of Dust 2. And Young Ninjas recognizing early, at the very least, that they don't really have the spawns to fight that. So there is some key parts of wisdom that's being picked up, and now probably looking to establish the offer in pit. You can see Young Ninjas making their own rotations in their own right, and kind of expecting this sort of a move as well. 2 players immediately gone away from long and over towards Catwalk.
ZTR, got players peeking in, and Rolf still getting caught dead. Temporary, a decent trade back, a 4-on-4, refacing, but only holding the position for so long. Gen C's strikes, and Cabby gets 2 quick headshots. And we talk about experience on this Young Ninjas roster, obviously both on the team basis and an individual level. You can show the confidence for Masonic demonstrating their own experience, knowing that they can take peaks like that and most likely win them out, because that's how this match has been played to their perfection so far. Ninjas, the concern now is the fact that where do you find such confidence in such a short space of time?
I mean, I think that, the only one who's had an ounce of confidence so far has to be ZTR, off with a couple of rounds he's had in a row for this one. But yeah, right now I think it's more like you're feeling like a crash test dummy if you're Young Ninjas. Again, you're getting picked apart, you're getting basically tossed back and forth between the 2 bomb site. Either it's explosive towards B or it's an aggressive long take, and you don't really have a good answer for either of them unless CTR shows up. So hard to see how they're going to be able to fight their way back. A little bit disappointed that we haven't seen a timeout or something to that effect to try to kind of combat things, or at the very least stem the tide from Masonic, because they're loving this high tempo.
Kragen kind of laying in. Back from ZTR, burst firing as Masonic flash their way up and into the short control. Phoenix hang back and wait. Flashbangs from him. Actually, no, just going to Notan peeking in with the bomb on his back. And there's the confidence again. Just straight wrap around the corner. Get the kill against Temporary. Kragen next to face here on long with the fight against ZTR, and this round just falls apart for the Ninjas once again. This is looking like 10-3 for Sonic. And there's really nothing that the CTs can do. No money, no advantage, no map control. It's got to be a save, and once again, Masonic will go for the hunt.
Really is hunting season over here. And yeah, the players on Catwalk for Masonic could hear that immediately. So they could pretty much set up for a new execute towards B this time, but without the bomb. And with the sole purpose being to find exactly that. Young Ninjas players out in the open.
You just can't win, can you? You just can't win. You just can't win, Ninjas. Blind shots, checking the right positions at the right time, all 5 alive.
Ugh.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but I feel like this is over.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the one to try to combat that argument, man. Like this. But again, it's not necessarily that there's too much at fault with what Young Ninjas are doing. I just think Masonic has a really good grip of an understanding of how they're meant to play out their T-sides.
Yeah, and then again, the only issues we can see for Young Ninjas is the same things we've brought up time and time again over the course of this week, is just the lack of experience these guys have. And that's only something you can solve with time. You can't solve it in a best of 3. You have to work at it over many different tournament runs and many different best of 3s against possibly even some bigger and better opponents at some periods, or maybe even just a case of more preparation. Whatever it is you want to call as a solution, it's not going to be done in 3 maps or 2 maps at this stage.
Absolutely. Like, again, you're going to need to get smacked in the face a little bit before you realize the, I guess, errors of your way. And if nothing else, it's a good learning experience. But that's a great start to the round at the very least. And Maxter wants so desperately to get a little bit more out of it, but instead, ZTR, man of the hour once again, showing up another 3K to his name, and it seems like whenever there's been any sort of success to be found for Young Ninjas, he has been the point man.
One blind kill for Raw from Max Fine, which is off to his credit, but yeah, you're right, the Ventable came down to ZTR here. 3 picks to his name in from the tunnels, and of course taking that AK in the last man, so yeah, a little something for the Ninjas. Like, you're right, like he's been the standout guy, 18 frags deep, far beyond anyone in server right now, and that's I think one of the only reasons why Ninjas have got 4 rounds at this stage. But he's the one exception to the rule here for this team. Again, he's had Tier 1 experience, he knows what it's like, he's played with the main Ninjas lineup, so he can handle himself in those situations to come up with big rounds like that on occasion. And here Masonic play into the longhouse control, just outside of it, no turn lurking. Up towards the upper tunnels, of course, they had money, so of course they went for the buyback here. They still got money, so they could afford one in the next round if there was one. It's round 15, though, so end of the half. Seeing whether Ninjas can make 5 rounds happen here. It's just default set in for the time being. No contact established. They will start the long walk, and the Orb of Rolf will kick things off. Krag into 4.
Standing in the middle of nowhere, still being able to survive for the time being. Now trades start coming in from the Masonic side. No10 up on short. Not going to be able to catch anyone immediately, but needs to get something done if Gen C wants any hopes of getting around. Oh yeah, unfortunate timing on that boost, and No10's going to realize what's going on.
Oh, what an adjustment as well. Rolf peeks out of elevator. It's a battle between him and Gency. The bomb will get planted. Jump face sees the man. Second one doesn't quite catch him. Oh my god. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that, Rolf. 5th to the board of the Young Ninjas side, as they will get a small consolation prize. He's happy with himself, and I think he's got every right to be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And a sorely needed round as well for Young Ninjas.
Sorely needed play for the Young Ninjas, if we're being honest.
Exactly. Something to put a bit of a smile on your faces before you head into the second half. But 10-5 again, it has seemed very grim for the better part of that half. But 5 rounds, definitely something to work off of going into the T-set. And again, they will have the opportunity to kind of play off the same kind of spawn cycles as Masonic did as well. So we could see, again, high tempo starts out of them, utilizing the long spawn when they have it. We'll see if they again have been able to kind of dry run the same kind of BXX that we saw to Masonic, because that was pretty clean. I'm a little bit on the fence about that being a reality, but there are opportunities here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Opportunities. That's the one sort of key point, right? Opportunities might not necessarily be enough if you can't capitalize upon them. Like we said
Absolutely.
a lot over the course of Overpass, right? They had the opportunities to do something decent on the CT side, but they didn't quite have enough breathing room over from the T side start, right? And even though 10-5 is better than the scoreline they had at the turn of the first half of Overpass, it's still only a single round, or well, technically 2 rounds difference between the two teams now. So like 11-4 and 10-5 was the difference in the half advantage. So it's not like it's that much better for Ninjas here.
No, it isn't. And again, it's going to be reliant on them having a good start to be able to basically mount a comeback here. But Dust 2 can be convenient in that sense. And again, you do have the opportunities to reset your opponents. We'll see, though. Again, bit of a heavy lean towards the B-bomb side, actually giving up long completely on the side of Masonic. And yeah, Young Ninjas, they do have a B-exec, but we'll see if that's going to be the one they're looking for.
They put that first smoke out. They got a second one for ZTR. The USP of Queenix looking up, taps his way on, does so much work. 2 kills, damage on, no time, gets 2 of his own, and it's just picked apart by Masonic. ZTR can at least get an exit frag. That's something. It's not much, though. A pistol game for Masonic.
Yeah. Queenix just getting maximum, really, potential out of the spam through the smoke. Finds 2, and yeah, no 10 as well. Swinging around left and right, still finding frags. That execute became dead on arrival, really. Not the intended start for Young Ninjas, but it's the one they're going to have to deal with. They do invest here in this second round. No scouts, though, which is a little bit surprising when you see this kind of investment. You'd like to have the long-range weapon to fight with, but let's see what they can make out of it. They have been able, or they have been allowed to get out long. Masonic showing no interest in actually wanting to take that fight. And actually, you do a similar rotation as to what Young Ninjas did themselves, bolstering up Catwalk with 2 players.
Target most down 2, temporary. And Max to get their trades. 3-on-3 situation here. And then moves up. The bomb shouldn't get planted by all accounts. Masonic, however, not even aware of the fact that they're on the site itself. The one player at the elevator position won't quite go for the same jumping phases. They'll start to lean forward instead. Maxter gets that bomb plant in. Queenix starts to move up. Nade on site. That should do some damage. Maxter, however, dead to the burst fire. 2v2 now looking onto long. Player at Goose got to be concerned about for temporary's part. ZTR might have to do the majority of the heavy lifting as he's bursted out the server. It's all left to temporary, who doesn't last long. And it's a successful retake for Masonic.
Oh, that was really clean. Very well done there. A little bit surprised to see Jensen get caught out as much as he did. Again, he was playing by car initially when you did have the forward players on Catwalk, so I kind of suspected him to stay in that position in order to get a bit of a delayed fight, but not to be the case, but they still managed to salvage it. As you see, there we go, Jensen falls, but Phoenix and Cabby, the veterans of the side, and showcase why as they fight back from a 2v3 to win out the retake. Bomb plant down, so money to be spent on the side of Young Ninjas. It's 4 Galils and an AK, but they do actually have a decent amount of smokes, which I would say is the most important ingredient, I guess, of a Dust 2 T side. Being able to have the opportunity to smoke off CT spawn, potentially B doors, or extension smokes and lurk smokes on Catwalk, depending on what your poison is, really. Maxter, be careful. Takes roughly 50 HP of damage through the door. Same kind of a lineup, and Young Ninjas gradually moving up short, but they might be doing it with less people than intended. Adam B as well. Also getting the brunt of a few M4 bullets through the door.
Krangan will know that he's tagged up 2 players there. Just the fact that he 1 successful sprays, there's that much damage, like that should be a kill. So he'll be aware that Adam and Maxter, the low HP individuals in this exchange, so...
Feels like that lurk smoke is a little bit shorter than what it's intended to be.
Yeah, I think that's landed awkwardly. They're going to realize that as soon as they pop out. Has to go for the split anyway. 30 seconds out of time. Cabby and Kragan mow down the 2 players in the mid to B split. Temporary still making his way up there and will catch off one individual. But looking back and forth and left and right. No idea where to go to try to get back into the site. We'll get Cabby in the end. But the efforts of the CT side have made it a man advantage for them. So they'll go in for the retake. Try and shut down this round. Get to another 13 on the board. Swing out. Sees 1, sees 2. Kragan and H.O.T combining together and making it number 13 indeed.
Yeah, that a whole lot of things going the way of Young Ninjas right now. Sadly, significant disadvantage in just terms of rounds, and also not the greatest of economies as well. They do get a bomb plant, they do have loss bonus, all of that stuff, but that's only going to take you so far. Right now, Masonic in full control. You see, well, it is a reinvestment, but not the greatest ones. 3 AKs, 1 scout, and an aggressive Dane inside of lower tunnels. That's one of the 3 AKs out of commission immediately.
Yeah, an aggressive Dane and an aggressive Swede, but now just 3 aggressive Danes. Didn't last long for them. Gen C finds temporary. Maxter can trade back and try and defend the bomb, but the CTs have seen it now. Now giving a little bit back towards him. Another tag on Cabby. Nades up, damage being done. Cabby will eventually fall, but Kragan gets 2 on the turn, so 3v3 to 1v3 in ZTR. Not really given much of a chance to act here. He has grabbed the bomb at least, but there's another CT pushing up here. That's Queenix catching him with knife in hand. 14-5. Masonic looking to end the night early as possible, it seems.
Yeah, it feels like Masonic are taking liberties right now with how they're moving about. Again, aggressive push in to upward arc, but at the same time having Gen C pushed up forward and mid, and then instead of falling back, once you've kind of realized that you've stunted Young Ninja's forward momentum, you just double down on it. So flash up top mid, continue to push and see what happens, and it works out wonderfully for Masonic. And at this stage, if you weren't already confused and bewildered as to what to do on your CT side, Young Ninjas are definitely feeling that way now on their T side. Molotov and HE is gonna do so much damage.
Just every single round. Just something to take away from the Ninjas. Some sort of misplay, some sort of great play from Masonic. Whatever it is, it doesn't bode well for the Ninjas side as they just get picked apart on the H site on short and long. Adam does get 1 frag on Cabby, but even the bomb's out of his hands. And even the CTs see it, even the 1 versus 4, just blind sprays in from the CT players. Eventually, when he gives up face, Adam B will end up falling, and it will be map and match point for Masonic, looking for elimination point for the Young Ninjas side. And again, not to be too harsh, we did come into this series thinking Masonic were favourites. We did come into this matchup thinking that they were going to potentially manhandle them, and that certainly has ended up happening here on map 2.
Yeah, there's been very little doubt left to realize who is the better. Just 2 teams, at least in current standing. He's going to do his damnedest. Okay, to fight back. Finds 2 in quick succession. Noadan decides to play this one quietly. Still time for Adam to move about, though. Still 100 HP to his name as well.
Slow walks, Notan. Similar story for his own right. Engages. Now Queenix rotates up. AK in his hands as Adam taps on towards the player on the site, but Queenix should see him. Now Notan's got him pressed in a corner. We'll just spray through the wallbang. Get that kill together. Grab that AWP as well. Damage will be done to the CTs, but it doesn't mean much. They've got to buy in at 15-5. 10 match points for Masonic. And, well, I mean, what can you say?
I mean, again, you can tip your hat off to Masonic and how they're playing, honestly, on this Dusto. It's been impressive through and through, really. The way they handled their T side, again, just keeping Young Ninjas constantly running back and forth, not necessarily knowing where to bolster up. And now over on the CT side, showcasing that they can win out clutches and they can dominate as well with aggression. Already have 1 man posted up on the long corner. Established positions, and Young Ninjas taking a bit of a slower approach into this one. I get a weird sense of feeling. This feels like it's been more time spent in the T round than what we ever saw from the Sonic side. This time, trades are going to be a little bit more favorable for Young Ninjas. Kragan's not going to have the same kind of success as he did last time. We'll have to pay for it with some HP. And Young Ninjas have been allowed to establish catwalk control. The question is, what are they going to be able to do off of it? It's just going to be the standardized catwalk execute, potentially a fake with a swing into a B-split.
Yeah, it seems to be the case on the catwalk play.
Yeah, lining up for the avant-garde execute from the looks of it. Wolf's going to add some pressure. This looks very similar to Sprout's way of playing Dust 2.
We'll try the entries here as well, so it might be a sacrificial play. Here come those smokes, here comes the execution. Queenix catches Rolf, drops him. Now it's all down to the CT defenders over towards the A side. Damage will be sustained by several of them, but the kills pour in for Kragan and co. Notan, one casualty to take. Kragan drops back to a 3v3, but Cabby blind behind the smoke gets ZTR, and Temporary takes Gensi down. So 2-on-2, not quite as easy, it feels like. Queenix making his way up to Temporary, fights on the one. Cabby gets caught, and now it's all to Queenix alone. The AK in his hand, dealt with by Temporary, who makes it a triple and gives Ninjas a slight survival round.
Yeah, they do manage to come through with it. So the catwalk execute works out, and it could have probably worked out better as well if CTR had not just been mowed down through the scope by Cabby. Could have looked even more convincing, but good to see it. Again, solid execute as well. Rolf pretty much in that role is meant to just be a nuisance, prevent rotations, and if they already have cheated a little bit over on the side of Masonic, then he can become a pretty pivotal flank as well. Something that you'll see Speedy do for Sprout on many occasions when they play Dust 2. But now we're back to, again, a bit of a slow start around. Maybe lean towards the B side initially, towards Upper Dark, but managed to keep control of both areas. Adam B tasked with the job of just making sure they don't get pushed from behind out long. In smoke down. Cabby actually playing up close with it. He'll get punished for it eventually. ZTR now, well, at least for the time being, committed out in mid, manages to get out, back, and out again.
Refacing, falling back. Baiting CTs, Rolf will catch a kill on Queenix on the B site, so that will be B open for business, and the bomb can cross and get planted. So, yeah, Ninjas coming back into their own now. A couple of good rounds, also a bit of a broken buy from Masonic in this occasion. ZTR caught through the smoke, had no idea what was going on, although there has been a bit of a commonality. Masonic has seemed to find a number of through smoke sprays, yeah, most of them leading to kills over the course of this Dust 2. Not in this occasion though, so 4 versus 3. And an AK recovered by Kragan is at least the consolation prize for the Masonic side. They can get away with that much with 2 scouts as well. Not ideal, but it was a broken buy.
Yeah. This could still, again, if no one just keeps hold of a scout here, this could still be awkward for Young Ninjas to have to play against. So actually, it's just going to upgrade it to an M4. That works too. And honestly, yeah, no. Why not reinvest it in Masonic? You have so many rounds to play off of, so I don't think you necessarily need to be too scared. You drop off 2 MP9s, and away you go. Still a decent chance of putting around against scout tags that can prove to be pretty detrimental for a T side. Have a player kind of just be temporarily put on the bench in a sense that he can't necessarily push forward in the same kind of fashion you would otherwise if you had 100 HP. We'll see though. They're going to go with a very conservative approach, but they are going to put their weapons to use, which I like.
Except the scout, which has just been removed by Temporary Zorp, so there's that.
It's a distraction, don't worry about it.
It's all a ruse. The AKs and the M4s will still push forward. Temporary catches that frag regardless. Notan with his kill. Cabby on the deagle here towards Car. The mid-aggression has worked out good for that one pick, and they'll fall back. Smokes on. They don't check Car. Cabby can land against the deagle shot against the first player and the second. Lean up for the triple, and it's one deagle boy to dismantle everyone from the Young Ninjas. A quadra for Cabby and a 16-7 for Masonic as they 2-0 the series and send Young Ninjas packing. They are not the heroes of tomorrow.
No, not this time around, unfortunately. But I guess it was a fitting way to close out that game because that's how brutal most of Dust 2 felt like, honestly. Again, got to give a credit to ZTR for being able to basically be the one resistance for a lot of that match. Whenever there was something good on the CT side over for Young Ninjas, that was off of the back of him having a multi-kill or more. But just wasn't enough. And I think it's fully deserved that Masonic make it through here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, look, you just got to take a look at the fact that they won the opposing map pick, and obviously they looked pretty decent doing so towards the end there. And then that Dust 2, we kind of looked into it thinking that there's a chance that it could have ended up being one-sided. It ended up being that case at the end of the day. So yeah, like all signs point to the idea that this one is Masonic's well-deserved victory and a further progression in the tournament. But just to come back to the whole like theme of the tournament in the Heroes of Tomorrow, again, the key thing for the Ninjas is that this roster, this academy squad, this young Ninjas team, they are so young, right? And the key thing we've been talking about all week long so far is the fact that experience needs to be developed, right? And that's the one thing this team is missing. We can see from the eye test, they look good individually. They clearly have some talent in them. It's a case of just finding match experience, finding a strat book that works for them. And of course, all that stuff only comes with time in the practice room, time in the server, time in officials. And hopefully they've gotten a lot of experience out of this run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, even though they bow out to Masonic, again, Masonic are much further along, you know, their path than what Young Ninjas are. So again, this is all about making sure that you have, you start to build a foundation. And again, you do get matching. It's super important. It's great to practice and all, but actually having official match practice is essential if you want to develop. But this time around, Masonic ending up being too strong for themselves. Again, fantastic showings from pretty much everyone. On your screen right now, I think for Dust 2, Cabby and Krogan showing up, you know, taking that one extra step in front of their teammates, but they keep delivering. And again, I think the one matchup we had versus Astralis Talent, that wasn't necessarily Masonic at its best. I think we got to see more of here in these two maps. We're definitely a better showcase than that. So it's positive trends for them as they move forward into the lower bracket final. And I think both of the matchups, honestly, that we have here going forward are actually fantastic. It's about as good as you could have hoped for.
Yeah, absolutely. Our upper bracket match between Trix and Astralis Talent will be our first match of tomorrow. The earliest start time of 2 p.m. CEST, and Masonic versus 0-0 Prospects to decide the next team eliminated from the bracket as well. And both those matches could prove to be hyper interesting because obviously Danish Derby to start things off, our two best Danish teams in the tournament in that upper bracket, and Danish Derbies always tend to be absolutely wild matches. And then of course Masonic and 0-0 Prospects proving to be the best of the rest, if you will.
Yeah, I think there's a very fair assessment of it, and I think regardless of who makes it through out of 0-0 Prospects and Masonic in that lower bracket final, both of them are going to have a solid shot at potentially making a finals as well. So whoever they go up against in the consolidation final, whether it's Strict, whether it's Astralis Talent, they can't necessarily feel too confident about the fact that they're just going to bounce right back up into grand finals and play that out. So I'm excited to see what we have in store for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow's going to be an absolutely epic day. I think we're all very excited as we approach the penultimate day of action here in this tournament. As we look towards our heroes of tomorrow, I want to ask you, Have a Vendetta, for your hero of today. Who are you looking at to highlight?
For me, I'm going to have to say Krogan on the side of Masonic. Looking again very, very solid and been a solid contributor for the entirety of the tournament so far. So expecting more good things to come out of him. And if you were to go back to the first matchup, 0-0 Prospects versus Jesus. Not Jesus, but Pix. Yes,
wow,
exactly.
The Christ himself has come back for the second coming to play Counter-Strike.
That would be something. But yeah, no, from the 0-0 Prospect side, I think Jimbo ended things off on a good note. And again, he to start off the tournament, he was one of my ones to watch in that sense as well. So that's going to be fun to watch for sure going into tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, we'll get to see how well those MVPs, how well those heroes of today will perform in tomorrow's proceedings. However, for today, we're all done again. The stream starts at the slightly earlier time of 2 p.m. CEST tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it because you do not want to. We're in the closing weekend of the tournament here for the MistGames Heroes of tomorrow. For today, though, we are all done. On behalf of myself, the Italian my co-commentator Vendetta, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at MistGames, I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the upper bracket finals and lower bracket finals for the MistGames Heroes of tomorrow.